Yo! How's it going, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? Good evening. We're back again. How are we all doing? Ank, Zazikla, D-Rock, Oldman, Psycho, PD Wellen, Violent Himbo. I think I got everyone. How's it going, everybody? Taters with the 25 watch streak and Ank as well. Madness, Zazikla with the 3 watch streak. Awesome. Kerrigan's here. Yes, the noob has shown himself. How are you doing, Kerrigan? How you doing? How is everyone? How's everyone's day been? I hope it was far more productive than mine. 25 watch streak from D-Rock as well. Nice. How's it going? Streaking indeed. I pretty much slept all day. I didn't get to sleep till like 9 a.m. Hey, more than zero. How's it going, dudes? Clear. I definitely need that wake up call. How you doing, man? How you doing? How is everyone? What did everyone get up to today? How's everyone's day been? Isn't it Thanksgiving for a whole bunch of you now? Or the start of, should I say? I heard a lot of people were getting day off onwards. Tomorrow, okay. I was premature. Surprise, surprise. You're trying to figure out how I have half a day off work, but I worked 8 hours. That doesn't sound like half a day off. Oh, you need the last minute items and pre-cooked stuff. Yeah, my mum's like that for Christmas dinners. She's like, oh God, I haven't got everything. No. Well, I hope you are all near enough all prepared now. And I hope you have a fantastic day tomorrow, everyone. How many builds left to cook? I was thinking about this while I was in the shower before stream, right? Trying to wake up a bit. I've got 4 endgame builds for Spiritborn. 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. I've got upwards of 3 leveling guides for Spiritborn. 3 non-Spiritborn leveling guides. And then if I decide to... this is very much an if, not a determinism. I may do my 3 non-Spiritborn endgame guides as well. But I didn't do those for Season 10. They'll be easier to update for Season 11 in a way. Because they'll be much closer to what Season 9 was, minus the changes. But I don't know if I'll get around to those ones. The Spiritborn ones take precedence. So I've still got quite a few. So today will be build guides again. I ended up doing 5 yesterday. 5? I think I got 5 done. I done Touch, Death, Rake, Quill Volley, Stinger. No, I got 4 done. I think. Yeah, so I'd hopefully get 4 done today. And that leaves me with not that many Spiritborn guides left to do. Yeah, a lot, PD Wellen. This is why I've had to do them on stream, dude. Imagine me streaming for 8 hours. I pretty much, if I didn't sleep during the day, I wouldn't be on today. I would not have streamed today if I had to do guides outside of stream. Because I would have been doing that on top of the hours of streaming. And then I'd just be dead by Wednesday. I'd be so tired. I'm tired where I didn't have to do that outside the stream. So, yeah, it's brutal, I know. But, unfortunately, it kind of comes to the territory of being an actual guide writer as opposed to someone who likes to do a guide or two. And, yeah. You're off to work, Psycho. Thank you so much for jumping in. I hope you have a great day at work. I'll catch you soon, my dudes. Thank you for the lurk. But how are you, PD Wellen? How's the blasting going? I've been seeing a lot of chatter around the game the last couple of days. I can't say much else. All I can say is lots of topics, many of which you guys talk about, many of which are upcoming topics, or like discussing what could be. Yeah, I kind of sit in the shadows and smile most of the time because I'm just a patient person. I guess you gotta wait, haven't you? We gotta wait until we get the deets, until we get the juicy details. Anyway, my plan today was to try and get the 3 off-meta builds done. And if I get time, we'll either do a leveling guide or do the evade endgame guide. I'll see how I feel. But I'm going to start with Balazan Thorns, which is pretty decent and quite different. Razor Wings. And a Rushing Claw build, which I'm hoping will get buffed in the PTR patch notes, post-patch notes, because they were definitely pushing for a Rushing Claw build to be better in the PTR, and I suppose in a way it was. but it was nowhere near competitive, and the only way you can scale the damage for it was nigh on impossible to make it functional. That was the problem with it. There's a way to scale the damage, but then you haven't got enough charges, so you can only use it once in a while, so it doesn't do anywhere near enough damage to be a one-shot hit like Mighty Throw. So it's kind of like you were stuck in this bad place where you couldn't spam it, but you couldn't also do enough damage with the few shots you did have, and there was no way to really make it sustainable, even with investment. So yeah, it's a bit of a problem. It's going good. You're just farming, nice. You could do with the Masterworks to compare to mine. Oh, I can do that for you to start with, PD Well, and yeah, I could boot up the game and show you my Masterworks. I do appreciate that Mobalytics kind of nuked those a little bit when they updated their engine, and they didn't see the point in warranting the effort in the new engine. I would laugh if D4 goes back and starts adding them back in, because then I'll look at Moba and be like, well, that was silly, wasn't it? But hopefully not for them, because that would suck. But yeah, it does mean their way of responding to it was, well, you can put text in there, but the thing is, no one will read them. So I can boot up and show you those. Yeah, anything like that, PD Well, and just reach out, whether it's on Discord or whatever. I'm happy to get them up for you. But I'm gonna my main focus today will be these guides. If I can get those 3 done, great. And then if I fancy doing an evade build one today, I'll do that. If not, I'll focus on a leveling guide or something. I don't want to try and bash out as many of these as possible this week. These are only first drafts. I'm going to have to go through every single one next week or the week after, whenever the patch notes drop. Pardon me. I'm going to have to go through every single one and update them still. With sanctifications, final season 11 stuff. Yeah, it's very time consuming. I have decided I don't actually have to do this many. I think I have to do 6 or 7, including a leveling guide or 2. So I'm obviously going well above and beyond, but I'm very much a person of, you take every opportunity you can get. Don't do things in half measures, because then, you know, if you do things in half measures and it doesn't work out well, you can't really say anything other than the fact you didn't put everything into it. This is my first season as the Spiritborn lead for Mobalytics. I really want to make an impression and I want better coverage on this class than there ever has been on the actual official list. There's always been the meta builds, and that's it. They've never really covered the rest. Most people might not play the off-meta builds, but some people might find those interesting. And honestly, it just means I've got a template for future, even when those builds get the super love, like Hydra did, and then they suddenly become the meta builds, you know? So I'm a forward thinker. I'm about not try and get the little short-term wins. I'm thinking long-term. How do I make my life easier in next season, or whenever the expansion drops, I imagine that will be a big overhaul, so that will be quite a lot of work. But then future forward, like, how do I make my life easier for the seasons afterwards? You know, I'm all about trying to work smart, to be honest. How many are there in total? I've currently got 7. If I do all the endgame guides, I've got links. That's 11 for Spiritborn. I actually want to do 4 leveling guides for Spiritborn. 1, Jaguar. So Evade for Eagle, Rake for Jaguar. I've already got Rock Splitter for Gorilla. And I'm probably going to do Withering Fists for Centipede. So you've got 1 for each of the halls. So that's another 4. So that's 15. So that's just Spiritborn. And that's not covering every single build, but it's a better coverage than we've had before. And that's all the major builds included that we know of. And I have got the 3 leveling guides for Hydra, Pulverize, and Bloodlance for Necro. The other 3 classes I generally play at the moment. So that would bring me up to 18. And I do have endgame guides for those as well, but I don't know if I'll find time for those. So, yeah, you're entering 15 to 20 guides here. It's quite a lot, right? So it's not like I was... Well, let's put it... That's what I was saying, though, PD Wenner, right? I quit my job, I think, to try and give this a full-time go. And I have found some type of content I like making, which people find useful. I'm not the sort of person to quit my job and sit on my backside and hope everything happens for me, you know? I'm a go-getter. You know, hopefully the effort pays off, but if it doesn't, I'm having fun doing it. Hopefully some people find it useful. And as I say, hopefully it pays off as well. I mean, you know, win-wins for everyone's a great thing, right? So, but first and foremost, I want to do a good job of what I've been trusted to do. I'm not really a half-assed, half-measures person. So, anyway, I'll tell you what. Since you're here, I've just booted up the game, so I'll boot in. The first thing we can do, we can just look at Masterworks for you. And then we can get cracking. Hey, Joe Necro, DJ Chrono, how's it going, guys? So let's flick over to the screen, and then if you want to come and join up with me, then you can come and view me, and you can see what my Masterworks are, yeah? And I can just run you through them as well. All right, yeah, if you want to come join up, PD Wellen, and then I'll go through mine, because they're not, my Masterworks aren't perfect, but they're close enough, I guess. Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. I did say to them that it kind of nukes a lot of builds, because there are actually quite a few builds that without the Masterworks will not function properly. There are some that really require them to get past certain points of breakpoints to become fully well-rounded and functional. But there you go. I guess it was late enough in the season. They were like, meh, season 11. I was all right, cool. Okay, I'll run you down my items quickly. I don't know why I took that one off. Oh, I was testing something, wasn't I? So, yeah, the Harlequin's Crest is an interesting one. Most people would triple into cooldown reduction here. I actually went 2 into maximum resource and 1 into cooldown reduction. If I had a GA here, I would possibly even triple into max resource just because it gives you more damage, to be honest. It doubles up in Rod of Kep and adaptability, but you could go cooldown or max resource here. If you need the cooldown reduction, go there. If you want more damage, go maximum resource, I guess. You want it so you can spam your gorilla as close to every 6 seconds as possible. Now, I'm not quite there, but the reason for that is on my Heshereka Sungi, I do not have a GA on ultimate cooldown reduction here, which would be great. But you do want to triple on your gorilla skills in Heshereka Sungi, because the gorilla skills are really big. They give you a whole load of levels in your rake. The other thing for the protector would be your tempering. So if I could re-roll this amulet, which I can't, and find another one as good as this and be bothered to make it, I would totally take barrier generation off this and make it ultimate protector ultimate cooldown, and you would put that in there, or you would flip over lucky hit resource. I don't know if you can put lucky hit resource on here, actually. I can't remember. Oh, you can, yeah. You put lucky hit resource up here, and then put ultimate cooldown reduction down on this ring, and then you triple into ultimate cooldown reduction. Or the protector ultimate cooldown reduction. The reason for that is that so that you can get your protector cooldown as low as humanly possible, so you can spam it. But I never got a replacement amulet, to be honest. Oh, it's just a lie. I might have one, but I never bothered to try and make it. In terms of the Zepazontek, triple in. You want a GA on basic skills, still dabber damage, and triple into it. You can only get that to about 48% regardless. But you want that as close to 100 as possible. So that's where you go with that. Rod of Kep, you can go triple into your maximum resource as long as you've got a GA and core skills hits twice. Because that's more damage, and you don't need to go into core skills hits twice if you get a really good roll on your weapon, as you'll see in a moment. Your boots, Harmony of Ibawaka. I go into movement speed because honestly, you're tanky enough anyway on this. And the movement speed here allows you to scale your brilliance damage up. Right? If you don't need movement speed to run, but the movement speed you do want as close to 200. The closer you get to 200, the stronger your brilliance multipliers get. So that can be quite handy there. On your weapon, you will want, if you can get, I haven't quite got it, but if you can get a pretty much perfect roll on chance for a rake to extra hit, like I'm pretty close, but if I had 68.3 here, that plus the Rod of Kep would, with just a GA, would make you go to 100. I'm currently at 98.5 with 64.5. You will need 2 Masterworks in chance for a rake, so I would absolutely do your first one in there and try and get your second one in there before going for your third. And then your third could go into resource cost reduction or dexterity, whatever you fancy. I mean, resource cost reduction would be pretty solid if you decide not to use the Ring of Starless. Otherwise, dexterity for damage. So that's what you do there. A lot of people might go triple here just so they can get that 100%, but you don't need it if you get the min-max stuff. Amulet, potent. at least in this season. Potent's not going to do damage next season, but this season it is the best damage passive we've got. So you'll want to triple into that. Ring of Starless, if you use that, triple into the core skills. If you choose to use a legendary ring instead of this, you want to triple into resource cost reduction maybe, or something like this. And then as I've said here, you would ideally I'd have Protector Ultimate cooldown on this and then put this resource up on the amulet, because you don't need to masterwork into primary resource here. But the Protector Ultimate cooldown would really benefit from a triple. The reason I've put Lucky Resource on is just to try and give you another way to help get your resource up to maximum as quick as possible. Most builds didn't use that, but I found that to be pretty useful. And that's it, really. Hopefully I didn't go through that too fast. Elsid, Zoran, Virid TV, how you doing, guys? Virid, when is the next PoE2 update? It is on the 12th of December, I believe. It is literally going to land near enough on top of the D4 release. They're both releasing in the same week, by the looks of it. So it's going to be a pretty torn up audience. I sadly am probably not going to get on PoE2 at release because of that reason. And because I'm a guide writer for Mobalytics for D4, like an official one, I'm kind of arm twisted to which game I choose, regardless of what I prefer to play. I will play PoE2 at some point. I probably just won't get on it on day one. I don't think it'll be possible for me this time round, which I'm actually a bit upset by because it's the Druid, and I really want to play Druid. I've been waiting for that for so long. But it's good to see from you, hear from you, Virid. Are you looking forward to the PoE2 update, are you? We'll hear more about that. Not next week, the week after. They announced their dates. I think it's pretty much the Games Awards. Yeah, no worries. If you need any more, my rod is basic, okay. Oh, fair enough, PD Wellen, yeah. So if you need any more info, PD Wellen, just let me know. You got the Midnight Sun ring on at the moment, okay. Yeah, I mean, that solves your resource thing. I was saying this last night when I was doing the core skill builds. I think next season, you need the Midnight... If you're doing a spam version of any of these builds, which normally you would, you kind of need the Midnight Sun ring. It's the only way that you would be able to get the resource quick enough. The only other way, if those new boots actually interacted with Rod of Kep, which they didn't on the PTR, but if they fixed that, so the new boots, the Path of Emissaries, which is where you move a certain amount of distance and then cast a core skill of your primary Spirit Hall, if that interacted with the Rod of Kep and everything, you possibly could get away with not using the Midnight Sun ring with that if you went with, like, the Evade rune with Lum and, like, Lucky resource and all sorts. Just all the resource gen in the world so that every time you evade and exceed that distance, you're back up to primary resource max again. You might be able to do it with that. And then you could use Rushing Claw or Evade. I could kind of see where they were going with the Path of Emissary boots. The problem is... Yeah, they were looking to go for mobility skills like Evade or Rushing Claw as a mobility skill, then allowing you to have your core skills auto-cast for you, like induced. And then that's why they've got core skills and core damage on those boots and everything. But the core skills from that will do 0 damage unless it interacts with the Rod of Kep at the moment, because the Rod of Kep is the only way to scale it properly. So that's a problem. Yeah. If they fix that Rod of Kep interaction, then maybe you would see things like an Evade Quill Volley, Evade Rake build. But I'm not going to make build guides for them unless I see that fixed, because it didn't work on the PTR. We tested it. It was kind of sad because we were all getting excited for it. Is this the update where Druids come out? I believe so, Jack Virid, yeah. Oh, did you just change your name, Virid TV? No, I think the full game's coming out next year. I think they were a bit over-ambitious. a little bit over-ambitious when they originally said their release date for the full game. They pushed it back, didn't they, saying it's going to happen in bits. But I think Druid's coming out this time, yeah, by the looks of it. We're going to get all the juicy details on... let me get the date for you, 1 second. Path of Exile 2 update. They did announce the date. December the 4th. Yeah, next week. Okay. It'll be next Thursday. Next Thursday. They are revealing. That's right, isn't it? 4th. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 second. Is it next Wednesday or next Thursday? Next Thursday, yeah. Next Thursday, they're going to reveal the 0.4 update. I mean, I'll watch that because I'm interested. I will play it at some point. I just don't think I'll get it on day one. It's launching on December the 12th. So the Friday afterwards, which is the day after the Games Awards. And which makes sense. I think any big company would want to get in on the Games Awards, right? The Games Awards are the biggest, if not the biggest platform to get announcements, reveals, and all sorts out there, or a big hype. It is one of the biggest, right? It's certainly the biggest around this time of year, which is obviously just before the holiday period and stuff when people have time off and such. So it does make sense why they'd want to do that there. And they've probably had that plan for a long time. So I don't think they've made that maliciously. It just is what it is if it clashes. There's so many ARPGs and live service ones. It's inevitable some will clash eventually. Yeah. Was a mess on console. Yeah, I have heard it's still got some issues on some of them. I don't know how to what degree. I play on PC, to be fair. Oh, if you've got it on PC and you've got a decent PC, it'll run fine, yeah. Breakpoint, you just made a disgusting helmet for your righteous fire. Did you? What's the helmet got on it? Go on. Hey, Zach, how's it going, dude? How's it going, man? Oh, fair enough, Jack. Oh, that's all good. I mean, I wasn't making a point. I was just making sure it was actually you, and I wasn't assuming. Yeah, I mean, the chances of someone else coming in with Virid in their name within that period of time would have been extremely slim, but not impossible. Doing good. Oh, you're playing some Borderlands. Nice. 25 watch streak. Nice. Yeah, send it to me on Discord. I'll have a look after stream. Right, okay. I am... Oh, Bukaki, your character name makes me laugh. Right. I'll leave myself in here until it times out. I'm going to crack on with some of these build guides. Because I still have a lot to do, as I've gone through already. I can't remember if I ever made a Balazan's Rake build before. Probably not. Pure Rake, Spiritborn, Thorns. Don't know why I've still got that one there. That's old school. Hey, Hellspawn, how's it going, man? Was frustrating to hit it, was it? In which way? Why was it frustrating? I'll probably just create a new one here. I don't think I've done a Rake Balazan's Thorns build. No. Look how many build guys I've done over the last year and a half. Bloody hell. Okay, here we go. Spiritborn. I'm going to need a template build as well so I can copy bits from and update accordingly. There is one thing in this guide. I've got to try and remind myself why I've done it that way. So I shall have a look at that in a moment. I guess we can just use the Rake one. Why not? Alright, this was definitely off meta, at least in the way it was. Item reliant. This would be reasonably good for Infernal Hordes. It's... Yeah. We'll do that. Endgame. Season 11. Balazans. Is it Balazans? I was going to call it Balazan Thorns. Balazanborn. Though I like that. I don't know. Balazanborn. Yeah, screw it, I'll do. I like to keep the same format where I'm going. The season 11 bit will be gone when we go into the final season, but just skill hyphen build name. I want to keep the same. I want consistency. No, all good. Changed it before I came in. All right, fair enough. All right, I see Jack Ferris, yeah. That's weird that it showed your old name for one message and then changed the new one. That's quite that's quite funny. Long weekend, so you're great. Nice. Yeah, I'm good, Hellspawn. You got the long weekend for Thanksgiving, have you? Balathornborn. It reads a bit weird, doesn't it? That is it. Okay, nice. Hey, Briscoe. How's it going, dude? Oh, I don't know. I'm not sold on it. I'm not even sold on the last one, if I'm being honest. If anyone's got any clever names for a Rake Balazan's Thorns build, throw it at me. It needs to have Born at the end. The reason for that is all of my builds are using that sort of like naming convention. Stingerborn, Deathborn, Hulkborn, Fireborn, Gambitborn, Revengeborn, Gorillaborn, so on, right? For the end game builds. It's based off of the Balazan Thorns pants, and it's a Poison Thorns build. I haven't got a clever name off the top of my head just yet. Balathornborn is clever, but I don't like the way it reads. I don't know. It's something weird about reading it. It's sort of weird. It's because it's Thornborn. You know what I mean? Like trying to say it, Thornborn. It's a bit of a mouthful. Giftborn? Why Giftborn? Trashborn. Yeah, I'm good, Briscoe. Just getting deep into the build guides. I've still got quite a few to do. You're coming down with the flu. I actually saw you mention that in, I think it was Pan's chat. I was lurking away. I hope you feel better soon, dude. It's that time of year. I'm doing my absolute best to try and avoid it. Balaborn. That did cross my mind, Balaborn. Balaboom, balaboom. That's the thing that comes to my mind. Balaboom, balaboom. Yeah, it did cross my mind. Balathorn. I mean, I did want to keep the naming convention. As fussy as that seems. I mean, that definitely reads better. Balaborn. Balaboom, balaboom. That's literally the first thing that came to my mind. Battleborn. So it's based upon the Balazan's Poison Thorns pants. It's a Rake build, and it's a Poison Thorns build, and it uses the Balazan's pants. But it doesn't have to, like, specifically use those words. Just something that kind of makes sense, you know? I want something that makes it quite obvious it's like a Thorns Poison build, you know what I mean? Doesn't have to reference the Balazans. Yeah. Let me do a quick Google. See if Google AI does anything for me. Clever character names ending with born. Referencing based upon poison and thorns. AI mode. Let's see what it comes up with. Briarborn. That's not bad, actually. Acanthaborn. A Greek name meaning thorn. I mean, now you're getting into big brain names. No one will know what Acantha is. That's quite a cool name, though. Blackthorn. No, it needs to have born at the end. Crataegus-born. Hemlockborn. Named after the highly poisonous plant that Socrates used to commit... Oh, okay. We won't specify the last bit there. Belladonic-born. That just sounds like a pop song, doesn't it? Foxglove-born. Immortal-born. Thorny-born. Yes. What about Rot-born? I mean, the name's cool. I don't know if it screams what it is, though. Sadly. I quite like these two, actually. I mean, briar doesn't specifically mean poison, but it everyone will... If you mention briar to a lot of people, they will instantly think, like... you know, like, just sort of, like, tangled up thorns, won't they? That's what people would think. I don't think anyone would instantly, unless they're big brain people, would instantly know what acantha means. It's just a cool sounding name, isn't it? Acantha-born. Technically does mean thorns. Yeah. It's kind of missed the whole poison bit here. Poison thorns. Let's change the search to poison thorns. I'll copy those two into a list somewhere because actually they aren't terrible. Maybe if I link those together, maybe it'll give me more tailored towards those two things together. That has given me Hemlock-born. The highly poisonous plant famously used to execute secretes. Ivyborn. Actually, that's not bad. Ivyborn's actually not bad. Sporeborn. I actually quite like Ivyborn. Although it's not specifically thorns, everyone knows ivy's poisonous, right? And I suppose everyone's immediate reaction of ivy in like films and stuff is it's like massive and overgrown and it can have thorns and all that stuff. I don't know. The only problem I've got with it is because this is going to be rake hyphen, it needs to be very obvious why that is different to rake fireborn. I'm torn between Briarborn and Ivyborn because Briarborn is quite obvious that it's thorns related and Ivyborn is probably quite obvious that it's poison related. It doesn't quite do justice to both at the same time. It's kind of one or the other. They would both work. I might just do a poll and you guys can vote. And then we'll just use one of those. Thrakeborn. Combined both. Yeah, but how do you... Yeah, but it needs to sound... I want it to sound decent as well. Like, I don't want it to be like a mouthful, you know? Yeah, I understand where you've gone with that more than... Yeah, Nettleborn. That's not bad. Nettleborn, yeah. Because nettles are less thorns, but more a plant, aren't they? Which can sting you. I guess it is kind of poisonous. That's why it leaves you with a non-detrimental poison, but it makes you all itchy and stings, doesn't it? I don't know. Tyron, Daggervane, how's it going, guys? And Zeref, how you doing, dudes? Okay, I'm going to do a poll for this quick. Let me set one of these up. Don't want to spend all night trying to come up with a name. I actually quite like all of those. What should we name this build? Briarborn. Ivyborn. There you go. Give me all 2 minutes. All right. I'll be intrigued to see what people vote. At the top of the chat, guys, in Twitch, you can vote for what name we should use. Briarborn, Acanthaborn, Ivyborn, or Nettleborn. Choose which one you prefer for this Rake, Poison Thorns, Balazan's builds. There is no right or wrong answer. I actually think all of them sound great. Like, they all sound good to say. They all read okay. They don't sound like or read like mouthfuls. And they will all do the job. So don't feel bad. If anyone in any of the other chats doesn't want to come over to Twitch and wants to give their input, you can just type it in chat and I will include that. No problem. It's got a 2-minute timer, so it'll go pretty quick. So as long as it's quite obviously different and why it's different from the Rake Fireborn build, then I'm happy, because you got 2 Rake builds. Rake is a really good activator for it because it hits so many enemies, and with Wild Claws you can get it so it hits more, like you can get up to 4 attacks and they can just hit all the enemies. So when you get massive, that's why it was broken on the previous seasons. You grouped all these enemies up and then you'd get all these crazy rakes going off and they'd hit all the enemies and they'd all stack poisons and it'd end up just creating server lag and all sorts. Probably still will next season unless they fix something. Yeah. All right, last chance, guys, to vote top of chat for what we're going to name this Rake Poison Thorns Balazan's build. I think got about 10 seconds left or something. And then we'll see which one's won. And then we'll name it that. All right, and the winner is Ivyborn. Nice. There we go. GG's. Well done, Hellspawn. It's a good suggestion. Sometimes these builds are really easy to come up with names for. And then it's like, I've got brain fart. There you go. Ivyborn. Nice. Save. Okay. Yeah, I quite like it. It reads well. It speaks well. It's quite obviously different to a fire rake, so this is good. All right, here we go. And then the rest of the content will obviously emphasize that. But when they're on the tier, the reason I want it obvious is if you go to the tier list, right, and you go to Spiritborn, all you're going to get is the build name. So you can see a lot of these are mine already. Only 2 of them aren't. But this will be way more fleshed out for Season 11. I obviously picked this roll up literally as Season 10 went live. So I've sort of been playing catch up as we go. So I managed to get 6 on here. But I'll have way more for next season. And I want them all to read okay. Also, Aggravain, yes, I did see your messages in Kick yesterday. You were the only one, probably, yeah. I don't really get any viewership over on Kick. I just go live there because I've got the hardware. I figured, why not? Better to be prepared than to be behind, right? It's an up-and-coming platform. Who knows? Maybe it'll die. Maybe it'll go somewhere. It's not very busy for RPGs right now, but, you know. And this Jaguar endgame build focuses on optimizing the damage from the Balazan's max lethal unique optimizing the I should put poison damage here. From the Balazan's max lethal while staying tank enough. Yep, sounds good. Check out these leveling guides because I won't have a direct one for this, although actually that's not true. Some of these builds will have a direct leveling build, some won't. And head to the tier list for all other available endgames. And this is fine. Right, good. I love the fact that I've pretty much nailed this. There'll be a couple of additions to make, maybe. And then I can just copy-paste it across all builds and adjust. It's great. It will die. Maybe Aggravain, yeah. But it really isn't that much effort for me to go live there. And I've got the hardware, so I figured I may as well. Right, what do I normally put in here? High damage output, good clearance, easy play style. Let me have a quick look at the setup here. It does require... Funnily enough, my endgame version, I ended up on a Shattered Vow. It actually was quite good on the PTR. They buffed this, so it gives you 111% damage over time duration on it. Not 22% or something. And the thing about that is, for any dots you apply, that is a multiplier, because the way it works is if you've got 100 damage over 4 seconds and then you get 100% duration increase to 8 seconds, your original 100 damage doesn't now happen over 8 seconds. It doubles that damage. It doubles it to 200 over 8 seconds. So it's another way, it's another multiplier. So it's really big. And you get a really crazy amount of damage over time. We've requested 2 things for this weapon as well. The attack speed while berserking is giga nice. This solves attack speed for you. If we didn't have attack speed cap 1 and 2 and they merged together, this would be epically good for any build that uses dots on Spiritborn, because Spiritborn can use the polearm. That doesn't require another specific unique. So poison builds, say. It also, the aspect, this is really good until the end game, and then it's the same as everything else with dots. You can never fill an enemy's life with damage over time, so you'll never execute them, so it becomes a bit meh. So really, that aspect needs to have some sort of extra oomph to it to make this polearm giga for dot builds. So we're hoping, we did report this. I don't know if that'll get changed for this season, but it was actually really good on season 11 for this build. I found it to be a decent, with that new change to damage over time duration, that was the highest damage output I managed to achieve with it in my very short testing period. I think I spent 2 hours on this build. Can't remember why I put Ring of Starless here. I think I put Ring of Starless on for the 50% generic damage. I think that's the only reason. And the attack speed, maybe. But the 50, you want generic damage scalers so that it scales the thorns on your Balazans. Yeah. Each attack damages close enemies for a percentage of your thorns and deals 100% of this damage as poisoning. And it's that poison that you care about. And then every time you retaliate with thorns for 5 seconds, the poisoning damage is increased up to 4x. So it's all about scaling your thorns damage. So you needed to take aspects that scales your thorns damage. Yeah. That's right. And I used the Zan rune because that allows your thorns damage to... That allows your thorns damage to overpower and crit, which allows you to use redirected force, and your thorns damage from Balazans then counts with crits and overpowers, which then scales into your poisoning, where your dots would normally not be able to crit and overpower. It did work because I tested taking it off, and it was a really significant damage boost. I couldn't find a better way to activate it on this build than the Ahu rune, but yeah. I actually can see why I used the Starless. It's just a generic damage scaler. It dips into the thorns and it dips into the poisons. I think you double dip with it. I think that's what I did. Yeah. This works okay. I did a pit 85 on this, I believe, and it was comfortable enough. It wasn't the best build, but it was good enough, to be honest. Maybe someone will find something giga broken. I didn't do sanctifications. It's very likely that build could go silly with sanctifications, to be honest. Just like every spirit. I think every Spiritborn build that can do a 90 to 100 will, without sanctifications, will go silly with sanctifications. 25 watch streak aggravate. Nice. All right, strengths and weakness build. Poison build. Poison Thorns build. That does make it that unique. It's pretty easy to play. It is a relatively easy play style. I mean, if I look at the setup, it's the same as all the others. Just spam rake and place down your protector. Off you go. Like it's not rocket science. I did actually use double gorilla with this as well. Gorilla skills deal thorns damage. Yeah, I found this to be the best, I think. I'm pretty certain. Like, none of the others really scales. Your centipede doesn't mix in with Balazans. They're separate instances of poison, so that didn't really matter. This here gave your skills extra thorns damage. And barrier gen and such. Yeah. And it makes all your skills gorilla skills, which meant your Hesher Ekasungi's... I mean, you don't care about the skills in your rake, particularly. But your rake's mainly an activator and cooldown reducer. And then the extra ranks would give all your skills extra cooldowns, and it'd make all these skills have extra cooldowns and extra durations and all this stuff. So it just makes it way easier. You want all of these up at the same time. You need Toxic Skin up, you need Armored Hide up, and you need Counterattack up at all times so that you get the the thorns from this, the thorns multiplier from this, and the thorns multiplier from this when you've got 100% dodge and the 100x from toxic skin. So it made life easier there. Lord's Mantle for crazy cooldown on your Protector and Armored Hide, meaning you can spam them for days. Doubling up the thorns on this as well. Yeah, the Jaguar just didn't work better here, really, I don't think. Generic damage from the resolves gives you unstoppable permanently. You're never going to run out. Yeah, this seems reasonable to me. I can see why I did all this stuff. I did try and play around with a bunch of stuff here. It's just a relatively easy play style. Good clearance. I'd say it's got relatively good clearance. We'll probably just go with the same as the rate build, honestly. For the most part. Off meta build. Mobility will be average. There you go. 3 and 3. Sounds good. Herky Derp. How's it going, dudes? How's it going, man? Right. We need a T4 version. And we'll copy that in here. Boop. Bump, bump, bump. For this build to function, it is mandatory to have the aspect of Wild Claws and preferably a high roll. Yes. Actually, the high roll does not matter. But the damage roll does not matter here. Yeah, the damage doesn't matter on it, but you want Wild Claws, so every time you use Rake and you get the double Rake, every time you cast Rake, you'll get an extra Rake. That's why. Yeah. Interestingly, yes. Yeah, that's the reason I took the double Gorilla as well, the barrier gen here. Because you're not using Temerity, because you can't with the Balazans. So this is the one build I did not use Temerities on, because you cannot with the Balazans. So you have to solve barrier elsewhere. And I wanted to do it about the Q rune. I'm pretty sure with the way Gorilla was, and the way that Rake could hit that, and Protector, because you could spam Protector for days, those kind of solved it for you. I may well have maxed out Auspicious as well. Oh, I actually didn't. Oh, no, I did. I put one in there, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Just to give you some there as well. But I remember this being fine. I remember this not being too squishy. Right, I'll tell you what. We'll whack in the items here. You'll ideally have... Yeah, so we don't want any of those. Lord's Mantle... At Heshira Kasangi. Balazan's Max Leto. That's it, okay. And most importantly, as by this point, which makes the build functional. Yeah, that seems good. Rake, Protector. Armored Hide, Counterattack, Ravager, Toxic Skin, Gorilla. I'm going to nick the double Gorilla stuff. I have got those across my 2 builds already. I just need to go find... I might have it in this one. Yeah, there you go. Okay. And that's good. Right. Lord's Mantle. Movement speed, probably. That's changed into Dex. I'll come back to that one because I'm going to... This is a non-mythic version. Pants, Balazans. You'll want Bastion. What do I do for the boots? Duelists for attack speed, I guess. How was I stacking for... Oh, one benefit of using Rake. Yeah, you just... Every time you cast Rake, you get Ferocity, yeah. That's the other reason to use Rake here. Yeah, that totally makes sense why I've done that. You don't care about the damage of Rake, so yeah, this makes sense. Dex, because that scales your thorns, damage, and your poison and everything. Max life, because you don't want to die. Life per second for extra Ravager hits, because Ravager made your damage go crazy on this build, because you hit more, and each one of those stacks your Balazans. And movement speed, because you don't want to walk like a snail. And then rake size, because you want it to be at least a bit bigger than tiny, puny rakes. Weapon's an interesting one. I don't know what aspects put in here. I'll come back to this. Dex, max life, apex, nourishment. Okay. I still don't know why I put... I do know why I put that in there. Yeah. I know why I put nourishment for this one. Because dominant, although it gives you more percent, it makes your gorilla skill damage higher. And your Balazan Thorns poison isn't skill damage. So you use nourishment because that is poison damage. So the poison that scales off your thorns scales with nourishment, I believe. That's why we use nourishment here. Nourishment and Apex will both affect the poison coming off of there. You could also use Unrestrained Power, but that's got a bigger condition on it. Nourishment's just the best in slot there, I think. So in this case, that does make sense. Yeah, Dex. Directed Force. I put max life here because I think you lacked max life on this build in general. Otherwise, and you were just so squishy. You wanted more max life because you haven't got the quite as crazy barrier gen from Temerity. That's right. What temper did I put here? Vortex size, that makes sense. Again, so your Vortex has got a bit more power to it. Although saying that, you've got the Protector pull-in. So on this build, you've got a double pull-in. But you kind of want that. You want to pull things in for days. You could theoretically go something else here. I don't know what, though, off the top of my head. Yeah, they did say to me they might scale up the utility Thorns numbers. I did also report that the Paragon Thorns numbers were puny. And it'd be nice to see those go up. Whether those happen or not, I don't know. You could just roll double rake size here. So you get absolutely massive rakes. I mean, that is definitely something you could do. But you probably don't need to. Did I put counterattack charges here? Yeah, I did. Okay. One of those is probably enough. We'll leave that. Dex, attack speed, life on hit. Vulnerable. That is why I put life on my amulet. Yes. Because otherwise you were just way too squishy. Yeah, Wild Claws. You don't care about the damage, you just need it on the build. But yeah, you wanted the attack speeds, you wanted life on hit for the sustain, and because of the way that can generate Ravager stacks and then Lucky Vulnerable. Counter-attack charges to make it easier to keep that up all the time. I will need to make a note here. The third slot there is, in fact, life on hit. When this song started, I thought it was Pantera Walk, Seraph. Yeah. It's a good track, this. You know, I know not everyone's a big Nickelback fan, but I quite like this song. It's just groove, you know, it's groove rock. It's got a groove riff to it. Pantera Walk is a banger, though. I got to see them play that finally after all these years, earlier this year. I know it was only half of Pantera plus Zach Wilder and whoever the drummer is these days, but it was still good. It's the best I was going to get. I never got a chance to see them back in the day. I was too young, I suppose. Too young and hadn't gotten into them. I didn't come from a family that was into that music, so by the time they were no more, it's kind of about the time I started getting into the music, because I was at that age where all my friends did. Oh, Metallica was awesome. Nice. Yeah, they are sick. Glad you had a good time, dude. Right. We want generic damage here of some kind. Conceited is probably as good at any, I guess. Let's have a quick scan down here. Generic damage. Or poison damage. Yeah, they changed this, so it's only staggered bosses and not just unstoppable enemies and bosses. That makes Creeping Death worse, to be honest. I mean, Aspects of Elements is really good on this build. I tested it. It actually was. Like, slotting Aspects of Elements on was almost as good as putting Redirected Force on, but the thing about the Aspects of Elements is, unless they might change this from the PTR game, because there was a lot of pushback on it. So where it worked before, it would rotate every 7 seconds between three elements, and then rotate to the other 3 elements, and it would just go between them. They changed it, so it had even more RNG on it, so it could stack up to 5 times, but you were never quite sure which way it was going to go. So if you had your correct one 5 times in a row, you get giga damage for whatever element you're using. The problem is you could end up getting permanently shafted for 5 times, so you end up not seeing it for like half a minute or more, even a benefit. So yeah, it's a bit... It did bring giga damage, but it also brought wet noodle damage. Depends how lucky you were. It would create... If you were pushing towers, it would create even more fishing. You'd be fishing for a good run for RNG completely just on your Aspect of Elements on top of everything else. So I probably won't recommend putting that on. I'm hoping they change it because, yeah, I don't know. It wasn't fantastic. Anything thorns, crit, overpower, or poison damage I can use here. Problem is you don't have much of those. All of the thorns aspects are like, do 100% of your thorns in this situation, and they don't do anything in the end game. They just don't. It's kind of sad. I've reported that. Maybe we'll get some love to it sometime. I don't know of any that are better here, but I'm checking just in case. Some of these aren't even Spiritborn. It's picking up all the classes stuffs. Yeah. It's like this, Tormentors. Enemies who move while poisoned by you additionally take a bunch of thorns damage per second by you. But it's not adding the thorns to your Balazan thorns, for example, which then gets converted into poison. It's just 8% of your thorns per second. So this literally just wet noodle damage after about level 45. It's just useless. Yeah, I'd say... Is there any uniques we could use here? Peacemongers was changed. That has 15x on it and gives you armor. But that won't be better, and I don't think. You get ranks nourishment on midday hunt, and it gives you more vigor. But the problem is you can't use vigor in this instance. I mean, this does give you... While you have Ferocity, your poisoning effects deal their damage across 30... No, this has changed. That doesn't do it across the normal duration. It extends the duration, doesn't it? Tell you what, that might actually be a better play. Let me just duplicate this a second. Test. Midday hunt. They changed it. So it's got ranks of nourishment, which is multiplicative poison damage. Attack speed's useful. Life on kill is meh, but, you know, whatever. Movement speed while killing enemies not entirely useless. The maximum vigor increase doesn't really do anything for us on this build, so that's kind of sad. We can't scale the damage of our poison with this, I don't think. But while you have Ferocity, your new poisoning effects last 33% longer, which means that's a 33x for poisoning damage. Non-contingent. You're always going to have Ferocity. I might actually just slap that on instead of the Ring of Stylus. There's a so I would actually like to use this on this build in the final version, but you'd have it as this ring here, maybe. And then you would look to... Well, you'd need to get vulnerable somewhere else. Somehow. The life on hit, you could live without. Yeah. There's a world where you would sanctify, like, one of these aspects on there, maybe. I don't know if you can do Lucky Vulnerable in the Amulet, can you? I don't think you can. Oh, you can. You could put it on the Amulet, but it looks a bit... Well, apparently you can. Yeah. I think for now, that's what we do. Because that's better than Conceited, which is a 30x. That technically makes your poisoning damage better. Which is where most of your damage comes from. Or you could use Wound Drinker. Every time you deal Thorns damage, you gain Vigor. That doesn't do anything to us, but you do gain Toxic Skin's passive effect. All the time. And then you could put Scourge on. But it doesn't give you attack speed. That's an issue. You actually do need the attack speed here, I think, to cap out your attack speed. Because without that, you can get, what, like 15 here. You really can't suffer that max life. You're going to have a bad time. You can get 22.5 there, 15 there. That's 37.5. And you'll get in Paragons... That's right. 5, 10, 12.5, 15, 7.5. Yeah, 12.5 there. 25. Yeah. You can get 32.5 in this setup. I mean, that's actually just 75. And then you've got 15. You've got 25. You've got 32.5, 37.5. That takes you to 70. Plus this, that's 85. So you can get 85% just from Paragon and this. And you'd need one more. Yeah, you need one more roll of attack speed. I mean, that attack speed and that ring solves it. Yeah, it's assuming you got GA there, and you just need, yeah, you need the GA here as well, maybe. Oh, you get 22.5 there as well. Okay. Interesting. 22.5, 45 plus that. That's 50, 60 plus 32.5. That takes you to 92.5. I mean, you could probably get away with not using the elixir advantage to put a max life potion on or something. Would make you a little bit tankier with that setup. Yeah, I actually did request some changes to the Wound Drinker, because it's just like, it doesn't have any damage. It doesn't have any, like, yeah, it's meant to be a Poison Thorns ring, but you're never going to use it. Realistically. It's annoying. I mean, it does allow you to put Scourge on, which is a 50x multiplier as well, because you get your Toxic Skin passive, so that's kind of nice. But you don't get the attack speed, so that's an issue. Range working out. 22.5, 37.5, 32.5 in there. That's 70. 85 for the potion. You're still missing that 15, which you're not going to get. The Toxic Skin ranks really don't matter to us here. Damage to poisons, additives, that's okay. Armor's up, not too bad. That Thorns value's nice, but it's not... I mean, it makes a difference, but it's not... Yeah. It's the only real benefit here. If this had multiplicative damage on it as well, for Thorns, then this would totally be better. But I think the Ring of Midday Hunt comes with that attack speeder, and it's got multiplicative poison damage on it with Nourishment, which can go to what, like 4 ranks? Yeah. So you can get up to 16% damage there, multiplicative, in your Nourishment bucket. And you can extend the duration of your poisoning effects, which is great because you're going to blow them up. You can use Noxious Resonance to blow them up. That's the whole idea of it. Yeah, probably best to recommend that one. Do attack speed there. Well, actually, no. Nourishment would be better. Attack speed. Attack speed here. Enemies in its area take increased damage from your gorilla skills. Maybe the Heshira Kasungi isn't the play here. It is nice that it pulls enemies and you can use it at range. From your gorilla skills. That might not actually be doing anything. All right, this is what I use. We'll leave that for now. It's possible if you needed to free up another slot for like life on hit and another aspect, you could possibly change the gloves here. That might not be scaling your Thorns or your poison because it scales up the skill damage. And that's not what a Balisand's does. It just does a certain amount of your Thorns damage, which is separate to your skill damage. The way that reads is it wouldn't scale your Thorns or your poison damage. So you wouldn't be... And the skill ranks do nothing for you. You made Twitch affiliate today, Wisconsin. Nice! That deserves this, Wisconsin. Yes! Twitch affiliate, well done. Congrats, dude. That's awesome. Onwards and upwards, eh? Twitch partner next, right? Nice, dude. No worries. No, I'm happy for you. It's harder to do that than people think, you know, unless you've got lots of help. It just is. We have got the cry rune, so we can possibly do that here. Vortex size. Yeah, I think actually... we use the protector for the 30x damage. That's generic damage, though. But the gloves isn't generic damage, I don't think. I'm going to read it in game just to double check that it's not that website that's showing weirdly. There's a reason why I use that gloves for ease of use, I guess, but you might not need to. It is a big hype. It's a lot harder to get to affiliate than people think. Took me a long time. I did it the hard way, I suppose. Where's my Heshireka Sungi? Enemies in its area take multiplicative increased damage from your gorilla skills. Okay. So, yeah, actually, I probably didn't realise. I only spent a very short period of time on this in the PTR. I didn't read that. If that works as red, then Heshireka Sungi wouldn't actually scale your poison or thorns damage here. So, you're better off sticking something like Conceited on, maybe. With Dexterity, which also scales your thorns and your... well, that'll scale your thorns and your poison. You could put max life here, which is nice. Attack speed, of course. So you get less attack speed than on those gloves. Yeah, you're definitely going to do that. And then your final stat could be life on hit, maybe. Yeah, they got life on hit here. Or lucky vulnerable. Yeah. Conceited, because you're going to have barrier all the time and the gorilla up. Dex. Yeah, you put life on hit in there. You can put vortex size here, and then you can put on the amulet protector cooldown. The protector is still really good. You won't be able to use it at range, and you won't be able to use it to pull stuff in, but that's okay because you've got the vortex, which will be activating every like 3 seconds anyway. 3 or 3.5 seconds, whatever it is, it's quicker. So as long as you've got the vortex size roll on there, you'll be golden. There is a world where maybe you'd keep on the Ring of Midday Hunt here as well. And you'd actually put Wild Claws over there. And then you take max life off and go lucky vulnerable life on hit over there like you did here. You'd lose your counterattack charges, but maybe that's okay here in this instance. Not sure. Gloves, 4th affix, life on hit. And what we can do here, and we'll do that there for now. Yeah, and then Ring of Midday Hunt. I think that makes sense. Go for Nourishment. Diamond here. Yeah, let's give it a save. Right, chest piece. Oh yeah, that's right. You'll use a razor plate in the meantime here, of course. Doesn't give you any defense, but that certainly gives you the most thorns damage you can, right? So that makes sense. You don't need it, but it's certainly a nice one to have. And weapon-wise, yeah, none of those will work. So you're now looking for an aspect to stick in here. Hmm. I guess you put redirected force here. You can get attack speed on the weapon, actually, as well. What? Why can't I get dexterity here? What? There's something wrong with the weapons. I can't put dexterity on it. Well, that's rip. Missing half the stats. What's going on? You want dexterity. For some reason, it's not in there. Big fail. Oh, we haven't got half the weapon tempers either. I did report this, actually. Not even sure if any of those would be any good. Let's have a quick look what we got. Hey, Hyru, how's it going? Let's have a quick look at what you can temper on here. So you just put attack speed in there. Damage over time. I just need a random weapon that I can... Anything that's like not half decent? Well, we'll just see. It doesn't matter. I'm not actually going to do anything with it. I just want to see what weapon tempers we got. Can't remember. We don't want the lucky hit stuff. It's no good in the end game. Nope. There is a couple of options here. Now, you do have Ravenous. What does Ravenous do again? It's one of those contingent ones, isn't it? Yeah. So even if you slap that on, you get 4 ranks. Masterwork, it gets 6. You're going to get, what, like 15x damage. Doubled on healthy enemies to 30. Is that correct? You can get 6 if you got the GA on it. So that's a 15x. It's not too bad. It is a temper that gives direct damage multiplier. 2. Oh no, your centipede skills. No, it's no good because that's centipede skills, and it's not a centipede skill, isn't it? You'd need nourishment because that's poison damage. That's the only one that would count here. Okay, so that's out the window. The only other one you could use is primary gorilla spirit hall potency. Because although the thorns damage from that is not where your main thorns damage is coming from, I don't think. But it would give you more barrier gen, I suppose. Each attack damages close enemies for a percentage of your thorns damage. It's a bit confusing as to whether that would include Gorilla Skills. No, that's Gorilla Skills deals a percentage of thorns damage. This is just each attack damages close enemies for 20. So I don't think the thorns damage on the Gorilla Primary mixes with the Balazans. I think they're separate instances of thorns, and that won't do the poisoning, and this will. So actually, your best bet is probably to do... Where is it? Sure, you can do it here. Or maybe they added it back for this season. Oh, no, it's offensive, isn't it? That's why. Yeah, you're probably best adding... You could do Bastion. That's Thorns. 120 per rank. So you get 6 ranks. So you could actually get a fairly chunky amount of Thorns there. 720. Oh, actually, we're critting with the Zamrune, or overpowering. We could put overpower damage here. maybe 170 overpower damage would work. Oops. I thought you could put poison damage on here as well. And maybe they added that back for next... Oh, for God's sake. It's done it again. Yeah, you can. You could do poison damage as well. That would just straight scale. That's not as high as overpower, but that would apply to all poisoning instances, regardless of being overpowered or not. Maybe that would be safer. That's the same as critical damage, so there's no reason not to put poison damage on in that instance. There's a way up to whether Bastion would be better or not. Would 720 Thorns be better than nearly 200 poisoning damage? It'd be 195 poison damage. It's a lot of poison damage. You've already got quite a few ranks of Bastion. That's the thing. Get 4 there. You got 3. You've already got 8 ranks of Bastion, and you can temper Bastion as well. But well, theoretically we haven't, but you can. I guess that's what you'd put in here, right? Oh, they've actually got sanctifications on here now, look. But I need confirmation of what you can actually put in here before I decide to put in there what I want. Hey, Bargashi, how's it going? A bit late today. No worries, dudes. Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Raziel Moose Tickles, how's it going, guys? I might suggest putting Bastion there and then poison damage there. The additive poison would be nice. Because that's sort of, it's not quite, but it is a stepping stone. What we're doing here is we're making a stepping stone towards the Shattered Vow, which gives you a lot of damage over time additive. What this will do is give you a decent chunk of additive here. You can put poison damage in here, which affects poison damage over time and poison hit damage, so this will just be great. So those combined will probably just about get rid of Shattered Vow. Was Dexterity would be here, attack speed will be here, so that you get attack speed in the Shattered Vow, you get max life from the Shattered Vow. You don't get Dexterity on there, but you do get the crazy damage over time duration, which will definitely exceed it. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I tried the legendary weapon over the Shattered Vow. I think that damage over time duration actually exceeded it because they buffed it so much. For dot damage builds specifically, yeah. And what we got here, Ahuzan, yeah. Ahuzan. I couldn't find another way to activate that better in this instance. That's probably the play here. For some reason, we haven't actually got access to Dexterity here. I don't know why. Third affix here. In this instance, that could be attack speed because you may, even at Paragon 200, plus if you've got all your extra points, you may not have capped out your attack speed here at this point. So we'll take that because that helps you do that. Yeah. So I think this is fine. Gloves. Good. Vortex. Protects cooldown. Counter attack. That makes sense. Bastion. Movement speed with Rake. Thorns. Lords his mantle with movement speed. Yeah, that looks solid. Okay. Yeah, how you doing, Moose? You good? Loving the emotes. Loving the emotes. Right, we will want to copy. I need to sneeze. One sec, guys. Oh, there we go. That's better. You will also... this build... is also elevated by the @Zan rune, because this allows your Thorns damage to be affected by critical damage and overpower damage. Modifiers. There we go. Very important. Very important. Most people do not know this. So it's good to specify that specifically there. It's quite an important detail. Okay, let's copy and paste this here. Some of it will be usable, some of it won't. Aspect wild claws, aspect of redirected force. And I believe... Why is there 3 of them? What? Alright then. Conceited, duelists. Oh, I can find another one for that in a minute. Guess we can stick conceited in here. Vehement's brawler in here, maybe. It's just generic damage. It will scale to poison. Don't think there's anything else crazy in here. Yeah, we don't want to do that, really. It's annoying that they changed Creeping Death, because that's really the only one of the only dot damage related aspects, but it's just a bit meh. There's so much unstoppable stuff. Unstoppable enemies will just take 40x damage over time, so that's kind of nice. But it sucks against bosses. You have to stagger them, and then they will take 40x, but then they take nothing otherwise. I don't know why they changed that. It wasn't broken before. You're probably better off just taking Vehement's Brawler and having that 30x most of the time. And not being worried about all the other stuff. Yes. We don't need that one. Unique items. Neither of these. Literally none of those. Loyalty's Mantle, Razor Plate, which I'm pretty sure I've got another build, so I can nab that from there. Balazans I'll need to write out. And Ring of Midday Hunt. Fairly certain. Might be in this one. Yep. Hey, Dim, how's it going? First time chatter. Yeah, man. Gotta love a bit of Metallica. How you doing, dude? Doubles primary spirit hall potency. Oh, actually, we can literally just do this. Yeah, 60%. Gorilla skill cooldown. Okay, that one on there. Generates poisoning. Damage over time. Scaled from the thorns damage. Might actually apply those around the other way. Oh, goodness me. And a legendary ring. Can attain. Ranks. Nourishment. I don't think you can get nourishment there as a taggable yet. Oh, you can. That's a winner. You do Bastion as well? Oh, you can. Winning. They've since added those. Those weren't there before. Increases poison damage over time. Duration. A damage multiplier. Alright, nice. Agony Cry. We can steal that from another build. Looks good. What do you think about Evade build? Evade on the PTR dim was the top Spiritborn builds. I will get a build guide together for that, either today or tomorrow. I've got a planner here for it somewhere. It was bugged on the PTR. And people won't like to hear that because they like their speed build being crazy. I was very surprised when people started telling me how well this was doing. But the reason this was bugged is because they changed this. This might have been bugged for a very long time. It just wasn't really noticeable before because the primary Eagle Spirit Hall, like if I boost it up here, because I've got the game open right now. If we went to the Spirit Halls here and changed this to, if we go to Eagle, it makes it so you spawn Storm Feathers and they do a certain amount of damage. And it also scales your movement speed. Now, that movement speed is what used to scale with the Spirit Hall potency. They changed this in Season 11 upcoming, so it scales the damage instead. Now, that works fine. I thought originally it was that's bugged, but it's not. What's bugged is the Loyalty's Mantle, which is supposed to double that potency, as long as both are the same, which on this build you'll have double Eagle. That was actually applying that and then multiplying and applying it again. So it was doing ×2, then ×2. It was basically doing 2 squared on it. So you're getting 4x out of just the Loyalty's Mantle. And then on top of that, when you equip the Wusha Nukpa, which I haven't got in this version, but in the Mythic version I will have somewhere. I've got to change it. But yeah, you'll want the Wusha Nukpa here. When you've got the Wusha Nukpa on, I don't know why I didn't put it in there. I meant to. But yeah, when you've got the Wusha Nukpa on, that also has on it the means to scale the primary Spirit Hall bonus, which again scales the damage up to 300%. But this was being applied and then multiplied and applied again, squared, and then squared by Loyalty's Mantle. So the numbers on this Evade Spiritborn damage, like this number here, was going to... I saw on mine, it was going up to like in the hundreds of millions as a base number before, nearly the billions. It was crazy. So no wonder that build was hitting so hard and doing so well. So we did report this. If that gets fixed, Evade will probably still do Pit 100, honestly. And it will be in line with the rest of the builds. The ones that really pushed it to like Pit 107, Pit 110, they did loads of tempering to scale it as well. And I did 0 temperings and I got it to about Pit 95 or something. I didn't even try pushing it any higher. But that was 0 sanctifications where you can get quite a lot of power on. But either way, Evade will be a very good leveling build, and it will definitely be able to kill everything. It will do all the endgame content, no problem. If they fix that, I don't think it'll be the top build. Also, I don't think anyone really tried. I didn't really do much sanctifications because I didn't have enough time. I tested too many builds and I didn't have enough time to really get that deep into them all. Spent about 2 hours on each build on the PTR. I think the core skill builds, if you can get crazy sanctifications and if you can get the offensive aspects and good ones on items, because there's so many uniques and aspects that you can use on those core skill builds, but you have to select a very small number of them because of fitting them all in. If you can get access to all those aspects as well as all the extra uniques on top of each other, the amount of extra big multipliers you'll be able to get on your build will be really dramatic. So I think the core skill builds, any of them that use the Rod of Ket build, will probably exceed with what we know. There is a good chance that there'll be some big changes with the post-PTR patch notes. When I say I personally gave an enormous amount of feedback on the class this season, I did. There were other creators that did as well. Actually, there was 2 of us that gave the biggest amount. There was one other where feedback sheet was passed on. But there was 2 of us that passed on a really quite... We covered most of the class in some form. From off-meta to meta to things that really were too good. We worked out some of the bugs between us and things that just didn't work very well and would be nice to see. And changes around, like make Stinger's primary damage the poisoning with the Pestilent Swarms, not a Rod of Ket build, and all this stuff. So I can't imagine we'll see all of that change for Season 11. There's just too much to change in that short period of time. Hopefully we'll see some change. I'd like to have some different builds that are competitive, if not even better. They were clearly going for a Rushing Claw build. I'd love a speed Rushing Claw build that slaps. It'd be different to Evade. It'd be something new. It'd be fresh. Yeah, it'd be right up my alley. So we'll see. We'll see. But Evade will be fine. That's a short answer. I don't think even if they nerf that, it will break the build. I think it will just bring it in line with the others. Because it was, I've got a sheet here. It was dramatically better. Like, pit 100 plus and everything else was pretty much 90, maybe. A couple went to 95. And they were like giga built. Evade went to 100 and nearly 110 or something. I didn't do sanctification, so some of these might have gone to 100, but they wouldn't have got to 110, I don't think. Well, not in the PTR, because you couldn't get the offensive. You couldn't get any of the offensive aspects. It was either bugged or just intended to work that way. Yeah. Right, we don't need chaos perks. Skill tree. Right, here we go. We're slowly getting through this one. This doesn't really matter. You just have to spend those. We only need 1 point here, and we want the cooldown. 1 point in Vigorous, I think, just so that we can get onwards. Yes, because the rest does nothing for us. So we just take that because... Yeah, you don't need it. You just literally take it just so you can move on. Okay, we do take Vortex. This is quite nice here. Knocks them down, keeps them nearby. Max out Ravager with the hits. Toxic Skin with the Thorns multipliers. We're obviously going to max out Apex for the damage. Diminishment for defense, because you're going to need all the defense you can get. And Unrestrained, because it's a generic multiplier, and that will work too. I don't even need to look at the guide for a lot of this stuff. Yeah, it's all fairly... I didn't choose that, and I should have done. With the Zam rune... Yeah, I should have taken that. I don't know why I didn't take that. We'll fit that in a minute. So loss of damage around group enemies. Obviously, want defense here. One in there. Take the Bastion. Max out Nourishment. Yeah, okay. I don't need to take Dominant here. It's a waste. I shouldn't have put that there. A Dominant, right? Although I'm using Gorilla Primary and stuff, this is attempting to knock down an enemy increases your Gorilla skill damage. It does not scale your... It shouldn't scale your Bastion Thorns damage, which means in turn it will not scale your poison damage, which scales on that Thorns damage. So, yeah, that's a rip. So you max out Resilient instead for the extra HP and stuff. Herky Derp. Coming in with the 5 gifteds. I think they're cheaper right now, right? I think for the next... I didn't notice till I looked earlier on someone else's channel. I think all the subs are 35% off the next few days or something. For some reason, Twitch has decided that. But you hit Pan, Zizikla, Reaper Gaming, Zero Fun, and Herbian. Herky Derp, thank you. Give me a bean number, dude. We'll do a bean. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, honestly, I didn't even know they were doing that until I noticed earlier. I went and used my Prime on a friend. Because, you know, we support friends. Number 2. Nice. We take Potent. We don't really need Potent. Why did I take this? Did I take it because I needed to? No. You don't really need to take that. We haven't really got any Jaguar skills that are going to benefit from this. Oh, I suppose it benefits the... Oh, I took this purely to benefit counterattack, didn't I? Because that's a Jaguar skill. Yeah, that's probably why I took it. Number 2. Lemon or sour milk? No, thank you, Herkdub. I really do appreciate it. I never expect. But I suppose it is, if you're going to do it, I mean, it's a good time to do it right now. I imagine they'll have loads of discount stuff over Christmas. They normally do, right? I don't really know. Well, let's go over a second. Herkdub, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I really do appreciate you. Here is a lemon or sour milk bean. I got a lot of good ones yesterday, so I'm probably going to get some bad ones today, right? Question mark? It's incredibly sour, but it is lemon. The streamer luck, the streamer server engages still. It's very sour, though. It's a very sour lemon bean. Very sour. How do I describe that? It's like biting into a raw lemon. Yeah. I'm not sure I'd want multiples of those back to back. I think on this build, you can't take most of the multipliers because they're all very much related to... Yeah, they're all very much related to skills. Like your eagle skill damage. Your eagle skill damage. Your gorilla skill damage. Potence changing in next season. It's going to be Jaguar skill, attack speed, and cooldown reduction. The attack speed here is useful for Rake, I suppose. But more importantly, it gives you the cooldown reduction on counter-attack and Ravager. More importantly, counter-attack. So that's why we took that. Jaguar skill damage for Ferocity doesn't matter, so we don't take this. This is Centipede skill. Centipede skill doesn't matter. It's not a potency skill. So, yeah, Nourishment's the only one. Generic damage and potent and Nourishment are the only ones. So, yeah, we don't need Dominant here. I think I just had loads of points. It's one of the only builds where you actually have points left over, to be honest. You take one in these. Max out Resolution. It's generic damage. Just spam your ultimate for days. You don't need all the extra figure scaling. Max out Supremacy. Generic damage. We've got Unstoppable. We don't care about this. Extra healing. Take Intricacy, allows you to spam your focus skills more. And then we take Noxious Resonance, because that's when you crit, you take your poisoning and you blow it up and you scale it up to 4x. And surrounding enemies. So that allows you to take your Thorns damage at 150% potency, scale that up by 4x, it's up to 600% damage, and then scale it by another 4x up to 2,400%. And that's before any other scalers. That's kind of what allows us to do big damage. And we've got 5 points left over, so... I don't think I missed anything. I think I just sacked some stuff off, right? Oh, I did max that out. Okay, no, that makes sense. Max out armored hides, because you want that up all the time for redirected. Bigger duration on that, especially if I've not got a Hesherek or Sungi. You're going to want that. That leaves you with 1 point spare. You could just slap it in Auspicious. Interesting, I've got 1 point spare. Interesting. Why have I got 1 point spare? Oh, I did max out focal point here. Yeah, there's no point in doing that if we're using the Wishing Up part, I don't think. Eventually. That is a good point, actually. I can't specify what weapon type to use here, actually. That's a good point. Huh. I'll need to report that. Hey, Charm Chaos, how's it going? Hopefully, Charm Chaos, hopefully, yeah. Blender, how's it going? Yeah, good, man, good. How are you doing? How you doing? Let me just report that before I forget. All right, that's been reported. That is quite an important thing missing there. Hey, look who it is. I've got to try and work out how we're actually supposed to say your name. Is it left D4 dead? Or left 4 dead? I think it's left 4 dead, right? How's it going? Oh, my left for dead. Nice. Well, welcome in. I believe we raided you the other day, right? What did you link, Blender? Oh, you put a full stop between fine and thank you. And it's treated it like a link, rip. I'm good, though. Yeah, Twitch does that. It treats anything as a link if it's got a full stop between two words. It's going great. Yeah, did you have a good rest of your stream? I could only hang for a little bit because I'm from Britain and I raided out to you at like 4:30 in the morning. So I hung around for a little while, but by the end I was I was getting quite sleepy at like 5 in the morning. No, you're good. I like to raid out to all sorts of people. I know most people in the D4 community now, so big, small, and indifferent. But I like to come and show some support to some new people. I've never really seen you in the community before. Doesn't mean you've never been there. I just hadn't seen you before. When I finished streaming, that is. And yeah, you were a good crack. I enjoyed your vibe. It was good. I like your little wheel thing. I do Bean Boozled beans in here. I don't have a wheel of destruction. I do crazy 24-hour streams with squats and stuff. I don't do them every stream. I need to recover for 3 months between those streams. Your second Diablo stream. Nice. How are you finding the game? Bean boozles are rough? They can be, yes. The puke beans are an exceptional travesty to life. I have no idea why they exist. And whoever had to test those, I feel bad for them. You have a question to the rate guide? What specifically means Zepazontek is a disgusting addition alongside the Rod of Kepaleka? It means if you use the Rod of Kepaleka and the Zepazontek at the same time, you're going to hit enemies with 2 rods at the same time. It's disgusting. In all manners of the word. You're going to double rod them. You're loving it. Super satisfying game. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm cooking, so I'm the official Spiritborn class writer for Mobalytics for build guides, and that's what I'm doing right now. Slightly less entertaining in the gameplay, but I've got so much to do before the new season in a couple of weeks. I'm sort of just using this time to get some drafts and stuff in place. I've got something, I worked out today, I've got something like 17 or 18 guides to cover or something. There's a lot. So, yeah. But the new season's a couple of weeks left for Dead, so if you're hanging around the community, the game's changing quite a bit, so you'll get a new experience of D4. I did quite a lot of testing on the PTR for it. It is cool. I enjoy it. A lot of people wouldn't enjoy doing what I'm doing right now because it is a lot of effort. Honestly, it is a lot of effort, but I enjoy it. And I think that's the important bit, right? Like, I like making my own builds. That's how I like to play. If I can create something for someone that helps them enjoy the game a bit better, then that's awesome as well. And, yeah, I've befriended the Mobalytics guys over the... Well, I've known some of them for over a year now. So it's been a long, you know, reasonable journey there. It's been nice. I might get to meet some of them next year, so that's awesome. And, they've given me a platform to do what I like doing where the community can find it. Community, there's a few different websites, right? They're all great. We'll stick that there. You know, like Maxroll's just as good. If you want to use that, then you should. I always tell... I should tell people to go to Mobalytics all the time, but I'm not really into the whole telling people what to do thing. I'd rather people go to where they want to go, you know? Enjoy the content they want to enjoy. And hopefully that will be the Mobalytics stuff, but if not, then that's fine as well. Luna, first time chat, how's it going? You think of buying the game now? Is it a goods? Okay, all right, Luna, I've got a couple of things for you. One, question, how much do you like ARPGs in general, like Diablo-style games? Have you played any before? Right now is the best time to buy the game. And if you do, I would highly recommend buying something like this. Let me find it. You've got until December the 2nd. It is, at the moment, the cheapest this has been since release, including the expansion. This is obviously in Great British Pounds, but you can have a look on your stores. The Black Friday deal for this is the cheapest the game has been, ever, with the expansion included. The expansion is worth getting, especially if you can get it at 60% off. Okay, so you like ARPGs. That's a big question, because you'd be surprised how many people come and play Diablo 4 who have never played a game of this kind before, and they ask me that question. Okay, if you're a massive PoE fan, this could go one of two ways. You're either going to play Diablo 4 and go, well, this has not got the sort of loot depth and game depth and character customization and all that kind of stuff that PoE's got, right? PoE is, you need a degree in PoE to play PoE. You do. I'm a very expert ARPG player, but if I go and play PoE 1, I will be lost compared to the top players. I have not played, I've got 1,000 hours in that game, but I haven't played it in so long, I probably will need to relearn it all. There's so much stuff in that game, you need a degree for it. Diablo 4, of all of the modern day, and this is not me fanboying, this is true. I think most people would stand up and agree with me this, for better or worse. This is a good and a bad point. Of the modern day big boy ARPGs that are currently supported in live ops and stuff, D4 is the best for casual play, by hands down. And it is probably the best for social gameplay as well. If you just want to play with some people, have a good time, blast a game, even if it's just for a week or two every season, this is a great game for this. And it lacks at the moment in sort of like end game content to chew on, unless you just want to play a load of builds. Like, you don't have that Diablo 2. I'm a big long-term Diablo 2 fan, right? It doesn't have that loot pool where you can grind for months on D2 and you still won't drop a Zod rune, you know, or any of those top runes. You've got loads of stuff that you can just go out and farm cows, and you're like, yeah, if I farm this for 8 hours, I'll probably find something cool. You don't know what. You know roughly what you can drop in these areas at what difficulties, but you know you're just going to get something cool, probably. You don't necessarily have that in D4 right now, and that's something I hope will come. Like, just more loot. Depth, and at the moment the character customization is relatively thin, like definitely compared to PoE. Like, it's the skill trees, they've already mentioned they're going to do something there. We don't know when, we don't know what. I would expect maybe the expansion might bring this, which there's another expansion coming out next year, which we might hear about at the game of the year awards. We'll see. I don't know that for sure, but if they were going to do it, that is the biggest platform to do it. So I personally, I've played this game a lot. I'm biased. It's important for me to throw that in there because I don't want someone to go, you made me buy this game and you are actually a fanboy and you love it. Of course you were going to tell me to buy it. Like, I recommend it. I think it's a really fun game. And if you want to come and play with people, have a good time, it's pretty good. It's got the best artwork of the three. I mean, the artwork in PoE 2 is pretty good. But generally speaking, the D4 artwork, they just nailed the style. Their artwork in this game is phenomenal. Their cutscenes are the best. The sound work is great. The story's pretty good for a game of this kind, to be honest. You know, I mean, Blizzard always do good cutscenes, don't they? Their lore, obviously, is deep. They've had 30 years. It's nearly 30 years old next year, Diablo, so it's got a lot of lore. And the viewership on Twitch is only a sub-portion of who actually play the game. Like, even now, at the end of a season, when it's extremely quiet, if I log in and go and do events, you will see people doing stuff still. It's just out in the wild. Random people. So, you know. You played Immortal. Oh, well, it's nothing like that. It has in-app purchases for customization, and that's it. At the moment, and I don't think they're going to go any other way with it. It's a paid game that you can buy cosmetics for. You can also get a fair amount of free cosmetics. I mean, look, I can show you, right? Rather than me just say things, let me just show you what the shop's like so you can see what I mean. You get a battle pass every season, and the free stuff normally comes with at least one decent skin. Yes, you can buy the battle pass. That's pretty common in today's society. It just is what it is, right? Do I agree with it? Doesn't really matter. It's not going to change anything. Every game tries to do it now, so you just accept it, don't you? The world's different to what it was 20 years ago. Some of the paid cosmetics are expensive, but they are sick, to be honest. I mean, you know, the paid cosmetics do look great in this game. If you're going to drop like 15, 20 pounds on a weapons set and everything, you want it to look great, don't you? You don't have to. I mean, this is a choice. So I don't have a problem with this because this is a pure choice. As long as you can get some cool stuff for free. I mean, look, these do look cool. That's just one class. You've got all sorts of stuff like, you know, that's another one there. This is just one class. You know, these do just look better than the other games. So I've got a free one. Nice. So look, they just, I mean, obviously that doesn't look as good as the pay ones. Some of the free ones are pretty cool, actually. We actually got a free StarCraft one this time, which I'm using right now, which looks really good, which is this weapon here. How do I show this to you? Oh, not that one. This one here. This weapon here. That was free this season. It's the StarCraft one. So that's pretty cool. Don't know if it's still available, but it was. The rest of my skin, I did actually pay for this, I think. But, I've played every season, so I've got loads of skins, to be honest. But some of the Battle Pass ones are like that. That's pretty cool. That came with one of the Battle Passes. This came with one of the Battle Passes. This came with one of the Battle Passes. You get some really cool skins just from the Battle Passes. Some of them are free. Some of them you get by paying for the Battle Pass track, which is not massively expensive. And so on, right? So that's the paid stuff in the game, other than paying for the... and that's pretty common in games, right? These days. So I think we just accept that for what it is. But I think the game's great, right? I think the game could be better. To be honest, I think PoE 2 and PoE 1's had a decade or more to get better. PoE 2 is still not complete, so it can certainly improve, and it will do, I'm sure. You know, I like to treat every ARPG for its own merits and own faults. I hope that helps you. I mean, there's a lot to take in there. Like I say, I'm really trying my best not to make it too biased. I'm trying to think from your perspective, like, what you would care about. So I hope that helps you. If you were going to buy it, right now is the best time to buy it. It's a lot cheaper and you'll pay for it otherwise. Hellspawn, Kick. You made it past the 1 hour chat timer for account creation so you can lurk. Hey, nice. I think that must be baked into Kick because I don't think... Do I have that actually on? I don't think I set any timers. Maybe it's on by default. I'll just have a look. I don't know much about Kick, but I appreciate the lurk. Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting too much traffic over in Kick. ARPGs are kind of dead there for now, but who knows in the future. Luna, no worries, dude. Like I say, I'm trying to give you the least biased opinion I can. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you, dudes. It is a really fun game. We've got the new... It's unfortunate the new season's going to drop at exactly the... Well, nearly exactly the same time as PoE 2. They're going to drop very close together this time, I think. So there's going to be a massive divide in the audience because a lot of people play one or the other, but there is a really quite significant amount of people who play both. And I think there were even creators. Some people were hoping to play both, but they're going to struggle, at least on release. They might have to play one and then go to the other one afterwards. And they'll just choose whichever one's their primary first, I suppose. But I'll be on D4. And the new season starts in a few weeks' time, probably. Then we got an expansion next year, which I'm excited to hear about. And yeah. PoE is million times more complex. Look, this is the skill tree for D4 at the moment. I actually want this to be a little bit more complex. Not like PoE complex, but right, because you'll see what I mean, right? Forget the fact that you go downwards. Each skill at the moment, this is a skill. Each skill has one guaranteed node you take and then 2 choices. You can choose one or the other. What I would ideally want, they could do this in a million ways, is have this, 2 or 3 choices off of it, and then 2 or 3 choices off those, and then maybe 1 or 2 big nodes at the end, which actually physically change this skill in some way. So you've got more impact in your skill tree on the skill, as opposed to just max this out, take one here, and then you're done. So then you've got more customization in your skill. You could set it up in different ways from your skill tree. And then you can do your itemization where you've got ways to modify your skills and uniques that sometimes modify your skills. You've got your skill tree becomes more impactful. I want the skill tree to be more impactful in some way. They could do it in a lot of ways. That's just one idea off the top of my head. But at the moment, it's pretty straightforward. You know, basic skills, core skills. These are sort of like utility skills in a way. Down here is defensive skills, defensive bait skill, but you can get some offensive options. This is more like, they're called potency skills, but they're all offensive in a way, but they're not typically spam builds, but you can make them into spam builds if you build them correctly. And then these are your ultimate skills. You can have one of these at the time, and then these are what you would equivalent to your final like ultimate passive skill, which you can only choose one of, at least at the moment. So it sounds like a lot, but this is so much more simple than PoE 2. It really is. And then you got the Paragon boards, which it looks really complex, but it's really not. You got these clusters with rare nodes and magic nodes. All these are just stats in between. You get your glyphs. You can stick one in a board, and you get one legendary node a board. I personally would like these to be a bit more complex as well. Like 2 legendary nodes, you have to choose one or the other. multiple glyph nodes, but you can only use one at a time, or I don't know, or yeah, I would like some extra customization in these just to make them a little bit more like fruitful. But you can do that without adding too much complexity here. You can just make it so you can do more stuff with it, but it's not nowhere near as complex as PoE or PoE2. Yeah, fair enough. I get it, Luna. You need a degree in PoE to play it. You do. You know, I'm relatively good at PoE2 and PoE, but I'm nowhere near as good at those games as some people. And I've got like 1,000 hours or more in both, you know. I'm very biased on Diablo, a little bit Kerrigan. I mean, I may or may not have played a few hundred hours of Diablo 3 with Kerrigan here on PS4 and PS5 back in the day. Demars, how's it going, dude? How you doing, man? Yes, Luna. I can show you. So when the season ends, what happens is all your characters get moved into the Eternal Realm. So here, this character's from last season. This is in the Eternal Realm. So if I boot this up, the Eternal Realm won't have any of the new season stuff. Anything that's specific to the season that's coming out, you will not have access to that internal. But all of your stuff from previous season that's non-seasonal will go to the Eternal Realm. So you won't have access to seasonal abilities from the previous season on Eternal. But you can boot up and you've got all your items from previous season. All your items in your chest get sent over here, for example. So I'll need to go through and sort these out before the end of the season. You can store some things. I mean, I've got an OG 4GA Harlequin's Crest from Season 4 here. I think it was Season 4. Or Season 5. Whenever the original Greater Affixes were added, I believe it was Season 4. So this was like one of the very, very few. There would not have been many people who dropped this in that season. They were extremely hard to get back then. And I actually got one. And I've kept it because it's my biggest bragging right in D4 in all the thousands of hours I've played. I don't show it off often, but that is the best item I found. And I didn't even use it that season because I got it too late. But yeah, I've got all sorts of stuff in here. But I mainly just keep things that might be useful to people who play an Eternal. I don't play Eternal, so I've kept all these materials. And if people come in and go, oh, can you help me with this? I can potentially help them with stuff, you know. Wish you could change boards individually. Yeah. There's a lot of things they could do with the Paragon system. It feels like you've got the bare bones for it, right? So I hope some of that gives you a little bit of an insight, Luna. And as I say, you can mull on that for a bit if you want, but the ultimately, right now is the best time to buy the game because it's a lot cheaper. Honestly, Luna, I would play the seasonal, yeah. Yeah. And if you're going to buy the game and you're going to play it, I would start with the campaign. It drip feeds the game to you. The campaign is genuinely quite well done. It's quite high quality for this kind of game. A lot of these types of games don't put a lot of effort into all the pizzazz and all of the trying to link the story together and making it all shiny. They just get you through, teach you the game, and then get you into the blasting. But there is actually a storyline with cutscenes and all sorts, and it's it's pretty good. And as I say, it drip feeds the game to you. It slowly encourages you to go and explore the world and do things in the world, and it will feel less overwhelming to you. Chaos items probably won't go to Eternal. That is a good point, actually, though. That will nuke everyone's builds, but I wouldn't expect so, because you won't have the seasonal items. I don't know. I would expect not. Hey, Rosie, how's it going? Yeah, I would expect those to go away, if I'm being honest. Right, this all seems fine. We want the other one of those. That's what we want. It is a lot of information, but hopefully it was useful to you at least. Okay, I actually need to copy this. We're not using Produce Tempo there either. I actually finally have to change that. Use the same one for like 6 builds or something. That is Noxious Resonance. Detonates. Poisoning damage on enemies for 300%. Let's make sure I'm reading this correctly. Total poisoning damage. And 10%. Actually, we can put over here. Detonations. Apply 10% damage to surrounding enemies. And oh, it doesn't show that. Okay, great. Okay, what I'm actually going to do is detonates poisoning damage on enemies via critical strikes. Well, there you go. Sounds good. Track sounds very British. This is Green Day, isn't it? It's an older one. It's off of American Idiot. That's why I know it. I sort of stopped listening to them mostly after that point. I do like this song though. It's what? Yeah, it's Jesus of Suburbia. I think it's track number 6 or something, if I remember rightly. I must have Toxic Skin here somewhere already. Yeah, I do. I can see where you're coming from, though, actually. It's the way he sings the song. It's got that very, like, punk rock British sound to it, hasn't it? That's probably the angle they were going for. Okay, Protector. We have got Vortex here as well. But that's done from the old... Oh, add that in. There you go. That's the main thing we care about here. Oh, I've exceeded character limit. No! No, pencil, no! It screwed me. I have not enough space. I guess I don't care about that one. Hello, cat. You're right. Sex Pistols. Yeah, I know what you're saying. It does sound a bit like the old school English, the British punk rock stuff, yeah. I think that's the vibe they were going for, probably. Hello, cat. You're cold. See if I can optimize this down. I need to make 32 characters up somewhere. I actually don't need to specify that here. We'll do that. There we go. That's the only bit that really matters for this build. Problem solved. I'll save that. Right, Paragon board. This is where things gets interesting. I'm actually going to have to put a Paragon board in, because it's going to be quite a lot different. Well, we put Canny in here for now. Yeah, that's right. That did used to go up to 15%. It doesn't anymore, I don't think. That's it. So it goes to 10% now, or 15. It wasn't changed in Season 11. Let's have a quick look. Because I'm pretty sure I got that on here. Yeah, it goes up to 15 now. Yeah, it must at one point have gone to 10. It goes up to 15 now. Okay, fine. $24. I need one more. There we go. That's what I normally do. Now, this one, we do actually use Bitter Medicine. Now, the Bitter Medicine Legendary doesn't stack with your Balazans, annoyingly. But it does give 60% poisoning damage, which is good. And it has a lot of attack speed on it, which is very nice. And... oh, we do it that way around it. And it has a bunch of other stuff in there, which can be seen as useful. Okay, yeah. Like a lot of... some of that's changing. Healing received. Yeah, you get a lot of attack speed here. Damage to close enemies, which you're going to do with the Balazans. Damage, yeah, generic stuff that will affect your Balazans. That's why we take this. And then the 60% poisoning damage. I mean, honestly, that it's been recommended that that percent poisoning goes up. Because dealing 200% poisoning damage from the close attacks... when you heal for 100% of maximum life, afflict close enemies. It's a separate form of poisoning, so it's not... that's not your Balazan Thorns poisoning, so it loses all the scaling from the Balazans. If it just made it so your close attacks got extra poisoning damage, and then your poisoning also got multiplicative, then that would work with Balazans. But it doesn't right now. So it's only the multiplier that counts here. For now. Must be a reason why I did it that way. What glyph did I put in it? Bane, which makes sense because you can get the double poisoning duration if you're lucky. Kind of wish that percent would go up. 15% is pretty low, but... I think it's strength, right? Yeah, figures. I mean, they're basically the same. You probably get away... oh, no, you want that, I suppose, so that's probably the best way of doing it. We'll see where we land with points. Why did I come around that way? Is that changed? Oh, it's got total resistance healing received. You don't necessarily need to go that way here. To start with, you could actually just do this. And then if you really want this stuff, you come take that. These clusters have changed. They're total resistance now, not poisoning, and then total armor, so it's actually pretty useful. We'll take that one. What, convergence next? Oh, spine, of course, spiny. So this is one we've recommended for buffing. Because the thing about spiny skin is it's only a 35% buff. On the legendary, it's fallen behind the others that are all at 60 now. So if that gets buffed to 60, then all Thorns builds will get a nice little chunk of damage. Almost double on that multiplier, nearly. About 80% buff. It needs it. All the Thorns builds kind of need it. And there's no reason why that should be lower than the others. And also, the base Thorns numbers here are pretty low. It says 5% Thorns, but it's not. It's like 18 Thorns or something. It's quite low. It doesn't scale based on how much base Thorns you've got to start with. It is a base Thorns value. It's based on your weapon damage, and then it goes into Thorns damage. So, yeah, that could use a buff, really. To make them higher. Probably doubled, honestly. So you can get more base Thorns in general from the Paragon boards. Because the amount you get from the Paragon board is so small. Compared, like, this Hubris Glyph gives you 3,000. Because you're going to be aiming for 100% dodge all the time and counterattack. So the rest of the Thorns in here is negligible. It does nothing. Like, your one glyph just completely trumps this board, including the legendary multiplier, I think. It's mental. So, yeah, it could use some love, this board. But you've got to use it for Thorns builds, really, because it is the Thorns board. And hopefully it will just get some love. That is the hope. I need strength for that, okay. You don't actually need strength. You just take one of those. Boom, bada boom, bada boom. Problem solved. Or you could go across that way, I guess. You could go one extra node there. And then go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you could do that. Yeah, that would solve the problem. Well, I've never done it that way before, but you could do. In theory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'd lose one of these. But with one of those, that makes it so you need, yeah. That just means you'd literally need to have this glyph up a couple levels to be activated and you're done. Job done easy. Easy peasy. Because this scales your magic node, so it scales the strength on there. You'd only need that at like level 5 or 10, and you get your extra 2 from there. Extra 3. Oh, you probably need it at level 15. It'd take you no time at all. Golden. Easy peasy. What board next? Convergence. It's got to be in here somewhere, I think. Oh, that's up there. Okay, which one's this one? Sapping. Yeah, you got to take that. You could put this board last, though. It doesn't have any dex requirements in it. And this one might. Strength, intelligence, strength, intelligence. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. Oh, it doesn't matter which way around those boards go, then. I guess. You're going to sleep, Luna. No worries, man. Yeah, you're most welcome. I'm online relatively often, so if you ever see me online again, you got any questions, just hit me up. If you get stuck or lost, you can add me on Discord and message me there, or message there, and I'll help. But yeah, hopefully we'll see you around. Have a great time, man. Absolutely. I'm going to assume I put Menagerist in here. No, I did. Oh, Spirit, of course, yeah. Yeah, okay, no, I didn't put Menagerist in here. Spirit makes sense, because with critical striking with the Zamrune, it is just the biggest multiplier. Yeah, that makes sense. Did I spend all the points here? I did, and I didn't max that out. What? I probably got those the wrong way around. Why is that there, then? What? The only problem with the sapping is you don't need the max resource so much. It's kind of a waste, but yeah, I don't know why I didn't max that out. I messed that up. I'll have to think about it. You don't necessarily need all this. You don't really need the resource stuff, so you could just skip all that. It's the easiest 60x you can get, though, and it has a lot of attack speed and resistances and stuff, so yeah. I think I toyed with changing this board, and then it just ended up being a bit like, why? Why would I bother? Yeah, that's that one. Activate there. Yeah, I don't know why I did that in that guy. That was almost certainly meant to be there to activate it, but you'd want to max this out. We'll come back to that in the final version. We'll figure it out. It makes sense that I used that glyph, though. Oh, I see. I went in that way. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I sort of did this the other way around, actually. So you can get your attack speed quicker. And then you don't have to come for that stuff, but you can. You really don't need this. This is... Yeah, you don't need that at all, so you can just skip all that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Save yourself some Paragon nodes. If they buffed infighters to 60%, then you'd possibly use this instead. If they buff that to 60% damage, which has been recommended, because it's just not better. You get the attack speed without going for a cluster. I suppose you don't really... Yeah, the dodge chance here is useless because it's a counter-attack. Life resistances, that'll be total resistance. But you get the double generic damage scalers, which would be better with your glyph. But it's... As things stand, it's not... Viscous Shield is another option, potentially. But you'd need to guarantee you're staying at 100% shield all the time. It is a bigger multiplier than the others, theoretically. You don't get attack speed in here, though, which is why I didn't take it. It's pretty hard to cap out your attack speed. If you could cap your attack speed, then you could put Viscous Shield here instead of sapping. And then you would just want all the barrier gen in the world. I guess you'd have to use the Q rune. Yeah. There might be room to optimize in like a final version there. I mean, there is revealing as well. That does have attack speed. Vulnerable, crowd control, but this relies on crowd control stuff. Lucky hits to knock stuff down. And then you do increased damage. Doubled against crowd control. So unstoppable enemies, you're only getting 30x on them. Bosses, you're only getting 30x on them until they're staggered. Yeah. I'll try and remember which way I normally do this now. I put Colossal in here, did I? 74, okay. Is there not a lot of strength in here? 5, 10, 15, 20. 25. No, I guess not. Go sneeze again. Oh, blimey. Yeah, I suppose there's not a lot of strength in that cluster, is there? $20, $25, $30. Yeah, there's only 35. There's only 49 there. Yeah, that's why I put them that way around. Okay. Interesting. Because we've got 10 stacks of resolve, so you can get 20x on that middle there. I guess you don't need to max this out because it's gorilla skill damage. That does nothing for us. So all the points I spent there for it, you could just put in here. In that sense, actually, I need to see how much you can max that out with because it might be better. This you can get like 105 here or 110. We don't need to max this one out. We just need to activate it. That's all. It's an activator. The top bit doesn't make any difference here. So that's activated. Well, you might as well say a big one here. 232. What do I normally go for T4 here? 236. 236. Nailed it. Okay. Well, everything is fully activated there, so that's a bonus. Activated. Yeah, that'll be activated with that. Activated. Activated. Alright. Hey, never heard of you. How you doing, man? I managed to jump into Fania's stream briefly earlier. Looked like she was getting kicked up and having a good time. I hope it's going well for her. If she still happens to be going when I finish, I'll jump in again. Depends if her timer gets extended enough, right? Has she had to do any of the crazy crazy sub goals yet? I kick-started it with a prime sub. Chug eggnog. Nice. Nice. It was only a small thing I could throw in there, but it's what I could give. I saved it for it. My cat's just appeared. You're right, mate. Of course, yeah. Of course. I'll see how, if she's still going afterwards, I'll jump in briefly. Oh, Phasmophobia. Yeah, I know some people who really love that game. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I didn't use Revenge here, which I absolutely could. The reason I didn't... This gives a 20x, that's why. A 20 and a 12. And Revenge only gives a 15 and a 10. And so even though the rare nose scaler on top would give more flat damage percent, that will not outweigh an extra third on the middle and an extra 20% on that bottom separate multipliers. No, Bane is better because it's all three work. Canny's better because all three work. You absolutely need Hubris because they all work and it's Dawns. And the crit, because you can crit on this build, I think this works out better than Revenge. There's a 15, a 14, and the top bit works. So yeah, Revenge doesn't end up working here. That is why I did not use Revenge. So we end up having Bane, Colossal, Spirit, Canny, and Hubris. Hubris will be very important to max out to start with. And so will Bane. Probably do Canny before Spirit, just because Spirit is very reliant on a Zan rune, and he may or may not have it by that point, honestly. Rank 46 priority will probably be the same here, honestly. And rank 46 priority. That will change. Hubris becomes less of a priority at that point. I'd say Spirit's probably a higher priority. Colossal becomes the lowest priority at this point. Maybe that is a higher priority than I think. You do get all that strength from it. No, but at this point, it's fine. You want to scale these. You probably actually put Spirit down here. It is a higher scaler, but again, it's reliant on Zan. The Bane and Canny just directly scales the poisoning damage. Yep. That's those. Pretty certain I used the same mercenary setup right here and all there. Oldkin. Right. Stick right here. Boom, 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 boom. Oldkin. Feels of Anguish. Rake. Slap that in there. That is the variant, finally. You got gifted R-graders last night and getting mercs. Nice. It is one of those games, if you stick with it a couple of days, you'll have a better time. There's a little bit of a learning curve before you feel like you're in your element and you're accustomed to it, you know? Oh, yeah, there's that too. Never heard of you. They like to get their man sticks out and show off, yeah. Yeah. I've experienced it, believe me. Alright, the only thing I'm really going to change here, all the rest can stay the same. I deliberately geared this up to be less. Also, actually, Demars, you asked me... Was it Demars? Who asked me earlier? There was a question about sanctifications. I don't think I answered it. Did I miss this? It's just crossed my mind. I swear someone asked me something about sanctifications. Or am I imagining this? Oh, it was Blender. Oh, Blender. I don't know if you're still here, Blender. Sorry, I meant to ask this earlier and I got distracted. Sanctifications will come to these build guides when they do the Season 11 update, which will be nearer to the season. When the final patch notes are out. At the moment, Mobalytics does not have a system to have Season 11 database set up with Season 10. So when they move to Season 11, all the guides... backends will sort of be moved into that world, so the Season 10 ones can't be updated or whatnot. Yes, they're moving to a system in the near future, which will hopefully allow them to separate all that stuff. But the first step was updating the engine now, and then they've got a few extra steps to do. So yeah, sanctifications will come to the game. It'll be, well, maybe next week. We'll see. Depends when the patch notes drop and when Mobalytics have time to update everything. Right, all we're going to do here is swap that round and go the quickest route possible through the attack speed. To get that legendary node. And then we'll need to cut down a cluster or two, maybe. Oh, wrong one. $208. That seems too high. 196. Yeah, I'm going to have to cut down a bunch. I can't get to that legendary node very easily here, sadly. It would have actually been better to switch these boards around, wouldn't it? And to have had that board fleshed out instead. Because that's a lot harder to get to. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. As opposed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It saves 3 nodes. Maybe that's not so bad. Probably just take these out. Need to save one more cluster somewhere. And possibly get away without those to start with. They are nice mined, but you could probably get away without them. That sort of does the job. Okay, that works. Hey, Zach, thanks for the lurk. You're still here. Okay, nice. Pit 109 with evading hardcore. Nice. That's awesome. Is that the highest you've done, or have you gone higher? All right, T1 to T2. And then we want to go for 160-ish, is it? 163, yeah. All right, we just straight get rid of that board. And all the connecting nodes, which should probably work still, yes. That nearly gets us the whole way. You save 10 nodes. You kind of want to keep those for thorns, really. This will be total resistance. You could probably get away without these, and that pretty much does it. Actually. Yeah, that's close enough. That is pretty much it, yeah. Got some armor resistance there, so I think that's fine. I'm not sure what that's going to be. It's only got total resistance on there. I think we reported that. I think that needs another stat. Oh, it's going to have total armor, total resistance on it. Okay, that's the same as down here then. Yeah, fine. 3%, 3%. That's 2 and 3. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. All right, now we just need to add the mythic variant, which isn't actually going to be a million miles different. It's just going to have the different items in it. And that's where we'll figure out the old glyph stuff. Main differences here. We swap that to Shattered Vow because it was just better. I remember this well. Hosanna. I'm sure I tried the Ring of Midday Hunt over the Starless Skies. Yeah. Could theoretically try changing this, though. Can you get Lucky Vulnerable here? You can. You need Wild Claws. You put over here. Vehement's Brawler is less than a Midday Hunt, in theory. And this gives more attack speed. And it gives nourishment. So this gives more damage than the Vehement's Brawler would, in theory. You would lose Vortex size here. Which is an issue. You'd have to put Vortex size up here. And the Protector cooldown might become a problem. Being able to spam your Protector cooldown might be an issue. Well, we have the Shroud here. Makes you a lot tankier. I mean, how many passives is that boosting that's actually going to affect this build? I guess you get 1 in Apex, 1 in Unrestrained. That's a 4x, a 6x, I guess, elites. It does give you more defense. It gives you another 1 in Nourishment. There's another 4x. Another Bastion that's more base Thorns. More base Life of Resilient. More attack speed, cooldown, and potent. It gives you the extra resolution. It gives you extra supremacy. It gives you more intricacy. I mean, it just gives you too much, does it? It gives you so much. It gives you loads of damage. It gives you more auspicious. Yeah, it's hard not to use this. It's the defensive aspect side of it as well. If the razor plate had a lot more thorns on it, then you'd possibly take that as an offensive side, but I mean, I believe the Starless fact, there might actually be one change we have to make here. The rake reducing cooldowns is giga nice. I'm a little bit concerned it's going to cost too much vigor. Oh, actually, no, it should be okay. Every time you kill, you get vigor back. That should help the vigor sustains. It should be okay. We'll have to try it. The reason I use Starless here was mainly to make it so you never run out of vigor on your rake. And it gives you 50% generic damage multiplier, which is just better than this. In theory, this is a 33%. And up to 16%. But that's... They don't give you that. Your 33% is... But with the Shattered Vow, the increased duration... don't think that multiplies on top of Shattered Vow. I think it gets added to the Shattered Vow increased duration. In which case it becomes less than 33%. And then your 16% from Nourishment maximum becomes like 13 or 14 or 12 from Diminished Returns. Oh, the Starless. I mean, it helps you solve that resource problem. Lucky hit chance is always okay. It gives you giga attack speed. The core skills don't really do anything for us. I suppose this gives you nice crit chance. That's what you would crit into. It allows you to crit more often. You don't have an awful lot of crit on this build otherwise. That gives you enough so you'll crit often enough that you're going to blow it up all the time. I mean, that's the reason I used it. I was sort of contemplating whether we could put Midday Hunt up here. And then you'd put Wild Claws over it. I mean, if you could get a Midday Hunt with aspects of Wild Claws, then you absolutely could put it here. I am actually contemplating it. I'm contemplating doing this. I need to double check you can actually do that. I can't remember if you can or not. Hey, Bone Meal, how's it going, man? I mean, I'm hoping all those rings get buffed, to be honest. The Spiritborn rings, some of them just don't. If they buffed that to 50% poisoning duration, it would be better than the Starless for a poison build, to be honest, in most cases. I've got some weird frame rate thing going on. Let's grab a pair of random gloves here. Right, yeah. I don't actually need to do it. I just want to see what the options would be. Yeah, you can get lucky vulnerable. Okay, I thought you could. I was just double checking. Make sure I'm being sane here. Attack speed. You go lucky hit, lucky vulnerable, vortex. And in the ring, let's make that crit chance or something. There's a reason why I want to shift that. Or you could go resource cost reduction, actually. Because that would just help you not run out of resource on your rake. That would just help a little bit at this point. Until you get your Starless. Yeah, that's probably the play. For now. And then on the gloves, we change that to... You're going to be squishier, but maybe that's okay while you're running up. While you're running up the difficulties. Vulnerable. Let's get a quick save. Hey, Gaming Hellfire. No worries, man. I hope the cleaning isn't too strenuous for you. Losing your mind. Time is moving so slowly. Planning on watching Season 5. Yes, Bone Mill. No spoilers, because it releases at 1 a.m. my time, which will be before I finish stream. That is, I intend to go and watch at least the first episode before I fall asleep. So if I wake up, I'm not going to instant see some spoilers, hopefully. I literally finished Season 4 again last night after... was it last night or this morning? Whenever. It might have been last night before I went to sleep after stream, because I had about an hour left of it. It reminded me... Season 4 was the best season of the 4, I think, overall. From a production standpoint, the last couple of episodes were crazy. I forgot how good they were. They really upped their production game. Everything about the just epicness and I don't know, the soundtrack and it's just, they were like films in themselves. The last episode was like 2 hours long. That's huge. So God knows how long the episodes will be. There's 8 episodes in season 5. I imagine they'll be very long, right? So it's good signs. I'm really looking forward to it. It looks really good. I watched the trailer yesterday for the first time, and it has actually got me excited. Yeah. I should really just do this. So I'm going to... I didn't do this in the PTR, but I was using the Heshreka Sungi, but that... At least the way it reads, it's gorilla skill damage, and it shouldn't do any damage. It shouldn't scale your main source of damage. So with that in mind, you can actually fit this in. We'll put the Midday Hunt here, which we've got, and then we'll put the Starless... No, we'll put the Midday Hunt there, like we had. With Nourishment and Diamond. And then we've got the Starless here. Which we mainly take... Yeah, a lot of the stuff on the Starless as well. It's mainly because it has a 50x multiplier on it. That's the main reason to take it. We don't have much else to compete with that actually scales the poisoning or the Balazan storms. That's why we take it. It does basically solve resource problems on Rake as well, like 0 problems. And then what we can do, we do lose the Vehement's Brawler there, but what we've done is we've replaced that with the 50x instead of a 30x, right? That's what we've done. So the Starless Guys beats Vehement's Brawler, and it has less conditions in it, so that's easy collapse. And we put Wild Claws over here because that essentially doubles your damage output. We'll have Lucky Vulnerable, attack speed, life on hit, and Lucky Vulnerable here, so you're not missing any of that stuff. Vortex, Rake, Protector. We do lose the counter-attack charges. That might make it hard to keep counter-attack up all the time. That's the only thing. But if you can get enough attack speed on the build, which you'll have quite a lot on this build, and you've got Wild Claws, so you're hitting twice. I mean, that would be the only reason you'd want double Rake hit, I suppose. So you can get 4 Rakes instead of a Shattered Vow. It's a hard one. I think I tried that. I think I tried a legendary weapon with double Rake hit, but it didn't end up out damaging the Shattered Vow with the increased damage over time duration. It's gone from 44% to 122. It's literally been buffed by nearly 3 times. So it's now giving you a 2.2x multiplier, while doubling your rake hits doubles the amount you can hit, in theory. So I don't know. And this theoretically gives you more attack speed. It gives you a huge amount of additive damage. Massive max life. And if they make the aspect better on this, it'll definitely be better. Yeah. Extra hits would... Oh, no, it wouldn't make any difference, actually, thinking about it. It only gives you 0.5 cooldowns every time you... Oh, hitting. No, it does. Yeah, it would work. Hitting at least one enemy with Rake reduces your longest active cooldown. So the more Rakes you've got, the more they hit. As long as it hits an active enemy, it will reduce the cooldown. So if you had 4, you would have more crazy cooldown reduction. So I suppose that's one thing there. But if the Eon Room was better, I'd use that, genuinely. But it doesn't really reduce your cooldowns enough. It's got too much of a cooldown. It doesn't reduce it enough, and it has a massive cooldown on it. It just kind of blows. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we've got the Protector cooldown. You just have to time your Intricacy to keep your counter-attack up. That's the main thing to do here. You can just use Intricacy. It's fine. That's what you've had to do in the past anyway. So I think it'll be fine. And then you just attack as quick as you can with the Rakes. You can roll cooldown reduction on rings now, actually. If I didn't need the max life here, you could roll cooldown reduction here as well. So you could actually get quite a lot of cooldown reduction on your build if you wanted to. Yeah. But it's just the damage multipliers. You don't really have many that can scale this build. Starless is the biggest. Ring of Midday Hunt gives you the next biggest in theory. If life on kill here was changed to life on hit, then you could take that off here. And you could put something better on there. You could put max life on your gloves, then you could put cooldown reduction on your amulet, and that would be good. That would help. Alright, this will do for now. We don't need this one. And we change that to Redo. So we do lose Conceited as well, but that's not as good as Shattered Vow. It's only a 30x instead of a nearly double multiplier. Get rid of Conceited. Loyalties, Razor Plate, Balazans, Ring of Midday Hunt. Right, we've got a Starless somewhere else, I believe. Did I ever do the Starless? Maybe I didn't. Hey, Duke, how's it going, man? You've been hearing great news about Season 5. It does look... It's Netflix's big bet this year, isn't it, for Christmas? It just is. Your Perma-Sork TP is going to die, Duke. Yes and no. It sounds to me, from what I've heard, Perma-TP Sork will be possible in season... Don't hold me to this, but this is what I've heard. Perma-TP will be possible, but it will require, in theory, the Oculus Wand, which I think is okay. Having an item that is specifically targeted at a teleport build to enable permanent teleport, I think there's some changes that might come to enable that. I think that's fine. Having a speed farm build that just requires you to have an item to do it, I think that's okay. They're trying to move it towards a way where every single class has a speed build. So I think Leap Barb was absolutely ridiculous on a PTR. I know that they're toning that down a bit because it was even more stupid than the TP Sork was. Spiritborn's got Evade. Necros, I guess they still need some love in that department, probably, unless I've got that wrong. Barbs we've covered. Rogues are just fast anyway. Who haven't we covered? Druids are Druid's a pretty quick late game anyway. I mean, obviously this season they had the Ravens build and they were gigafast, but early they're really slow. Later on, they have got options to run really quickly. We like Digigate Grade, Digigate Gate or whatever it's called. That, you know, move really quick. So they do have some options. I think they're trying to make it so every single class has a mobility build that can relatively compare. Some will inevitably be better than others, but at least give it as a bit of a closer gap, rather than Teleport Sork just being the best speed farmer in the game, which means 99% of people are going to use Sork for most of the season because they want to farm everything just destroys T4 and above with, T4 with relative ease. And now it's all about just do the stuff the quickest you can so that you can farm the most efficiently. And then that leaves most other stuff just in the dust. That's what they're trying to do, I think, which makes sense. But, we'll see. Hopefully they don't just kill the vibe for Sork for people. Spiritborn should be pretty good, actually, I think. We're obviously waiting for final patch notes, but they were relatively consistent in the PTR. They weren't the best, Barbs were, but Evade Spiritborn was bugs. But I think nearly every build will be able to do pit 95 to 100 without sanctifications. Most of them, 90 plus. And some will go 100 plus without sanctifications. And then sanctifications could potentially take some of the builds to silly land, but there's going to be a lot of RNG involved. Naxo, how's it going? Welcome in, first time chatter. How you doing? I'm good. How are you? Sumavins, will there be a campfire? I would suspect so, but there's been no official announcement yet. How you doing anyway, Sunamins? You good? Last episode of Season 4 still remains one of the best drop Metallica moments in recent history. It's just great. It's just a great episode, right? I literally finished the episode and I was giggling to myself like, yeah, I watched that. The last time I watched it was when it released. And I literally finished it and giggled to myself. I was like, yeah, that was good. I was like, wow, I forgot how good that episode was. I really forgot how good that episode was. It put a smile on my face because it was just really, really good, right? It was just great TV, like great production, really well acted, really well directed. The epic moments were epic. It's exactly what you'd want, right? But yes, there should be a campfire. Normally there would be. Obviously, everything's landing very close together. Everything's landing very close to the Game of the Year awards. So there may be some overlap there. We don't know yet. Watch this space. I mean, hopefully we'll get some official announcements soon, I guess. Actually, I should probably put this higher critical chance. And possible on legendary rings, because that's true. The main reason you take this, though, is... Actually, that's not really the primary reason. The primary reason is the biggest. One of the biggest generic damage multipliers available. That scales the at Balazan Thorns. Oh, poison damage. Thorns / poison damage. %, resource reduction costs. Seems reasonable. I'd like that. I'd like that on one line. Yeah, let's just do that. There you go. Makes it a bit cleaner, doesn't it? Don't need that anymore. This is not actually what I landed on in the PTR. I landed on the ring here, but... And I used the Hesher Ekasungi, but after looking at it, Gorilla Skills doesn't scale back your Balasan damage. The only reason I would have used this was the ultimate cooldown reduction, but you can stick that up here, I guess. You just suffer the counter-attack charges. It makes the build a little less nice to use, but you have to time this with your intricacy, which you can do, though. And you put Protector cooldown up there instead. I don't even think the aspect scales Balazans, and that's something I overlooked. While these do. So I think overall this will probably perform better as long as you play it well. Yeah. A lot going on there. I actually need the Shroud here as well, don't I? There you go. Right, let's save that. We've just got to do the Paragon. Let's take all these. You definitely need all the life nodes on this build. All the life nodes, all the attack speed nodes. Oh no, what have I done? God damn it. I'm in the wrong variant. That would have been bad times. Let's try that again, shall we? All live nodes, all the attack speed nodes. I was going to say, I remember taking all that. Yeah, necessary. What was that changing to in the PTR? Total resistance healing received. You don't necessarily need it, but you can do. Yeah, you get 54 strength first. That's not too bad. You can take all the generic damage. You come back to that if you've got space for it, I suppose. Take all the damage nodes, because we probably can. Take all these, because they all get scaled. Take all the life and thorns you can, especially since hopefully they'll get scaled. That's the hope. You only need to activate that. We don't need to do the rest. I might move that over here. Because that only needs activating. Because the top bit doesn't work. You get a lot more dex area. How much dex do you get in this area? Out of interest. You get 105. Bit messy to activate this one, if I'm being completely honest. How about if I swap that over Colossal? How messy is it to activate that? Because the other one will just make more sense. It's quite easy to activate it over there. One, two. Don't need that. Yeah, okay. It's not the cleanest. But... 1, 2... Shame there's not one more. Unless we go up this way, and then maybe there would be. It actually might be cleanest go this way. Although saying that, to get... Might work out. You can do that. And then we come up there, so we'll one over. So we can get rid of those. Yeah, that's a little cleaner. Yeah, okay, sweet, that works. Because then we can do that. Just move those there, I suppose. Come over here. Probably should change all the other balls around to do that, but the thing about it is I'm pretty certain this will be a lot easier and a lot cleaner to activate here. See, look. Way cleaner. Way cleaner. And you get 110 here rather than 105. That's another reason to go there. That D4, a softcore over 200 hours, I was not able to get a single 2GA plus item. Now in hardcore, after 10 hours, I found 7 4GA items. 7! Wow. That's some awesome RNG. Nice. Very nice. Attack speed, life. Still got a few points to play around with. Attack speed. Life. Don't need any of that stuff. 6 points to play around with by the looks of it. I mean, this is fine. Probably just leave the rest for now. That seems fine. I will save that. I might actually go back and address the other variants to make it slightly less messy to upgrade from T-Ball to Mythic, when it is honestly fine to do the other way around. Colossal. I suppose it's slightly harder to activate here, isn't it? At this point. It costs a couple more nodes to do it. Yep. For that version specifically, you do that. And then for this version, come up here, come down this way. I didn't really want to take that cluster there, so that is an interesting conundrum. That's got more decks in it. Probably overspent there again, haven't I? A little bit. But maybe I could fix that here. What are we up to? Okay. Four over. I mean, this is probably okay, actually. And then we can do the same over here. Only difference is it's mostly already set up. What did I do to it here? Went up there, took that one, okay. Makes sense. Take that one, take that one, take that one. That should do it. Yep. Two, 3, 7. 2, 3, 6 is pretty close. That'll do. Oh, in fact, actually, you might be able to save down here. Yeah, you can. So look, it's so much easier to activate that there. So it works out the same. Just it makes the transition much simpler. Would be interesting if boards were randomized for every person, like every rarity stays where it is, but it changes. I mean, that's certainly one way you could change it up. There's a lot of things you could do with these Paragon boards, I think, honestly. Obviously, they have a lot of stuff to consider when they make changes, like the impact game-wide and stuff, so it's got to do something that doesn't completely fundamentally break the game. As a result, apply more at Balazan Thorns poison damage. We don't need this one. We unlock critical damage and overpower damage through the use of the Zan rune. It's currently the only way for Thorns damage to gain access to these multipliers. This in turn scales the poison damage even further. A huge amount of damage over time scaling on it in Season 11. So this plays very nicely with Balazan's poison damage. Ravager, Armored Hide, counterattack. Don't even need to cast Toxic Skin because you've got the passive all the time. You're poisoning through the Balazans. You don't need to worry about casting it. Protection for this. Rate liberally around other skills. And that's it. Easy build. Easy claps. Yeah, it's quite a complex build, this, compared to some of the others, to be honest. The way it like, links all the damage types together and how you unlock things to sort of like, it's like a chain reaction, works along the pipeline, starting as Thorns damage, converting into poison, but unlocking crits and overpowers on the Thorns, which then scales that so it can convert into even more close damage, which scales into your poison damage and so on. And the things that actually will scale this damage and such. From the Balazans. Optimizing the Thorns poison damage. Combination. Yep. Balazan's max lethal is what enables the Thorns / poison damage to be applied on close attacks. Hey, Coots, how's it going, dudes? You on break now, are you? The last part, though, having a pool of more options to put there, I think so, yeah. Yeah, having more options in the Paragon board, for sure. Like, whichever way you go around making that happen, just having more variety and more customization would be really nice. I agree with that, yeah. Doubling down on the Gorilla. Spirit Halls. The Lord's Mantle. Yep. Toxic Skin. Passively awarding 100%. Multiplicative Thorns damage. Oh, what did I do there? For incredible utility. Seems fine. Spiel went up, I went 85 plus in this, yeah. So I'm just going to say it goes to 95 easily. Enough. No, I'm pretty sure I would have used the same here. Yeah. Because you kind of have to. You sort of have to. Oh, I suppose that actually wants to change in the endgame builds. Whoops. I need to go through and change that in all of them. Yeah, it's got to be the essence of pain there, isn't it? For the leveling guide, that one totally makes sense. I'll change that. Glad I just noticed that. Briefly gain maximum barrier. Maximum barrier. After becoming injured. Every 20 seconds. I am presuming we'll get an embeddable for that at some point. Tunage. Two. Or you could do Elixir of Fortitude. 2. If attack speed is maxed. Supreme sense of the desert afternoon. Honestly, you're probably going to use the Elixir of Fortitude here, actually. We'll do that, actually. If attack speed is maxed. Elixir of Fortitude, yep. And Saving Spices, right? Yep. Oh, I can't spell. I need to be an I. There we go. Good English, Dom. Good English. Who would have thought I was British, eh? Can't spell. 26, first edition. Nice. All right, I think we're nearly done with this one. I'll give this a 1 over. And then I need to backtrack that on all the endgame guides. I forgot to change it. It's a pretty minor detail, and it will change when the interface gets updated for Season 11. But, yeah, that build took a while. I figured some of these off-meta ones might take a bit longer. It's definitely one of the more complex ones. That's why I started with this one. I'm going to do Razor Wings next, which is a highly unsupported build in the past. And a few people have played it as well. That's the funny thing. Like, Mobalytics has never really had a build for Razor Wings properly. Not properly. And okay, it is definitely off meta right now. But one day, Razor Wings will slap. It's quite a fun build, actually. You can't scale the damage like crazy, but it's pretty good for speed farming. Or like just generally clearing content. I mean, it clears content like no tomorrow. It's nutty. I think I did a pit 85 on it. Or was it a pit 80? Razor Wings. So I did a pit 80 on it. I didn't try and push it any higher. So it wasn't amazing. It was definitely one of the weaker builds. It'll probably go higher with Sanctifications. It's still decent enough to get to 90 plus, though, with the new scaling that's coming. So it's going to be a viable build. It's a fun build. I'd never really played it before, and I tested it on the PTR, and it was pretty fun. And if they fixed it so you could actually scale the damage, because the thing about, we'll get into it, but the thing about Razor Wings is the main damage node was impossible to get it, so you can keep spamming it. It was the same problem with Razor, the same problem with Rushing Claw. So you can either scale the damage for like 1 or 2 hits, or you can spam it. But you can't do both very easily at all, or at all. That was the problem. Like, it just wasn't solvable from what I could tell. And I spent a long time pondering on it, you know? This is looking pretty decent. This will be interesting. This is not what I did on the PTR, but theoretically, that should give more damage, I think. You won't get the utility of this with the pull, like the distance and the pull in there, but you've got the Igni Cry, so you've got enough pulling with Vortex anyway, to be honest. So it shouldn't be an issue. You like this one, do you? You like this song, do you, Agarain? It is a banger, right? That is a banger of a track. Yeah, this is looking okay. I'm just making sure there's no, like, obvious errors. It's going to need updating anyway, once we get the final version. That's one of the reasons I'm not rushing it too much, because I'm not in a position where I need to rush them all out by tomorrow. Just trying to... It's a lot of content update at once. It's very easily to just make silly mistakes, typos, and all sorts. I'm going to add an FAQ section to this, I think, for all the builds eventually. With any FAQ in there to explain things. I will do that in the final pass. There will be a number that I can just duplicate across builds, to be honest. Like all the Thorns builds. How am I critical and overpowering? I've tried to mention it a few times here, but it's... You know, have a straight up FAQ section. That'd be good. All right, this looks fine. I think we can tick that one off for now. Yeah. Boom. Nice. I need to backtrack, though, all of these endgame builds to... update that one thing I missed on all of them. I think literally all of these. But it'll take 2 seconds because I know where the error is. It's only the endgame builds. There we go. It will be... This here. You'll see them with Foos next summer. Nice. That'll be a sick show. Foo Fighters and Queens of the Stone Age at the same time. That will be one hell of a show. A little bit jelly of that. Serendipity would be better than ironic. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. By this point, you don't need XP globes anymore. So many guides. I've just got to backtrack 1 minute every guide, guys. 10 minutes later. That's what it feels like. Right, there we go. All the guides. Right, next one. I have never done a Razor Wings build, have I? Or have I? I might have one in the back catalogue somewhere that I was playing around with once in a million years ago. Did I even bother saving it? Maybe not. Oh, I did. Here we go. Hey! Might as well use this one. I never actually published it, I don't think. No. Season 7. Wow, that's a long time ago. We'll use this one. 9 Inch Nails. Damn, that takes me back. They've been around a while, haven't they? Yeah, they're good. Convergence. Convergence. There really isn't a word for this. Well, yes. Oh, yeah, all the good tickets. Any good show in the UK. They're actually, I think, finally, this is new, right? And we've been waiting for this for a long time. If I type this in, United Kingdom ticket touting laws news on 19th of November. So this was only 7 days ago, a week ago. The Department for Culture, Media and Sport announced plans to make it illegal for tickets for concerts, theatre, comedy, sport and other live events to be resold for more than their original face value. I cannot tell you how big this is for the UK, because when I say, if I go Ticketmaster here, for example, or actually, no, let's go to a reseller like Viagogo, right? This is something I looked at recently. Just go look at Metallica's upcoming UK show or something, right? These tickets obviously sold very quickly, right? Crazy prices. Crazy, way higher. To get any half remotely decent tickets, you're looking at £350 in the standing area. And it was a lot less than that to start with, for probably 100, 150 or something. They really ramp up 2-3 times the price. Making that illegal, to be honest, it should have been done a long time ago. These people profiteering off of normal working people who want to go see their favourite acts and stuff, that's just wrong. I know some countries have already had that made illegal for a long time. But it is just wrong, because they're doing it on a prolific scale. Trent Reznor is a great performer for sure, yeah. Hey, Lowen, how's it going, dude? How you doing, man? I don't know when that comes into effect, but that was announced literally a week ago. And there's a lot of people I know are happy about this. It means you might have a chance of getting tickets. That will stop them selling out immediately. Unless it's a really, really popular act and they've only got one show. Because a lot of them go very quickly because the bots and the resellers buy them up to resell, don't they? What? Scout? Yeah, that's what you guys call it. We call it ticket touting. Yeah. It's being made illegal to sell for anything more than the retail value, more than the original value. I'm sure they'll try find a way around it, but that will stop them from ramping the prices up by 2 or 3 times for profiteering methods, processes, That requires only the person that bought the ticket centre. So we've got that already. Although I've never actually seen anyone enforce it. But yeah, you're meant to, once you bought a ticket, it's locked to you unless you go through official resale channels, in which case the ownership changes and then that person's meant to go in. I don't know if they actually enforce that. But this will explicitly make it illegal for websites like Viagogo, C-Tickets, StubHub, any of the resellers, even Ticketmaster's reseller platform. They will not be able to allow the tickets to be sold for higher than resale value. Like the UK will just hammer them for it. They'll fine them to death. Yeah, it's literally for every type of event here: music, sports, theatre, everything. Anything that is like an arts ticket, anything that's been profiteered against, they're finally doing it. It's been hammered on about for so many years. I think there are some countries that do this already. But yeah, we're fine. I don't know when it's going to affect. It might be April, because normally laws have to be put into a bill and have to be passed. But I imagine that one will pass. I can't imagine many MPs are going to fight against that one, because it affects nearly everyone. And unless they're a person profiteering from it, or they know people that are, they're not going to vote against it. I doubt they'll want to oust themselves like that. MPs being our law deciders, you know, they're our voted constituents, shall I say. Yeah, so that one makes me happy because I like to go to events. I've cut it down a fair amount since June and July because of obviously not working. But I do like to go to shows and gigs and concerts and stuff, you know, and I don't mind paying a good price for a good event. If it just is what it is. Things cost a lot of money these days, but I don't want to pay double the price to line some other randomer's pockets just because to do the same thing, you know. I mean, if it was like 10%, you just get over it. But if it's double the price, it just, out of principle, you can't do it, really, can you? It's just, it's not right. So yeah, it's about time. Razorborn seems like a relevant name there. There we are. I've got a planner for this somewhere. The tickets for 9-inch nail balcony seating starts at $65. That's quite cheap. I'm not going to lie. A lot of shows here, if you go to any decent sized venue, you're looking at £80, £90 now. If you're going to a smaller venue for a slightly smaller band, maybe you're looking at like anywhere from £30 to £60. It depends who they are and who they've got supporting them, I think, really, and how big a show they're going to do. Like, the bigger the money, the bigger the production, I guess. I avoid Ticketmaster at all costs because I typically find them to be very bad to try and source tickets on. I nearly always go to the explicit venues website where I live. So, like Wembley Arena, AXS owns them, or the O2 Arena. I go to their actual website because they've got really good queuing systems. You know, if you don't get a ticket through that, you don't get a ticket through it. But if you get in and you get in the queue, you'll normally get a chance. And the tickets are the same price. It's just a much better system. The Ticketmaster, I don't know. I don't get on with them. I find their website just to be really toxic in a way. Yeah, they also added scaling pricing. That's one of the reasons the UK is going against it. They really made it so tickets are really popular. The ticket prices go up. Some artists utilise that, some don't. I think that is in direct content. I think this new law directly conflicts with that. I don't think artists can scale the price with the new law because they have to specify this is how much the tickets are. If they can, then technically someone could go, well, I bought this for £200 when they started at £60 and then sell them massively higher, and they might have actually bought them at £60. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's a bit of a grey area. I don't know. They would have to have a system that proves how much the ticket was bought for, and that would be the face value of that ticket. But it gets really complicated if you do that. Everyone has different values on their tickets then, don't they? It gets a bit mental. It's not impossible, though. Right, here we go. This Eagle build. Oh, what am I doing? I was going to use this template, wasn't I? Or I could just delete this. I mean, I never actually use this. Yeah, let's just do that. I'll just delete that one when we're done with this one. This will be pretty good Infernal Hordes. It'll be item reliant. It is off meta. Speed farm, yeah, it'll really be quite good for that. Seems reasonable. Endgame. It's in the Razorwing damage. Oh, yeah. Sounds good. Buy author. Save draft. No VIP stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to artists having VIP stuff. Again, it's a choice, right? Some people can choose to do it, some not. High clearance. Long range. It's definitely got a long range. high clearance. It's pretty easy playstyle. All of these are easy playstyles once you get down to it. Gear dependent. Off meta build. Can't actually remember. What was the mobility of this like? Average, I'd say. Yeah, it wasn't mental, I don't think. Yeah, makes sense. That seems reasonable. The pit seating right at the stage was around $900 to $1,000. Holy cow. Yeah, starting to get into the region of like a bit silly, isn't it, really? Like for any normal person, that's a bit silly. Yeah. Dear oh dear. That is a bit silly. Yeah, it's pretty nutty. Pretty nutty. I was just looking at my video for the Razor Wings over here to see how it played, so I've got an idea of mobility. Seems reasonable. What I learned from a friend that used to roadie with Self was the artist wouldn't have VIP stuff. A lot of times, if they planned on having unscheduled free shows at out of the way places, just to stay grounded, connected to where they were going. Sounds reasonable. Right. Do I need anything for this build to function? You will probably. Increase potency damage. That's just increasing damage. You'll probably want the aspect deflection. You'll probably want the sun-stained war crozier, to be honest. Deflection. Yep, and I'm going to want to nick... There we go. That bit there. Preferably a higher roll. Oh, I got it on repeat. Whoops. Is that the end of the playlist? Oh, whoops. I forgot to change off. Whoops. Must have been listening to something else earlier. Let me just do that because it will skip to the next track then. There we go. That's better. Nailed it. Good stuff. you will ideally have right, yeah, I can see what I did here. Use that as a way of generating velocity. That for barrier, I think. Well, you got temerity for barrier. Yeah, I used the Harlequin's Crest here for the cooldown. I think you needed the cooldown on Razor Wings here to be able to spam it enough. I think that's what I found, if I remember rightly. And I made everything a Gorilla skill as a result, because then Heshira Kasangi Gorilla skills applies to your Razor Wings on top of... So that's +7, so that's pretty big. I didn't have... I was using Yolzan. Oh yeah, cast a skill with cooldowns. You're going to get guaranteed crits and overpowers here. So you could go for redirected force here somewhere. Razor Wings hitting an enemy increases your equal skill damage. That's 1%, up to 50%. For 4 seconds, okay. Each active Razor Wing. I mean, the aspects of redirected force, as long as you got your armored hide up, would theoretically... Did I use Prodigy's Tempo here? I did. I used Prodigy's Tempo. So, I don't know why I didn't use redirected force here, because you're going to be critting all the time with this. You're going to be spamming this like no tomorrow. A little bit confused by why I didn't do that. You're going to be critting all the time. It's only 50x. You can get 140x and redirected. I mean, that would be stronger. This relies on you having, well, let's say 10. It does make an incarnate skill. That's kind of nice. Alright, I'll math this when we get there. We might put redirected force on this somewhere. Yeah. VIP stuff would eat up a lot of time, yeah. Just thinking, you could get you will ideally have Hesha Ekasungi. Oh, no. Harmony of Ibawaka. Hesha Ekasungi. Temerity. Sunstained Warcrosier. Stained Warcrosier. Harmony of Ibawaka. Hesha Ekasungi. And Temerity. Zanrune. Which unlocks critical damage and overpower damage modifiers when in combat. Yeah. That's how we're doing the crit and overpowers. You don't need to stack critical chance and you just gain overpower on it. Yeah. Just trying to remind myself how I went around building this. But yeah, we went for Jaguar because then when you get kills, you get your Veracity stack. But then you also got them on your boss. Now, if you manage to roll another way of getting Veracity somehow, which we've requested a few different ways to do it, then you'd possibly go for Eagle here, because you get 20x damage. But as things stand, that was the best way, I think. So I want Jaguar secondary. Have I got a build with that? I must have somewhere. Yeah, there you go. Razor Wing. Scourge makes sense. We don't need Toxic Skin here. Looks good. Okay, items. Harmony of Ibawaka. Might as well take this for the damage up front. Movement speed. I mean, technically, this will give you more damage, but you'd need to solve... I mean, yeah, if you can solve it so you can just spam and you don't need the... I think I used... If I remember rightly, I used the Harlequins in the end. Because it gives you ranks to... It doesn't, yeah, it gives you ranks to your Razor Wings. It gives you damage reduction, which is really important. Makes you more tanky. And it gives you that cooldown reduction, which really does help with Razor Wings. But if you could get away with using Harmony of Ibawaka, I mean, theoretically, that would give you more damage, to be honest. For the chest piece, interestingly... Yeah, there's probably not a unique item here, so you just stick something like the Aspects of Might on or something to start with, just... Probably, or is there something for Veracity here, maybe? Oh, I can't even type that in, can I? How good. There is one, I just can't remember what it's called. I mean, you can technically put Deflection here, actually. I mean, that's the thing, right? This is another build which will be hugely elevated by Sanctifications. I mean, actually, Deflection probably will be rollable as Sanctification because it's a defensive aspect. So you could stick this on your... If you're lucky enough to roll one on a Shroud, GG's. Especially if you get a good roll, then it frees up your amulet. You can put on a big damage modifier there. So you could certainly boost this build in a big way that way. That one will definitely be attainable. Your block damage... If you have 100% block all the time, then yeah, your block damage reduction while you have a barrier is increased. That's another damage reduction right there. But Aspects of Might is pretty nice. So I really like Rallying Reversal. Gain 1 Veracity when you crowd control an enemy, but this... It won't free up your secondary. This will suck on bosses. And you only get 1 when you crowd control and stagger the boss, and that's it. So unless you get a boss with ads, it's rubbish. If this was 1 Veracity when you crowd control an enemy, or hit an unstoppable enemy, or staggered boss, then maybe it'd be a bit better. Or just bosses in general. But yeah, I don't know. You gain Resolve for every Vigor you gain while at maximum Vigor. This Resolve can overfill you to 5 stacks of Resolve. Yeah, you probably just want something damage reduction related here to make it so you're not going to get Giga slapped. Yeah, we'll just put Might in. I mean, it's a pretty solid option while you're leveling up. It's just damage reduction. You haven't got it on your helm. You don't get damage reduction on the Harmony Beaver Walker anymore. You can put Dex, Max Life, Armor, Resistances in here. I suppose that's nice. Can we do anything Razor Wings based here? Nope. Okay, what ones we got? Movement speed. Razor Wing charges, counter-attack charges. That makes a lot of sense. So I guess we just got a free thing here. We could just go Resilient or something. Or more Max Life. So it's armor. Gives you more barrier gem, which is kind of nice. Size, what's better? How many gorilla skills we got on the bar? 2. Yeah, let's do that. Why not? Gloves can stay the same. Balance stance is the same. Boots can stay the same. Yeah, you can put redirected force here for now. That doesn't exceed the Sunstained. Dex, max life, life on hit, and then you'd have attacks. Yeah, Dex, max life, attack speed. And I guess Chris overpower damage because of the Zamrune. Scales higher. And then I need to log in and see. I can't remember what ones, if we can get any on there. Oh, right, I still got it. Good. I just need to remind myself. Are there any in this? I don't think there are. I don't think there's anything Razor Wing related here that'll be any good for us. You can use Dominant. That's 5x a rank when attempting to knock down. So that's actually quite a big multiplier. Dominant would be a strong option here. Yeah, Dominant's the option there. Dominant. Oh, it's not in there. Okay, so I need to make a mention of that. Dexterity, attack speed, temper. Dominance. Yeah, we put deflection on the amulet just because it can go there. Dex, max life, cooldown reduction, dominant. Probably could get away without the cooldown reduction here, actually. You go Apex instead. I'll put max life in here because you might be a bit squishy otherwise, yeah. Apex. Is there another one except dominant? Because we've already got, we're going to have 7 ranks in there, so it becomes diminishing returns. How's our movement speed going to be? That's a 6x, but it depends how much movement speed you're going to have. You could technically temper that as well. You could theoretically get 53.5% movement speed there. But that's it, right? Oh, you could get movement speed here. You just lose the resistances. You could theoretically put 30% there, and that would get you 83.5. So you get pretty close. Is that worth losing the 20% resistances too? I don't know. Probably not. What else can we put in here? Mirage, Nourishment, Oppressive, Potent, Ravenous, Resolution. You can't put Resolution there. Can you put Unrestrained there? That's 4x. It's probably still better to put Dominant there. Okay. We'll do Apex Dominant. It probably is the best. It would be better. After you change the weapon as well, I suppose. So we'll just do this. Ring-wise. Dex, max life, life on hit. Attack speed, that makes sense because you're preparing. Dex, max life, attack speed, life on hit. Let's make a note of that, and then you'll want Razor Wing charges here as well. Diamond, I think. Yep. Ring 1, 4th, affix. Life on hit. And then the other ring's probably similar. Dex max life, life on hit. I just went for a lot of life on hit. It's just a lot of sustain. Makes you tanky with the temerity. I think you might have vulnerable baked into this anyway, right? Yeah, Razor Wings makes enemies vulnerable for 5 seconds when hitting with a critical strike or from behind. You're going to be critting all the time. So you don't need lucky vulnerable or anything. You can get, actually, you can roll cooldown reduction on rings, can't you? Huh, yes. That would potentially make it so you could roll off the Harlequins, actually. That is something that's coming that wasn't in the PTR. I don't even know if they've added that here. No, because it's not confirmed yet. But they said it in the interview. Hi, Roo. How's it going? Spin to win. Spin to win. You can roll. I can. I can also spin. Nice. Yes. Cheeky spin to win. Let's go. How's it going, Hyru? How you doing, dude? Dear, oh dear. Right. Endless Talons. All of these aspects just need buffing, I think, to be honest. We don't need that. Dex. Max life. Attack speed. And you put cooldown reduction in here, maybe. Counter-attack charges to make life nicer for yourself. I mean, if you're really running out of Razor Wing charges, you could take Razor Wing charges out, put Razor Wing charges in there, and maybe the Harmony of Evilwaka would give us more damage. For some reason, I ended up on the Harlequins. It's probably because of defense, but I forget why exactly. Cooldown reduction. I mean, you've got life on hit already on your gloves in this version, so I suppose you can actually probably just do cooldown on both those. That sort of makes up for the cooldown reduction on the Harlequins in a way. You're loading some Division 2. Nice. Just got in from errands from Lurkin. I appreciate that. How did the errands go? Okay, we need to update this now. So we've got aspect of... We've got loads in here, actually. I may well... Wrong build. Yeah. Let's copy-paste that one in there. Vehement Brawler, Duelist, Aspects of Redirected Force, Deflection. Can we get that one in a dungeon? No. Apparently. I thought you could get at least one of these in a dungeon. Can you really not? Let's have a quick look. Sounds like you've had a busy day. Taco Bell sounds good too. Nice. It doesn't actually tell me if you get it from a dungeon, so that's kind of annoying, right? Okay. Aspects of deflection. Oh, we don't need wild claws. What's meant to be in there? Fleet wings. There you go. Endless talons. All of the aspects. All of them. All of them. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got one too many. Oh, we could put conceited in there. No, I can't. We absolutely want Nahesha Ekosangi because we are using a gorilla skill, and that gives us all of the damage. All of it. Which means one of those definitely does want to be life on hit. There you go. Don't need this. Don't need this. That makes more sense. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. That's better. Right, now let's go find the other things. These 3 here are good. And I do not need the pants there. Temerity, that's what I need. And we will want Yo San Ahu Quacks. We'll do Ahu Quacks here, actually. And this one will be Yo Zan. This one works really well with the Yo Rune because you're constantly casting a cooldown skill. So, yeah, it's completely bonkers. Okay, that's looking a little bit better now. We can also change... Yeah, movement speed here. Movement speed. Razor wings, counterattack. Alright. Let's give that a save because I've just changed a few bits. I need... No, that's it. That's good for them. Easy collapse. We will be adding another one. Oh, actually, no. This is lie. Because it's not a mythic. We will want a Sunstain here. So we can get rid of us. Sunstain's a weird one. It's like, why give us ranks to focus skills? That really should be ranks to potency skills, honestly. Like, it's about using your focus skills to scale your potency skills, but you're never... But you're giving us this massive multiplier on potency skills, and then you're giving us ranks in focus skills for some reason. Like... Yeah, it's a weird one. Never quite made sense to me, that. I think we've reported it about... Well, I've reported it. I'm sure it's been reported before. It's a bit of a weird one. It feels a bit backwards. Yeah. So, yeah, that makes Dominant the right one up here, which is fine. So, yeah, we just need to add in here. Sunstained or Crozier. Chance to double damage. Make our Razor Wing do double damage. Should probably put that first, actually. Ah! Oh, I'm seeing code. Hello. And again. What the hell? That's weird. Huge potency damage scaling. That's it, really. That's really the main reason to use them. But it's really good for this for this build, generally speaking. Fits. Oops. Let's move that there and change that to Yol. And then the other one is Ahu Quacks, which I believe I've got on another build somewhere. Which one did I put Ahu Quacks on? Probably Payback. Aha, nailed it. Why rewrite things when I can copy paste them? Yes. Laziness for the win. Right, we don't need that. Don't need this, all those. That's a bit better. Cool. Hey, Bittersweet, how's it going? How's it going? How have your streams been recently? I've not been able to jump into one too much recently. No chaos perks. Right, skill tree. Let's do this fun times. I guess those don't really matter. There's a lot of does not matter stuff in here, really. It's just it's literally like take bare minimum. It's not, you can't make it a core skill. So we just take that, I suppose, generate 3 vigor per second while moving. I don't know. It's literally pointless. Like, there's nothing to take in basic or core skills that's even remotely useful to Razor Wings, which is kind of annoying. There's like literally nothing. So it's a bit meh, that, really. I mean, complete waste of 6 points of skills, you know? But there you go. But then, yeah, you come into here, you can get all these. Take those. Maximum vigor. Why have I got the max? Oh, no, I lie. No, the reason I went there is because we're using the Quacks rune. So it's the only thing that gives us anything remotely useful, because when you move, you'll gain vigor if you need it. Yeah. The Quacks rune consumes our resource. That's right. So I suppose it's got a use, but it's... So we also take Scourge with Refined Scourge. So every time you cast Scourge, you're going to get 60% of your max vigor back, which is very, very strong for this. Yeah, we take this. And then we're obviously coming down, max out Razor Wings. Now, you've got 2 options with Razor Wings. The top track technically makes it like more fun. They'll spiral outwards from you. But the other track makes it so you got a 10% chance to regain a charge when they hit an enemy. Double that chance if you have an active barrier, which you will all the time on this build. So that is the only choice, really. I mean, I tried the other one, and as much as it is kind of cool to play, I found it near impossible to make it so you could actually constantly spam those. While Poised Razor Wings just played infinitely better. It just did. Infinitely better indeed. You'll be fine with those. You'll monomax this out. And that's... We haven't got Unstoppable on the build, so I'm surprised I didn't take Casting and Ult. Oh, no, that's a lie. Protects gives us Unstoppable, so we don't need to worry about this. 4 points left. So we take Prodigy's Tempo. Could try and try. You could try and feed in Vital Strikes. The problem with that is, like, your Razor Wings are applying vulnerable because you're going to crit all the time. Yeah, so without Prodigy's tempo, you might struggle to reset Razor Wings enough so you can spam it. But if you could possibly take Prodigy's tempo off and go Vital Strikes, and that would give you 100x damage. And every Razor Wing should, in theory, apply vulnerable, so it should apply pretty quick. Like, that might be the pushing variant later on, but this gives you 4 ranks. Oh, no, it doesn't, because you're not casting a basic skill. So you're literally only getting a cooldown. If you can solve the cooldown thing for Prodigy's tempo, which you may well be able to do with Sanctifications better, it's harder in the PTR because you couldn't get 54% cooldown on the Harlequins. If you could get that cooldown on the Harlequins, then yeah, you might be able to do it. Or if you can get the cooldown, you can get cooldown on rings now, so you might actually be able to get to a point where Vital Strikes will be more possible. But I think Prodigy's tempo just solved that problem, yeah. Yeah, that's why I ended up that way. Right, where did I put his last points? Three. Right. I'm not actually sure. Oh, I maxed this out. When you dodge, you gain crit chance. I mean, you don't really need that because you're getting your crit. You're getting your crits from the Zamrune anyway. I guess you're better off maxing that out, I suppose, and take 1 point over here, maybe. Extra block chance or something. Or you could max out your poison res, I don't know. Or you could extend your armored hide duration. Yeah, without Prodigy's tempo, you're going to really struggle with these cooldowns, I think. That was the problem I'm pretty sure I found. I did try a couple of extra things. Anyway, this will be fine. Tired bitters, I bet, yeah. You just got home from work, getting ready for stream. Nice. How was work? Yeah, I'm good. Just been busy doing all this stuff this week, so... Yeah, a lot to do. I've still got a lot to do, but I've definitely made good progress, which is good. By the end of this week, hopefully I'll be in a position where I've got a first draft of all the things I need to have a first draft in. That's... it's not necessarily the most entertaining thing to watch, but it is what it is, right? I just don't think I could physically squeeze all of this in as well as streaming like I do. I stream like 7-8 hours at a time most of the time. It's a lot of hours, and then I basically end up having to do that outside of stream as well. It basically means I literally wouldn't sleep. And then I'd be absolutely ruined for season launch. Progress is progress, Zach, exactly, yeah. And hopefully... people will see the benefits of this when it comes season 11. There are a lot of people that use Mobalytics now, and they go there for their builds. Not all of these will be highly popular, but if they're not there, they can't be used, right? If they're there from the beginning, people might choose to play them at some point. So that's kind of my thinking. And I'm trying to write these in a way that means that future updates, bar the expansion may really throw things up in the air. We'll have to see. But future updates, hopefully... I can reuse a bunch, so it'll be less change. Obviously, I'm having to rewrite the format here for everything. And some of them I've just never written before. Deflection. Fleet wings. And... can't remember the name of it. Endless Talons. Makes enemies vulnerable on critical strikes. That's really the thing that most people should probably put this in as well. 10% chance to refund charge. When hitting an enemy. Doubled. With active barrier. Let's put that in brackets. Hello, Kamari. How you doing, mate? Oh, Oh, you've been outside. You're all cold. Oh, no. Whoa. Back rub. Yeah, you like that, don't you? Go on in. Oh, no, he's not done. Okay, he hasn't come in just to say hello. Come on in. Normally, I'll say hello and then he'll disappear immediately. Unless he actually wants more. Are you staying up here? Is that what you wanted? What are you doing? He's got a huge grin on his face, bless him. He's just like... he doesn't know what he wants. What are you doing? You're going down there. Okay, bye-bye. Now he's disappearing. Good. He's just sitting there like grinning at me. My mum said it to me the other day. She'd never really seen it. She was like, "Your Kamari, he smiles." I'm like, he does. He actually does. It's very odd, but he does. I've never quite seen it in a cat before. He just goes around grinning at you. It's really funny. Right, Scourge, here we go. We actually need to have one extra bit to this as well. That would go after counter-attack as well. It was rubbish besides getting free food. Free food always makes life better. Come on, everything tastes better when it's free. So I'm glad you got something positive come out today. You got a 5-day weekend. Nice, yeah. Thanksgiving and such, right? Right, I need to somehow find some characters. I might do that with copying this in and not using... They're going to make this bigger at some point, but it hasn't been done yet, which just means I'm limited. Here we go. Nice. I think we just about got it all in there. All right, sweet. That works. Make what bigger? So, they went through and made all of these areas by default 10,000 characters. This one doesn't matter because that's going away in Season 11, so I guess they didn't bother with that. But they typoed. I mentioned it to them, and they said it's meant to be 10,000, but they must have typoed and missed a 0. So you only got 1,000 in the skill tree area, which is 1,000 characters is not a lot. Like, that is nigh on 1,000 characters once you take into account all the white space. They include white spaces and stuff. So, like, every white space counts as a character. So 1,000 characters disappears very quickly in the way they've got it formatted. Yeah. So that's why I haven't put any passives or anything in here. I've just about fit in the skills and the key passive info. I haven't even got ahead of the skills. I might add one when I get a bit more character limitation. But they said they said that's not meant to be like that. So it'll hopefully get fixed in the next major update before Season 11 goes live, because we're going to need that, because we need all the Season 11 stuff, yeah. Alrighty. Can I can't just straight up remove this, can I? Oh, God, okay. Oh, we're going to have to do some scratch, because I think it's going to be quite different here. Actually, let's have a quick look. What boards did I use here? Viscous Shield, Sapping... Revealing, Convergence. Oh, no, I can copy this from Rake, probably. I'll change the glyphs accordingly. Nice. That'll save me some time. Boom. What glyphs did I use? Talon, makes sense. Canny, Menagerist, Spirit, Colossal. Gonna take a guess at Talons down here. Do you know what? I probably should use Quill Volley here. So a quick look at it, because that already has Talon baked into it. I'm pretty sure that will have the same stuff. Talon, Canny, Spirit, Menagerist, Colossal, yep. Revealing, Sapping. Uh-huh. Yeah, let's use that one. Nailed it. Boom. 2, 3, 2. And that way, I don't even have to optimize the board. It's done for me because I've already done it in another one. It's literally the same, I think. Just going to double check, but I'm pretty certain. You'll have Menagerist in here, probably. Yeah. Canny in Viscerous Shield. I would have thought so. Looks good. Yeah, Colossal being Revealing and Spirit will be there. That's where I always put them. Colossal. Spirit. Yeah, okay, fine. The boards are a little bit the other way around because I've done them in different order here, but it's... And Talon. Fine. Oh, well, that was easy. Sweet. Which means I can also copy-paste this because it's literally the same. That saves me a bunch of time. I likey. Mercenaries, same again. So that's pretty much what I've got here. Easy claps. But just for some reason... Oh, yeah, we'll need to put that in there. Did I not have one of those in... Raid then? I should have had. No, I did. Yeah, weird. Oh, well. Not sure why I didn't pick that up. Alright, now we duplicate. For T... T3, T1. These will be quick because it's really only the Paragon boards that change and I can copy-paste them from Quill Volley, so... That makes my life a lot easier here. T3... T1's T2. Right, T3. Ah. Oh, that's Revengeborn. Wrong guide. That's that one. Okay. Right, C3. I'm pretty much just straight up copy this because this will be the same. It's just a Paragon will be slightly easier to obtain. T3, T2. Cool. I mean, basically the same. And then we need a mythic variant, which will be slightly different. Although saying that, all we'll do for the mythic variant, the Paragon will be the same as Cool Volley because it's the same stuff. So that simplifies that. That's one of the cumbersome bits. And we can change. Yeah, I was using the Harlequins here, so I'll probably put that in there. It probably will make the build better. Yeah, it's difficult. Certainly, mate, yeah. The problem is once you lose that damage reduction on the chest, you're going to become reasonably squishy, probably. Cooldown reduction's nice here, though. Shroud of False Death. And then most of the rest of it stays the same, really. To be honest, I think that literally is. Life on hit. Cooldown reduction. We got vulnerable baked in. Amulet looks good. Yeah, this looks sensible. So we can take the Harmony Viva Walker out. And this one. And there is a build, which I have both of these written down in. I've just got to remember where it is. Which one did I do it in? Which guide did I do the Harlequins in? It was one of the outliers. There we go. Defensive alternatives to Harmony Viva Walker. Yeah. I could actually leave Harmony Viva Walker in there still if I wanted to. Maybe I should do that. Mythic. Looks sensible. I think that's pretty much it. I mean, it's really... Everything else will stay the same. It's actually quite an easy build to transition. You're just looking to get your mythics for this one. Sanctifications might change that. That build actually only took an hour to make. Actually, it was nowhere near as complex as Rape Balazan's, to be honest. Yeah, nowhere near as complex. Hey, Mark, how's it going, dude? Hey, thanks, man. How's your day, Mark? How's your day going? Zoe as well. How you doing, Zoe? How you doing? Oh, we've just got to do the final editing for the text now, and then we're good, I think. Just got to edit this stuff. Text as fast as possible so that the deflection activate, causing all Razor Wing instances. Oops. To reflect whilst counter attack is active. And the idea is to have this at 100% uptime. Yeah. So we don't have to worry about stacking critical chance on the build, as well as gaining access to permanent overpower damage multipliers. Yeah, okay, we don't need that one there. Scales out at potency damage. In a big way by spamming our focus skills. To use at... Is it Ravager? Is Ravager the only one we've got? Incarnate? Oh, that's a focus. It might be. You have to spam Ravager to scale up your Sun's gained. Your focus skills benefit from all their upgrades, and they increase. Oh, okay. You don't have to put all the points in Ravager then. Interesting. I missed that bit before. Could probably address that. Yeah, you just got to spam Ravager for days, and that scares it up. Liberally. To keep these stacks active. Okay, and then cast Razor Wings liberally, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, I never noticed that before, but I don't use this weapon very often. I've never really done this build. Your focus skills benefit from all their upgrades, so theoretically. Go to the skill tree. Yeah, theoretically, I don't need to put the points in here. It should just benefit from them all. Which saves you 2 points, so you can stick them somewhere else, I suppose. I'll say, is that a quarter staff? It is. Okay, we'll put the points in there for the extra defense. Yeah, okay. That's a bonus. I mean, with the Harlequins on, you wouldn't even need to... Oh, no, you put 1 point in there, so you get to the 5 points, I suppose. Yeah. Technically, you wouldn't even need to put a point in there, though. You could put that somewhere else as well. Since your skills benefit from all the abilities anyway. Hang on there. Go there. Nice, okay. All good. Oh, you got your new Wi-Fi 7 card. Just testing the stability before starting up streams again. All right, nice. Let me know if you get any issues, and I'll see if I can help. But, I mean, that's a beast card, to be honest. I've got Wi-Fi 7 in my gaming computer, but my router doesn't support Wi-Fi 7, because when I got my original stream computer, that only had Wi-Fi 6E in it, which is also incredible. But that router I've got is amazing. Like, if I have upgraded, I'd get the same thing, just the 7 version, but it's significantly more expensive right now. Because my gaming PC would support it. And the 7 is the first one, which I think has, so you can send and receive at the same time over Wi-Fi. If you've got a router that has more than one antenna, which mine has 6 on it. So as you noticed with your card, you've got more than one antenna on it. But you get those on the old ones, some of the old ones. But they still can't send and receive very well at the same time. 7's just a lot quicker. It's got more channels and more bandwidths and stuff, and it can do multi-bandwidth at the same time. It just does a lot more stuff. It's just a lot of hardware isn't supporting it yet because it's quite new. Yeah, exactly. 6E is great though. Trust me, I'm using 6E. The speeds I get are insane. I very rarely get dropout and stuff. Yeah. Right, here we go. This is nearly done, this build. Razor Wing Spiritborn focuses on optimizing the... How did I do this for Quill Volley? Oh, yeah. Let's copy-paste that. Sun-stained Warcrows, yeah, in combination with the deflection. Oh, I can't remember what they're called again. Fleet Wings, and Endless Talon, yeah. Fleet Wings and Endless Talons. And then we can nab this. Razor Wings. Deflects all instances of that Razor Wings when counterattack is active. So I want a capital I there. Deflection aspects. Converting all skills to Gorilla skills. Gorilla. Oops. Primary Spirit Hall. Make that Razor Wing. Additionally, an Incarnate skill. Fleet Wings. Become permanently unhindered by that as well. Yep. We want the Scourge stuff here. Resource regeneration. Makes sense. I think I caught most things. The other stuff is 80. So this will do 90 plus. This is all the same, I would have thought. Yep. Attack speed, dex, max life. I do want Redamine Buzz in there. Redamine, yeah, it'll be the same as this. Let's just take it from here. And that's it, I think. Yeah, you could just leave that there. Oh, we're technically on the 27th hour, so I'll put that in there. 450 to 500 megabits per second, consistent. Yeah, nice. Download 100 megabytes a sec. 100 megabits or 100 megabytes? Megabits is the old data transfer. Megabytes is the actual data storage that you're downloading. Megabits is 8 times smaller than megabytes. So like 800 megabits per second will be downloading about 100 megabytes a second, give or take. For example, so theoretically, I'm guessing you meant megabits because, 100 megabits upload. Sorry, I misread. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Unless you go for City Link or whatever it's called. Virgin's capped at 100 unless you're in the London area at the moment, or one of the very few other areas. I think Birmingham, London, Glasgow. There's like 5 areas that have got the faster one. City link around here goes up to 1 gig or 2 gig or something. It's way faster for upload. And I'm kind of annoyed I went with version again before realising that. So I'm going to have to wait to the end of my contract before I can reevaluate, because the upload would be useful for me if I decide to go 2K on all the platforms later down the line. You'll need more than 100 if you're doing as many platforms as I am in 2K. Yeah. It's fine for now, though. Right, I think this build is done, but I'm just going to give it a quick one over. These will be changing colour at some point. They're the wrong colour right now. They will be changing to purple. Or the mythic colour. I have got one too many of these here. You would absolutely want to try, if you can, you'd want to try and get aspects of redirected forces somewhere. Well, to be honest, you can absolutely get, if not, if you can't sanctify it, you will definitely be able to sanctify deflection somewhere. You would sanctify that on your Shroud or your Temerity or something if you could, and then you'd put redirected on here at a bare minimum. But if you could sanctify redirected, you'd put that on Sunstone. It'd be a massive damage boost. That would instantly push this build up 5 pits or something. That alone, honestly. What? Oh, I took out the wrong one. What a noob. There you go. Da, 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 da. Okay. Don't care about this. Seems reasonable. Yeah. Literally spent all the points. Nice. Hopefully at some point we'll be able to push this in a way like they've got in PoE 2, where you can have some sort of like take them in this order. So I don't, it's a bit different here, but in PoE 2 they had it so like take this notable, take this notable, take this notable, and it gave you an idea of where to go next. So we could theoretically get something like that. You'd have to have a way of sectioning out when to go to board and take notables and legendary nodes and such, but I'm going to push for it so it's a bit easier to follow, like which order, in what order do you want to take things on the boards, rather than, I've obviously done my best here by giving you stages, but still it'd be nice to have an actual pathway, right? But we don't have that right now, so we have to make do. Actually, I probably should remove that from every build now. Like, check out the in-depth explanations below for further details. Actually, I'll leave that there, because at some point I'm going to add an FAQ. I'll check out the FAQ below for further details. That's what I will call it eventually when I get there. That's fine. I was going to say, there's not much. At some point, we're getting a section for these, so they'll disappear, and we'll have a section for these, so those will disappear. So it'll literally be like, check below. Oh, it's right here, by the way, and that'll be it. That's the only thing that's going to be in there. But I'm going to have an FAQ here. I imagine these will disappear by the time we get to Season 11. At least this definitely will. I'm hoping this will as well. And then we got the FAQ section, and this area won't be too overwhelmingly wordy. That's the plan. And the rest is all within the variants. All right, that's actually good. Nice. Razor wings. Kaput. Good stuff. I can close that. And that. And that. For now. Hey, Bog, how's it going, man? Why you're cooking builds if season ends in 1 week? For season 11. The upcoming season, Bog. Yeah, for the new season, yeah. How do I know builds? So there was a PTR realm about 3 weeks back, 4 weeks back. I can't remember exactly when it ended. Now, a lot can change from there. But there was 1 week where I was able to test, and I tested just about everything Spiritborn based. So you can see here I've got a massive spreadsheet where I did this without the new seasonal mechanic, Sanctification. So I've got a rough idea where the builds landed. And they said they're changing the pit scaling, so everything should go up by about 5 to 10 pits without any other changes, assuming no nerfs. Which Spiritborn didn't really have anything completely broken. The only bug really was Evade, to be honest. So other than Evade, all of these should go up by 5-10 pits, which means a lot of the builds should... This was level 100 glyphs, no sanctifications, Paragon 200 to 220, somewhere in that range. I can't... Every build I did within that range. A lot of these builds will go to pit 100 plus. And with sanctifications, some of these might go a lot higher, to be honest, because Spiritborn has so much potential for power if you can slot on... If you can slot on 3 or 4 more big aspects or uniques, you can gain a lot of power. So yeah, I did a lot of testing, and that's how. I am the Spiritborn writer for Mobalytics now as of the start of Season 10. This is my first season where I'm properly able to take control of the whole class, because I got asked to do it literally the day before Season 10, so I didn't have time to really do that properly before the season drops. I was playing catch-up. This season, I want to have better coverage for this class, full stop. I'm going all in. I'm not going to be able to cover everything, but there will be a lot more builds than what we've currently got, which is here. And you can already see most of these builds are mine. All the ones I've got hyphen in them, they're mine. So all except 2 are mine here. But next season, you should have at least 12 here. Maybe more. That will just be mine. And the only reason someone else will have builds on there will be if there's something that's different to what I've got, that's part of the internal team. It's very rare. So that's how. I hope that makes sense. Basically, I did an ungodly amount of testing that week. I think I had internet problems, but I did it on my phone. I think I did nearly 100 hours of testing that week. It was crazy. Spreadsheet the video game, Mad Spam. Oh, I didn't actually math the game. This is just me keeping track of what builds I tested, where they got, and this is particularly useful. What builds have I drafted and which ones have I done the final? I'm going to have to update them all again when we get the final patch notes. And eventually I'll put in a pit and tower tier list. I mean, this was my initial feeling. Like, Evade was the only S tier. Most were A. But this is without sanctification. With speed farming... what did I put as S tier up here? Rock Splitter was very good for leveling. S tier leveling. Yeah, Rock Splitter is great for leveling. And Payback was insane for bossing, actually. I was quite surprised. Like, Payback was really good for bossing. The others were decent for bossing. But a lot of these would go to S. Well, I don't know what S tier is going to be yet. It is all going to be relative to the rest of the classes and what the final patch notes are. But with sanctifications, some of these would have been S in my original standings. So, yeah, this was just me putting down some notes. It's not final. And which ones I did footage for and some notes and stuff. You know, it's really because you test this stuff and then you go a month by before you do anything else. 3-4 weeks, and I forget, right? Brain doesn't brain. How's Rake Evade going to hold up, Puggy? It won't be viable. Not in the current form. The only way Evade Rake will be playable will be if the new pair of boots, the Path of Emissary, for example. So if I go to like... so I did all my planners in D4 builds because Mobalytics didn't have anything there. So if I go to Rake here, did I create one here? No, let me just create a random test variant here, right? All right, there's a pair of boots there. There's the new unique for Spiritborn next season is called Path of the Emissary. Now, what this does, it grants you a lot of movement speed. But also it grants you a huge chunk of additive core skill ranks. Impairment reduction I've requested to be changed because that sucks. And then it makes it every time you move up to 12 meters, but best is 4. Every time you move 4 meters, you'll just automatically invoke a core skill. So you don't need to cast it. You can just zoom, 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 and it'll cast it. Now, from your primary Spirit Hall, this only affects the ones on your core skill tree. It didn't proc Touch of Death, which was annoying. I was kind of hoping you could do some crazy, like, Rushing Claw, Touch of Death build, but that didn't work. The other thing is, the auto-cast ones on the PTR didn't work with Rod of Kep. So, that just made it meh.
If the Rod of Kep cannot scale it, then the build is kaput, basically. Because Rushing Claw evades... Rushing Claw Rake could be super fun. You can make Rushing Claw so you can perma Rushing Claw around and make it so you can cast Rake or evade Rake. It won't be as strong because you don't have all the crazy powers you've got this season, which give you 1.4 multiplier, extra 2 hits, you hit 6 times, and then you evade and reset it, and you guarantee crit and overpower, and you get 100x multiplier from it, and you guarantee you can reset it with evade, so you get these massive damage multipliers. You can get overpower on this later on with Sanctification if you want. I haven't got it in my build right now. I've got a Rake build here. My Mythic version doesn't use Banished Lords, but the Sanctification probably will, as long as we can sanctify these aspects on them. You'll just have to hope you get Giga Lucky. That way you'll unlock your overpower and you'll keep your aspects, which you really need. And that probably would outweigh... I mean, this amulet will be very good. So yeah, there's room for these core skill builds to be a lot stronger. So I'm not going to say there's definitely not going to be a mobility rake build or evade rake build or rushing claw, but at the moment those pair of boots didn't work well enough so that those boots were definitely intended for the core skills to be the main damage. But because the only way to make them good enough is with the Rod of Kep, and it didn't work with that, it meant that it was pretty much useless, which was sad. Yeah, an ad pop up. Oh, I just said I've got a spreadsheet to keep track of things. I didn't math all the builds, as per se. I mean, I do in my head. This is just a keep track thing. Yeah. Anyway, I've nearly got through most of the endgame builds now, the ones I wanted to cover. I'm going to do Rushing Claw next, and then I've got Evade. And then I have got a draft for all the main endgame builds for Spiritborn that I was going to cover. I did test a few of these others. I didn't get around to testing Storm Feathers. Maybe I'll do that during the season. I've got a lot to do already. Thrash Primary Jaguar would work fine, but I am not going to do a build for that to start with. I did test Pestilent Swarm. It is viable, but only a little bit above T4, to be honest. It really needs some love, that. It's so disjointed. Stinger Centipede Main Hall was okay. It wasn't... I'm not going to make a build on it. It's a bit meh. It's like more than off meta, right? Razor Wings and Rushing Claw did an 80. And Rate Balazans did an 85. So comparatively to the others, they were off meta from what I had tested with my quick 2 hour tests. But they were good. Like, you would smash T4. You'd be able to beat all the bosses in T4, for example. Just not as quickly as the other builds, right? So I'll do Rushing Claw next. I mean, that was the last of the 3 builds I definitely wanted to get done today. And then we'll see. I've still got some leveling builds to do. They take a little bit less time. I want to have 4 leveling builds for Spiritborn as well, not just 1. So we'll have Evade, Rock Splitter. One for each spirit. Evade, Eagle. Rock Splitter, Gorilla. Rake for Jaguar. And Withering Fist probably for Centipede. So you've got an option for them all if you wanted to play them that way. That's my hope. It's a lot of guides anyway. Yeah. Right, I don't believe I have ever done a Rushing Claw build, so I'm probably going to start this one from scratch. So you can see all the ones I've done coming up. These are all my active ones. These are all the ones I've just banked off because I'm not really using. I have done a Pestilent Stinger build before. But, yeah, I don't know. It was kind of a bit meh, sadly. What's the Spirit class born about? The Spiritborn class about? So the Spiritborn's kind of like a love child of Monk and Witch Doctor, or more Monk than anything. It's like a new take on a character that does that sort of like quarterstaff martial arts style feel in combat. If you ever played Diablo 3 and you played the Monk class, some of the skills feel quite similar to that. But it also does have some like spirits are just, yeah, they're like spiritual warriors almost, right? With like spirits like Jaguar, Gorilla, eagle and a huge centipede style millipede thing. So it's got like that sort of class fantasy to it. Yeah, quite mobile in a lot of builds. Very punchy, in your face punching, a few range builds, and very high damage output on a lot of builds. Not quite as glass cannon as some builds, but they're definitely not the tankiest. In most cases. I do have one further endgame build I'm going to do, which I need to add to that list, which I didn't test, but I can throw it together. I'm going to do a support born, actually. Support born. Yeah, I should do that one at some point. I won't do that one today, though. It will definitely be T4 viable, but only for teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. We never actually tested this. This will be a build that you cannot play solo on, and I'll make that very clear. It's purely going to be for the tower pushing in teams. You are going to play support and then allowing your damage dealers to go higher damage to try and push higher in the towers. That is the total. Yeah, it'll be totally. In theory, this will be S for towers, and everything else it's just irrelevant. You'll be able to, you might even get strong enough to do T4 on your own, but really it's just going to be all about you supporting the damage dealers. You got multiple ways of getting pulls and reducing the damage of enemies and stuff on Spiritborn, so it will actually be possible to have one of these. I'm not convinced the other classes will actually go as fast to add those, so it might be the only one we'll have on the Mobalytics site to start with. We'll see. There will be a Druid support, but I don't know if they'll add one. Yeah, it's just it's a ZDPS support. Like, it literally purely made for tower pushing in teams. Each animal has a theme. Yeah, pretty much Mad Spam, yeah. In a nutshell. So, but that's like the lowest priority, so I will make that. Like, even though it's Spiritborn, I will get my other guides for other classes done first, because that's not the highest priority. But the intention was to try and get one of those in. I already know in my head roughly how you build it. You're just going to go Giga Tank, and then you just want everything that's going to allow you to just spam skills and just pure mobility and just zoom around and grab things. So you're just going to want to just go pure mobility and just pull things in constantly. So yeah, that's kind of the intention. I'd have to figure out the full synergy of it. But I think that would be viable. I don't know why I put an X in there. That's a bit weird, isn't it? All right, before I do this before I do this next guide, I actually really need to go to the restroom, guys. So I'll be in 1 minute. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Right. It's good. I'm feeling a lot better today than I was on Monday about all of this stuff. I was kind of like, Christ, I've got so much to do. Forcing myself to do it on stream means I can't make any excuse not to do it. That's one of the reasons it's good for me to do it. It's very easy to make excuses not to do stuff, you know? It just is. I'm sure plenty of people feel that and have the same thing at times. I'm just, again, having a very quick look at the video here. I do remember this build not being too zoomy. No, very zoomy. The damage was okay. We might be able to optimize it a little bit. We'll have to have a look. Okay. Well, we'll get into it. Right. Create a build. Speed farm. This will be good for speed farming. T4 content. And it's okay at pushing. It'll be pretty good at... It's okay. It'll be okay at Infernal Hordes, I think. It's definitely off meta. How item reliant is this, actually? I have got it here somewhere. Rushing Claw. There we are. Yeah, so that was just Rushing Claw on its own. But this one just didn't work very well. Which is sad. Yeah, trying to... With poised Rushing Claw, you kind of need that with invasive Rushing Claws. So you can actually... This makes it so you get loads of charges, and then each charge you get 50% maximum, multiplicative damage. And you can temper on charges. So you get like huge damage scaling. The problem is you want to be able to do Rushing Claw over and over again. And to generate those 12 charges back after that is nigh on impossible. Enemies hit by Rushing Claw take 20% increased damage from Rushing Claw up to 100%. So you need to be hitting 5 times with Rushing Claw before you get the maximum there. So that would give you 2x, and then you get 7x here, but you can't spam it with 12 charges, so then you lose that, and it's a bit... I tried. I couldn't... I just couldn't work it out. Even with Prodigy Standby, I just could not get that to work. It's just fundamentally didn't work properly. There's a really nice aspect for it as well, Rip and Tear. If you've always got 4 charges, which in that case you would, it guarantees critical strike, guarantees overpower, strikes an additional time, and it heals you for 15% of your life. It's insane. But I believe this didn't work with that node. I think I found that this didn't activate all the time. It didn't feel like it did. It's meant to work when you've got 4 charges. But I think... Oh, no, I know. No, this didn't work. So, there is a way to solve it so you can spam this over and over. But it's horrible to play because you have to essentially time it. So you cast this and cast an ultimate. So you get intricacy. So you can get 3 casts of potency. So you can spam this 3 times. Then you've got to try and somehow do that and cast your ultimate again to get more. But you can never get enough of these intricacy charges so that you can just constant spam this. And I found that when intricacy was active, poised Rushing Claw did not work with Rip and Tear. So you lost crit and overpower and your additional strikes. Then it became useless. You pretty much just straight up lost all damage. So all those extra casts, you basically made it so your skill didn't do any damage, except the very first hit. So when you hit with all of that, it actually hit like a truck, like a legit truck. 12 charges, even without the 100x scaling, it hit like a truck, but it just didn't work properly. It was kind of sad. So I ended up going a different route and just going for spam version, which made it very quick. It just wasn't the highest hitting damage build I've ever done, but it's... Yeah, we'll have to see. There might be some changes around this. Yeah, there might be some changes around this when the the PCR patch notes comes, hopefully. I don't know what to call this build. Call it Clawborn. And game. Yeah, it's one of those. With sanctifications, who knows? Maybe you could unlock enough that you could spam it. But I say you need to have 12 charges, spammable, and you absolutely would, so that you didn't have to use intricacy, so that you could get, yeah, so that you could legitimately. And if I remember rightly, when you tempered Rushing Claw charges on, it actually double dipped. It not only made it so you got more charges, it scales the number of free charges you get or something as well. I can't remember exactly. Double dipped. But yeah, when the second intricacy was involved, you just hit like a wet noodle. And that was the only way I managed to get it so I could even remotely spam it. Not even pure spam it. It's the only way I could remotely spam it. So it was kind of sad. I really wanted it to work. I did give a lot of feedback on it. And I'm hoping we get some love there. But I guess we'll see, right? The Jaguar primary spirit hall damage. So basically what we're doing is we're using Rushing Claws as a means to just zoom around like an absolute maniac, but your main damage actually comes from the primary spirit hall damage, which did work in a squared way. So it stacks 5 times, but it's stack multiplied by stack multiplied by stack and so on. Oh, sorry, it does stack times 2 to the power of 5 by the time you get to 5 stacks. So you end up getting exponentially huge damage. It wasn't enough to fully compete with some of the other stuff, but it allowed it to go high enough that you could do like a pit 80 to 85 sort of region. Rushing Claw while staying tanky enough. There we go. Yeah, that seems fine. High mobility. Pretty easy play style, this one. New build? I don't know. What did we put for the last one here? No. I actually requested that the stacks on Jaguar Primary will get doubled, to be honest. Up to 10 stacks. That would make this much better. I felt like it could probably do that if you wanted to even remotely compete with the way Eagle was. Great for speed farm. I think. Let's put that in there. I mean, you've got 2 mobility in there, but I want to double emphasize that, I suppose. How gear dependent was this? Yeah, it's relatively gear dependent. Average damage output. There we go. It's actually quite good at bossing this because you could just go zoom, 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 zoom in and out of it. But for general clearance, you had to So I zoom around and wait for the big procs to come off on the Jaguar and hope the hit actually hit the main groups of enemies. Yeah. Deltov, how's it going? Is this live or edited for Twitch? You left yesterday? This is where I left you. Well, different guide. But yeah, probably. I'm wearing a different t-shirt as well. I know, shock horror. How you doing, Deltov? You good? C4, here we go. Is it mandatory for some of these? There's no mandatory aspects. But yeah, I need to have that section. And the runes aren't mandatory either, as per se. No, it's just this. You will ideally have a Ushanakpa. Doing good. First 13 days straight off work. Oh, first off. Oh, right, you mean your first day off since the 13 days of straight work. Damn, that's a lot of days work straight. Dude, thank you for the 5 gifted. That's correct. That's very kind of you. Windows, Mr. Tony, Grim Joker, Lord Rivet, and Bog. Please thank Deltov for the kind gift sub. No ads. Awesome. Thank you, Deltov. Give me a bean number. You know the deal. Between 1 and 7. And we'll do a Bean Boozle bean. Just for you, because you're legends. That is what. That's very kind. Thank you. Number 1. Number 1. Anime, I'm watching you on a 100-inch TV. God, I'm sorry in advance. I hope your eyeballs aren't offended too much. 100 inches of immortal eyes. Oh, that sounded worse than it meant. Whoops. That sounded a lot worse than I meant it. Whoops. Oh, well. And that's why I could not think that guy who gave me to get the sub, because every time I type on my phone, I guess Immortalized is now playing WoW. Yeah, maybe. Okay, let's come over here a second. All right. That is a very brown cola and garbage bean. Very dark. I am a little bit concerned. Deltov, thank you so much. Here is a cola or garbage bean just for you. That is cola. Nice. Very, very strong cola. Oh, it's not garbage though, so I'll take the win. Thank you though. Honestly, I really appreciate it. I mean, mad spam. I'm very much with a kick. Oh, it was. That is very... It's, you know when you have something super sour? It was like that, except sweet. Yeah, mad spam. To be honest, I'm on with a mindset, right? I know this isn't the most entertaining thing for people in this audience, but then some people do find this interesting. It helps me an awful lot being able to do some of this on stream. I mean, even if nobody was here, I'd still do it, because I can't do 8-hour streams 4 times a week and then find another 32 to 40 hours this week to do the guides as well. You know what I mean? It's like, I just can't. I've done it in the past and it kills me. I'll be so wrecked by the time the season starts, I won't even be able to function. But also, I'm of a mindset, it's just like, it's quite a quiet point of the season in general. So I'm trying to use the time wisely and productively. This will help a lot of people, hopefully, next season. Have a good time with Spiritborn, hopefully. At least give them a starting point, and that'll be good. So, yeah, I mean, I'm very, very... what's the word? Brainy's not braining. You know, I love the fact that people are still here. It obviously means the world to me. And, yeah. I mean, I'm seriously looking forward to Season 11 start, to be honest. Even if it does clash, which it almost certainly will with PoE 2, so the audience and people will be very confused and split in some cases. It should still be it'll be a nice, it should be a lot busier, it'll be a lot of fun. There'll be a lot of hype going around, I think, with the Games Awards going on around that time. It'll either be, the release typically will be before it, but it'll be around that time, so there'll be a lot of hype in the games world. You know, it should be good. Hellspawn, drink City Streamer. Yes, sir. Cheers. Cheers, everyone. You're just making a build for D&D character. Nice. Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit known now for doing build guides because I've been doing them since season 4. Like, officially. My very first build guide. I don't know if I've still got it down here. What is the oldest build I still have on this account? Season 4. There you go. I do have 2 builds, which I didn't actually publish. But my very first build was Hydra... Wind Spear. Wind Spear? It wasn't Wind Spear. What was it? The Druid. Wind... Oh, blah, blah, Druid. Oh, right, so I'm going to have to look at the skill tree. That's going to bug me. Wind Shear, not Wind Spear. I knew it was close. Wind Shear Druid, which is what this was. I was just playing around with an idea. And I also did a Poison Bolts build, which might have been Season 5, actually. They were my very first builds. Yeah, look, Season 4 and Dariel's Charge. So I've got some Season 4 builds here still. So I've been doing them a fairly long time now. I just do it a lot more seriously now because obviously I've got a more official position with one of the more prominent websites that covers D4 guides. There's obviously a few of them. But Mobalytics is used by a lot of people, not just for Diablo 4. It's used for a lot of other things. And actually, funny enough, you'll laugh at this, Mad Spam, given that you're from where I am. The reason I got affiliated with Mobalytics in the end was, I mean, I used them because I like their format and stuff, and the fact that as a non-big creator, I could actually make proper guides. But it just so turns out the person I met, who's quite high up in Mobalytics in the ARPG area for creation, is originally from Shrewsbury. So that was lucky. Yeah. You couldn't really write that, to be honest. You don't actually require Path of Emissary here. I use this for cooldown reduction. You could potentially replace that with something else. I'll have a look at that when I get back to it. Well, exactly, Mad Spam. And it so turns out that the 2 people, his boss and another person that works at the company, his brother, both went to Southend High for Boys at the time that I did, years ago. They were maybe a couple of years below me, but yeah, we had the same head teacher and stuff. So it would have been around the same sort of time. Small world, eh? Okay, that's that. Rushing Claw. Hunter. Yeah, we used Hunter for this because it... 1 second. Yeah, I used Hunter here. Why did I use Hunter for this again? I used Hunter because I was doing double Jaguar. That's right. Casting an ultimate skill grants or amplifies its matching primary speed. Oh, that's right, we're using Hunter. Because you need to use Hunter for this to activate onto your Jaguar primary, yeah. And I was doubling up with Lawless's Mantle, so you get the double benefit here. That's why I was doing this. Yeah, fine. Yeah, okay. Totally makes sense. Oh, fair enough, Mad Spam. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, so I'll take it a little bit more seriously now. I'll say, I totally get it's not necessarily the most riveting content ever out there, but on the flip side, I'm pretty certain from season launch till Christmas Eve, it will be one huge party. It's going to be one long stream, that. Very little sleep, probably. Why did I put that in there for the crit damage, maybe? Because it's the only thing that's useful. But I'm trying to work out what I was doing here. This can critically strike. I confirmed it. So I think I put that in there because it's 6% crit chance. That's right. Yeah. Don't know if it overpowers as such. You did want to group enemies together on this, so you group them together and you can zoom in and out of them all. You want them grouped together so you strikes it. So I had to choose between Zan. Yeah, I had to choose between Zan rune or the Quacks rune. Quacks just beats it overall if you can solve crit elsewhere, which I think I would have just slapped crit chance everywhere. Yeah, crit chance, massive crit chance. Crit chance. I slap crit chance everywhere. Crit chance on here. You get crit chance in drive. Plus a bunch from your dexterity. I think I pretty much solved it, so you could get to 100 crit chance. It was tight, but you could do it. I think. And you also, if I remember rightly, gain 20% dodge chance. Whenever you dodge, you gain crit chance. That's right. So you just make sure you've got counter attack up all the time, 100% dodge, and then you get your crit chance from that. So yeah, getting to 100% crit chance was doable here. You just had to, and honestly, there wasn't much else to use. You could go for more max life. But yeah, the crit chance potion was the most useful here, I'd say. Endo! It's tight, but you can do it. Indeed, Endo. You know how it goes. How's it going, man? Mad Spam, Endo, are either of you going to the Alex on Saturday? Hey, Fire Hazard, I'm good, mate. I'm good. How are you doing, dude? Yeah, let me know if either of you are considering going on Saturday, because I believe I might be making an appearance with some peeps. You're not? Well, that's a shame. Right, there's one. Bum, 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 bum. Do I have the Jaguar Primer anywhere? I'm not sure I actually used it in any of his builds in the end. I probably didn't save it off either, did I? Might have to rewrite it out. Let's fly through all my builds and have a look. Well, that is true, Mad Spam. Yeah, we're going to my friends first, so we're not going to spend a lot there, I don't think. It is actually crazy, isn't it? You think back to when we used to go there when we were much younger and stuff. Oh, yeah, I've got it. Here we are. It is actually pretty mad that that is the case. It's kind of sad. Fair enough. I shall keep that one open. Yeah, fair enough, Endo. You're doing well, heading home, going to be modding for a great friend, almost a Paragon 287. Hey, nice. Which friend are you going to be modding for? What content do they do? Yeah, Jaguar, okay. Okay. Loyalty's mantle. And movement speed, probably. Well, we're not casting basic skills on this one. Oh, that is a good point, actually. Go back to Razor Wings a second. Yes, I actually messed up in this guide. We can't use Aspects of Might because we're not casting a basic skill. So, we will find another one. What we can do... There's a couple of options here. Where's the Resolve one? I always forget what it's called. There is one. Layered wards. We could use layered wards. Your block reduction is increased by 40% while you have a barrier. I mean, we'll be barriered all the time. That's probably the play. And then you just spam your... Yeah, you just spam your Armored Hired. It gives you a bunch of damage reduction. Aspects of layered wards. That's a drop only, I think. I'm actually glad I've caught that. Got so used last night doing all the builds with a rod of keps that everything just ends up being a basic skill. So you can use might, but you can't on this one. And then that'll disappear on there anyway. We do the same for this. These are potency skills, that's why it won't work here. $2.97. Oh, Bittersweet. Yeah, she was in there earlier. I know Bittersweet. Yeah. Yeah, I know Bittersweet. Didn't know you were one of her mods. I met her a while ago when I was doing my... I sometimes go and check out the community when I'm slightly less busy with life. And I just came across her channel and I chilled, said hello. In fact, I've only got one. That's barely doing anything for us. Probably not worth. Probably best just putting max. They did say they're going to change, possibly going to change the tempers for max life, so this might actually be better. Just stack up max life for extra life. It will keep you alive a bit better. I've got Fists of Fate in there because there's a crit chance. I did try a couple other options, but this gives you the vulnerable solving. Don't care about attack speed here. But yeah, the crit chance. Lucky hit's pretty nice as well, but it's a lucky hit chance. Probably Temerity, right? Yeah, figured. Because it's just godly for staying alive. Yeah, Biz is nice lass. Oh, a week ago, nice. Yeah, I mean that's half. That is. I saw you raid out to Clip earlier today. Yesterday for me now. I think you might have caught him right at the end of his stream by the looks of it. I was sort of lurking and chilling, but so I saw you streaming. But yeah, I mean, if you're getting into streaming, networking is very key. To be honest, it's something I recommend to people all the time. Those Path of the Emissaries. Do I need it? That is the question. You might not. I think I ummed and ahed about this over and over again when I did this before. It's like the Path of the Emissaries, in theory, do a lot for you. It just auto casts Rake, which does mean you can get the extra cooldown reduction in there. That's the only reason you're using it. You don't care about the core skill damage. It does have a lot of movement speed on it. Cooldown movement. Non-physical damage. Don't actually know what damage type that does. It just says direct damage with a Jaguar skill. So you've got to assume it'll be fire damage, but you're not actually 100% sure. When you cast a skill with a cooldown, you explode, dealing damage. I mean, that won't do an awful lot, but... I mean, you could use the Penitence Greaves, funnily enough, actually. Although you're not really evading much, but... Funnily enough, that gives you crit strike chance on your boots, helping you solve crit chance. And against... there are a lot of unstoppable enemies and bosses you won't until you're staggered, but you will technically get 25x damage on your boots, which is not terrible. Shame about the cold res. That doesn't really do much for us, does it really? Although theoretically, you could put... You get crazy cold res here, that's still the same. You can get crazy poison res, and then you can stack 3 other reses, and you just make your reses like super high. You could do that. Yeah, we're not evading on this, so that won't really help us. That's the thing. It doesn't count as evading when you use Rushing Claw. I mean, what about menacing? Cursive. Tempted. You could probably get away with that. I'm trying to think. I have a feeling when I played this without the Path of Emissary and without that cooldown reduction coming from the auto advantageous rakes, I think the cooldown reduction on this build I don't think there was enough. Can't actually remember. But it's only to your highest cooldown every rake, and you're only going to cast one a time every time you travel for a distance. The thing with this is what you could do is you could make that 9% against chilled enemies. It's only going to be against enemies you can crowd control, I suppose. That's the problem, right? If that was just crit chance, then it would be great. I think what I'm going to do. Dex, max life, movement speed, life per second. Movement speed. And then mobility cooldown reduction, rushing claw charges, ranks to swift. That is a benefit. You can put ranks to swift here, which I put there actually as well. Yes, you could do this. Or just have more rushing claw charges, full stop. Potency cooldown reduction. Swift. That's right. Rushing claw cooldown reduction actually exists on is a mobility thing, doesn't it? Or mobility cooldown reduction. Rushing claw charges, ranks to swift. Yeah, ranks to swift is just godly because what that does is it allows you to. Your mobility skill cooldowns are reduced up to 1 second based on how far you travel with them. So the more ranks you've got in Swift, the better. We could actually max it out if we take Rake off here as well. And then you're never going to run out of charges ever. Legit. I think I worked out to make this perma-spammable, you would need something like 7 or 8 ranks in Swift or something. so that you could use Poised Rush, you'd cast it, and if you go far enough, you activate Swift, and then you reduce your timer by enough that you insta-reset Poised Rush. But the problem is that only, when the cooldown ends, it only gives you 4 charges back. It doesn't give you all 12 back. So it still doesn't work properly. That was the problem. You just could not solve the Poised Rushing Claws. If you could do that, then the Swift ranks allowed that to be possible, yeah. Using Rushing Claws last charge will instantly refill. Oh, that's why I had those boots on. You ran out of Rushing Claw charges without it. Using Rushing Claws last charge will instantly refill 4 charges by consuming 4 stacks of Ferocity, which is fine, because if you've got the auto cast of Rake on, casting Rake grants a stack of Ferocity. Boom. Done. You can get 4 by default. 1... You've also got you've got the generating by killing things or hitting a boss. The problem is if you don't kill anything in the high end, you couldn't generate Ferocity enough to be able to out-sustain it. And that is why I had those boots on. Because the casting of the... I knew there was a reason why I kept it there. It made the build feel clunky, I think, without it. You were using it as a... And then you just got the benefit of the cooldown reduction as well. He raided out to Violet, who was co-streaming with. Oh, right, yeah, fair enough, Firehazard. Nice. What are the odds? But there you go. That's the way it goes sometimes. Nice. All right, so we need the Path of Emissaries here. Fine. I am actually hoping for some changes to the Path of the Emissary and to Rushing Claw, so this might actually get better. That is my hope. I gave a bit of feedback on it. I think I was probably the only person that properly tried it, to be honest. Emissary boots. Wushanak Pa. Yes. Huh. Why does that not come up? Interesting. Huh, the Wushanak Pa is not in there. Rip. I will report that. One second. No, that list looks broken. Because I definitely... No. It looks like... Yeah, it's not picking up glaives, is it? So it's not picked up Lunesicum either. Right, I've reported that. Can't actually currently select any glaives, so I can't actually select Wushanak Pa. So I'm just going to have to... I've reported it. Obviously, we will hope for that. I will definitely be pushing for that before season release, so yeah. Weapon. Boots. Fine. Amulet. Dex crit chance cooldown. Yeah, I was trying to ease things off here. You want to go for anything that will scale the damage of Beast Strike, but there's not that much that will. But I think we can optimize this a little bit. You need the crit chance, though. I remember this. So, yeah, redirected force works. As long as you've got your 100% block chance... and you guarantee crit because you sold crit chance, then yeah, you're good to go. Dex will scale, crit chance you need. I went with cooldown. You could possibly get away with that. I think I remember I spammed cooldown on these to make it so that you never ran out of Rushing Claws, but you can roll cooldown on rings now. And I think I would prefer to solve that there. So we would actually roll... I've got Potent there because that gives you more Jaguar cooldown reduction. I was going heavy on cooldown reduction here. But actually, I think I'd rather go for damage. So you'll go for Apex, of course. Because that's a generic damage multiplier against vulnerable enemies. You could go for Unrestrained, same, because you're constantly unhindered here, I think. I believe. Let me read the skills here again. Oh, not without that aspect. Maybe not. 1 second. I probably put it down here, didn't I? Oh, yeah, no, you'll be unstoppable here. The aim is you're going to be spamming Hunter. So you can stay unstoppable here. Hunter, rushing claw, rushing claw, rushing claw. You literally go zoom, 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 zoom. Hunter, zoom, 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 zoom. That's what you're doing. And you just try to afflict all of the attacks known to man. So, yes, you could use Unrestrained. And Apex. They can be rolled on amulets, I believe. I will double check Unrestrained. They're the only ones. Most of these won't work because they're specific to skills and they won't work with Beast Strike. So it's very specific which ones will work. I will double check you can roll Unrestrained again. You got to get going, Bug. No worries, dude. Thanks so much for jumping in. I really do appreciate you, dude. I'll catch you soon. Yeah, I'm just going to double check that. I think you can, but... They're the only two. I probably shouldn't try and do that one in case I accidentally press the button and that would cause me pain. Just a random amulet. Have I got like a rubbish amulet or just a standard amulet somewhere? Oh, that's not that amazing. That's fine. It's triple GA, but it's not really... Oh, triple GA, but it's not like godly or anything. Oh, you're enchanter. I'll be up here. Doesn't really matter, I just want to check here. Yeah, you can get Unrestrained. Yeah, I thought so. I kind of want them to buff Furnace, if I'm being honest. I mean, you could still put a Potent on for the cooldown, but you can probably get away without it, honestly. See, Furnace has been... It's a bit underwhelming. You get... maximum 3 ranks on your amulets, you get 6. That's 1.5% multiplicative, and you've only got 5 stacks of Ferocity. 7 if you include Hunter. So it's only going to give me 10.5x damage. Whilst 3 ranks of Unrestrained is 12. All the time, because I'm going to be unstoppable all the time. So of course I'm going to do that. Unrestrained is just better. Yeah. Apex is easily the strongest, and then you could go Unrestrained. If you wanted double, please, you go Apex here. And Swift again. Oh, yes, you want at least 2 in Swift here. I think that allowed me not to have to spec it into it in the tree, if I remember rightly. And I probably went diamonds across the board, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah, and I used the Starless because of big crit chance. You can get big crit chance here. You don't care so much for the attack speed or the core skills. But it's 50% generic damage multiplier. So, it's that generic damage multiplier. It actually works with your Jaguar Primary, or it scales it. So it's... Yeah. And then that one, unyielding hits, because I believe that did scale. They actually made it so this now scales your primary Jaguar halls and stuff, so that's pretty nice. We could possibly go without max life here. How squishy would we be without that? Yeah, you don't get max life on the weapon. You get max life there. You don't get max life there. You get max life there. You don't. Yeah, you're not going to have a lot of max life if you don't take max life on the ring. That's an issue. You need at least 1 roll of life on hit. Again, if they changed fueled to be life on hit rather than life on kill, that would be perfect for this build. And that's what I requested, because now life on hit is a thing in the game. That would make more sense. You need the crit chance here. I think I mapped it. 27.8. You could get 9 there in theory. That's 36.8. 42.8. You could get 12 there. 54.8. And the rest, oh, yeah, well, I suppose it all depends as to... You're going to have 2 in Mirage. That's 10% on dodge. I guess you're going to be dodging all the time. You don't actually need 3 in here. You could put 3 in there. That would give you 20% crit chance on dodge. That brings you up to what, like 72.8? Yeah, I mean, it's doable. Do we get any more crit chance from anywhere else? I used adaptive stances, funnily enough, on this build. Oh, that's why I took all the cooldown reduction. To get the extra core stats. Because that scales the damage of your primary Jaguar Hall, right? Yeah, I mean, if you were using Prodigy's Tempo, then obviously you would reset your cooldowns like no tomorrow. It'd be insane. Yeah. That is why I stacked all of the cooldowns. So that I could get the cooldown of Rushing Claw low enough so that when I stacked into Swift, you would reset it. And then you would have enough ferocity so you'd reset it anyway, so you wouldn't need to take it. That does make sense. I could probably respec the tree a little bit to accommodate for that. I would have preferred to roll cooldown on here as well. Yeah. I mean, what happens if I put 2 Swift there, 2 Swift here, for 7 Swift? That's 7 seconds. If I remember rightly, the Rushing Claw cooldown is, yeah, you get 4 charges every 20 seconds. You can't rely on your Hunter overbuild to keep you up with this node all the time. It's not possible. You got the double Jaguar, so that gives you 60% cooldown. So that brings you down to 8 seconds straight away. So you're down to 8 seconds. So you don't actually need that much cooldown at that point. How much cooldown do I need to get it to... I can math this. You got your 60% from Loyalty's Mantle. The difference between... What's it, 14%, is it? Yeah, you'd need about 15% cooldown reduction. You've got, theoretically, 6 from Potent. 1 second, I'm using the Shroud of False Death. 1 second. You get 2 Swift there, 2 Swift there. That's 5 seconds. 3 points in here. That's 8 seconds. That would do it. Theoretically. You'd lead, and then Potent would push it over. So yeah, you don't need to roll cooldown anywhere. What was I doing? I can't actually remember. I don't know why I was doing that. You don't need cooldown anywhere, theoretically. I've rolled Potent cooldown reduction here. This will do it. I think maybe I forgot to update this guide properly. I definitely mapped it so that I could get 100% crit chance and I could spam it over and over again and not even worry about the ferocity stuff. Which I suppose in hindsight means you don't need to have those boots on. That can go here. Potency cooldown reduction. Because Rushing Claw's potency skill. Diamonds. We can get away without the Path of Emissary boots here. You can literally just go duelist, so you'll have more stacks of ferocity, which means you get 2 casts. Every time you use Hunter, you're going to get 5 stacks, 4 by default. 1 from you get 10 plus 12, so you have 12. Every time you cast Hunter, you're going to be able to refuel your Rushing Claws by 3 times. And then you just cast Hunter again. So yeah, you should never run out. You should never run out. And this actually gives you more max lives. And importantly, you get your life regen. And that's actually pretty important because the Ravager healing stacks, you've got multiple, every different source of healing will grant you a Ravager stack every time it procs. So once a second for this, every time you hit with life on hit, temerity, lucky hit, chance to heal, all of those play into that. Yeah, you don't get as much movement speed here, but it's not really the end of the world, if I'm being completely honest, because you're going to be rushing around with Rushing Claw. The Swift is more important here. And then I guess just take this. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't do that, to be honest. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that's without tempers as well. Like, you can temper these, theoretically. And you get 3, if you're lucky. And then, yeah, you can just go full damage. This will probably do better than what I did on the PTR, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Hey, Oog, how's it going, man? Yeah, it's good, it's good. I'm near the end of getting the Spiritborn drafts in place now. Whoa! Agravain's creating a wall of hearts. What the hell is he doing? That's that new combo thing, isn't it? Well, thank you very much, Agravain. I appreciate all the hearts and all the bits. And it shows at the top of chat. It's a new thing they've added, and I think they finally added me into the beta for it. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't do that. Why didn't I do it? I know I thought about doing this. I can't remember why I landed on the Path of Emissary still. I think maybe I was being stubborn and I really wanted to do that. And maybe the extra cooldowns helped on the other skills. I suppose maybe that was it. Without using Prodigy's tempo, I guess you haven't necessarily got a way to reduce your counter-attack charges that quickly, but your counter-attack charges are going to be down to 8 seconds by default anyway. So you're going to get 2 every 8 seconds by default. And you've got a little bit of cooldown from Potent. That might be why I did it that way. Like, Armored Hide is the only skill which you will not be resetting very quickly. So you'll have to make sure that one is hit by Intricacy, because all your Jaguar skills have got really good cooldowns in them anyway. Maybe that's why. You are not. If we want to double up the primary stat, you could use Prodigy's Tempo for better mobility and such. And maybe for T4, I'd recommend that. But in terms of resetting Rushing Claw, you'll be golden here, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, that might be why I did the Path of Emissary. Not sure. Trying out the combo thingy. Yeah, man, I can see. New milestone for me earlier. First time ever. You did a pit 100 and hardcore. Hey, nice. That's awesome. GG's. Yeah, we'll go with this. This seems reasonable. I can change this if I'm hoping they'll fix the other boots. Maybe we'll go back to the Path of Emissary if they fix them, I guess. We don't necessarily need potency cooldown reduction. Technically, if you've got 8 seconds reduction from Swift. Oh, at this version, you won't. You only have 7. So this version, you wouldn't necessarily instant reset your charges. But as I say, you cast Hunter, you're going to get 12 charges. You'll get 3 resets. which will probably... You get like 10 or 12 rushes before you have to use Hunter again. It should be fine, I think. Starless makes sense still, so this is all good. Okay. I mean, this is fine. We will change... we will add all this in now. Let's go C4 here. Get the ones in that we can. When did they do the upgrade? So it's, yeah, they upgraded the engine a week or so ago. It's made all current builds have no masterwork hits in it because technically Season 11 doesn't have those. And there's still a Season 11 update to come and some bug fixes and stuff. But yeah, it does. It's using the same engine that they created for PoE2, so they're upgrading to make it so all games run on the same engine. So it'll mean when features go to one game, they can easily port it to another if it makes sense and customize it as needed. Oh, yeah, my friends were seeing Bad Omens. It might even be tonight. It was, yeah, it does look really good, yeah. To kill the hype train for a bit. Fair enough. Hey, Skywolf, how's it going, man? Yeah, it is good, Oog. It's good. Right, what glyphs do we use here? Igni Cry, Yol Quacks. Let's stick that one in there. And I've got Igni Cry on another build somewhere. Question is, which build did I use it on? Probably. Maybe that one. Yep. Nailed it. Oh. Did I not get the whole thing? It's just... There you go. Easy collapse. All right, we need to update. Duelists. Redirected force. And unyielding hits. AR drops only, I think, all of them. Yeah. That will be the Wusha Nukpar, which I can link. I just can't put it in the weapon slot. Good. Huge primary Spirit Hall potency scaling. That's pretty much what you use it for. Does technically make your Hunter a mobility skill as well. So every time you use Hunter, that also reduces the cooldown. So that's the other thing. Yeah, by using that, when you use your Hunter, it reduces with Swift. That also reduces the cooldown of all your mobility skills. So you're just constantly everything. If you run out of charges, you just use Hunter and off you go. Instantly gives you Ferocity. Instantly will reset your Rushing Claw because of so much cooldown on it. That's pretty much the main reason you use that. Loyalty's Mantle. Now, I believe I do have one of these somewhere. And the Rake Balazans. I wrote this one earlier. Where are you? Ivyborn. There we go. Manchester tonight. London was previous. Makes sense. Yeah, I know people went to the London show. Yeah, nice. Yeah, those tickets were real hot. They went really fast. Doubles. Jaguar. Primary Spirit Hall potency. To Jaguar skills. We're using a Fist of Fate. I don't believe I've actually written one for this yet. Okay. Lucky hits to vulnerable enemies. Higher critical chance than you. Oops. On a legendary item. Huge RNG damage. That's pretty much it, isn't it? Yeah, the rest doesn't really matter. Temerity, I mean, that's it. Oh, I didn't actually want to put the Ring of Starless in here. I'll change that in a second. Actually, I'll change that now. We'll need another ring here for the time being. I don't actually know. Well, you have at least 4 stacks of Velocity. You gain Vigor per second. Gaining Velocity also grants Resolve. All stats per Velocity or Resolve stack. Ranks to Perseverance, ranks to Fuel, Dodge chance. I mean, that wouldn't be terrible. Gives you armor and 15x damage. I wish Band of the First Breath works for mobility skills rather than evade. That'd have been nice. This ring would actually be really good for this build. Legit. That would actually be really good if that was the case, but it doesn't, so that's rip. Don't care about Midnight Sun, or the Wound Drinker, or the Midday Hunt. None of those really help us here. So otherwise, I suppose you could use Vehement's Brawler. That's generic damage scaler. Yeah, that's probably what you do. Just do that. And just go Dexterity, Max Life, Crit Chance to help you out while you're leveling up. And I don't know. What do you put in this one? You've already got Lucky Hit. You don't necessarily need... Oh, you put cooldown reduction in there while you're leveling up, I suppose. Let's put some more potency cooldown reduction in there, maybe. Hunter cooldown reduction. I have a feeling I'm sort of getting more and more close towards the Path of Emissary route again. I do. It's where we're not using Prodigy's Tempo. I have this vague memory that is how we were reducing the cooldown of everything. I can't remember. Yeah, you can't do mobility cooldown here. You can only do that on the amulet and the old boots. But it's not as good as Swift. Swift is just better, I think. Oh, did I not select that? Oh, for Christ's sake. Damn it. Yeah, you put cooldown reduction there. Yeah, they're adding cooldown reductions as a roll to rings. So you'd have cooldown reduction, potency cooldown, cooldown. Oh, sorry, yeah, potency cooldown, cooldown reduction, hunter cooldown. Bonus to Swift. Bonus to Swift. That converts everything to mobility skills. Every time you move, it's going to... Oh, no, to be fair, no, your hunter will be fine. What am I talking about? It'll be fine. Of course it'll be fine. You can just split this out, but yeah, it'll be fine because the Wusha Nut Par, it does now correctly tag Hunter as a mobility skill. And Swift reduces your mobility skill cooldowns by... Your mobility skill cooldowns will be reduced by like 7 seconds each time you travel, depending how far you travel. But either way, you're going to reduce your Hunter cooldown like really, really fast, which is already reduced by 60% to start with because of the Loyalty's Mantle, as long as you got a max one. So you're going to be down to 20-second cooldown by default. So you're only going to have to rush and claw 4 times, and you'll instant reset your hunter. So you just rush and claw, rush and claw, rush and claw, rush and claw, which instant resets itself, and you just cast hunter. So yeah, this is fine. You're never going to run out. It'll be fine. I think this will be fine. Easy claps. What about... Could actually put conceit. No, you could put conceited in here. You are going to be casting your ultimate every 8 seconds. Vehemence Brawl is probably the best. You get 2 extra ranks in your ultimate. It's going to slap. It's going to be silly. I remember this being just spam hell. Like, you could just spam your Rushing Claw for days. Time to jump on and play some Borderlands 4. Nice. Are you playing the new content, are you, Oog? Hey, Blunt Wolf, how's it going? Just seeing you here. How you doing, dude? Okay, this is taking a lot longer, but that's because this one's a bit... It's not really a build I've played much before. I tested it in the PTR for the first time, like a proper Rushing Claw build, and they changed a lot of stuff around this in this upcoming season, and I have a feeling there might be a bunch more changes. They clearly were trying to push Rushing Claw, at least a little bit. So this may well be one of the ones that changes the most. I don't really need those. If you're not auto-casting, that is useless to me. I need to spend points to get down here, though. Do we have the Quacks rune on? We do, don't we? We're going to need Vigor generation, so we should absolutely max this out. There you go. Generate 3 Vigor per second while moving. This sounds like a very good idea. We're going to max these out, max these out, max this out, max this out, max this out. Yes. We'll figure it out. Want this. Set this. I might need more points in there. Did I do that on here? I did, yeah. I probably will need the 5 there. It's the one skill which will not reduce in cooldown from the loyalties mantle and stuff. It's quite likely you'd possibly want some defensive cooldown or something in general. Honestly, actually, you won't want Hunter cooldown here. You'll want defense cooldown probably. Or defense, incarnate, focus, incarnate cooldown will be better than incarnate, defensive. No, defensive cooldown, because at least it covers Scourge and Armored Hide. Well, actually, I don't know. Incarnate's useful because of those. Scourge lasts for 6 seconds anyway. You want to get that as close to 6 as possible, I guess. That'll be mobility. That's mobility and potency. You can get away without a Hunter cooldown here. Incarnate cooldown. I think there is also defensive cooldown, though. Maybe you can not put that on... Yeah, there is. They're both the same, just different tags. And that would affect my 2 Jaguar skills as well, which would help keep counter-attack and Ravager up easier. But it will leave Scourge in a slightly worse spot. I didn't put those in on this build, so I'm assuming I got it so it was okay, to be honest, probably. So I think we'll just go with what we had. We'll just leave it. This is fine. Yeah, we definitely need perseverance, though, otherwise we're just going to get slapped. Want the crit damage. You probably want the max vigor generation here, right? For the Quacks rune, yep. That's the only bet you will want. You're going to want to be able to spam that. You are going to want to be able to spam that where you can. You're going to want defensive cooldown here, probably. I think you need one roll of potency cooldown decently with those potent ranks, and then you're good to go. So you get 6% plus 8%, that's 14. You're just under. That's why I put the extra ranks of potent there, because then without the shroud, you'd have enough. But with the shroud, you'd have 8-second cooldowns, then you wouldn't need any of it. So you probably just leave it as this. Or... no, this is more important. Potency here. Or mobility. No, you can't put mobility in there. Potency is more important. Oh, no, you're going to roll cooldown on this ring. So it's fine. No, you won't need that. Yeah. No, yeah. Put that back to defensive. So you're going to have defensive cooldown. You're going to have a roll of cooldown here, which I'm assuming will go up to 8, but you can master it to 12. You could master work this to 12. So you'll be able to get enough cooldown so that you'll be able to, you're swift or outrun. This is fine. 24 on Scourge will bring it down to about a 9-second cooldown. So you're almost complete uptime. So that's not bad. I mean, there's a world. Wait, if you didn't need crit chance in here, you'd run cooldown there as well. I'd have to math it. 9, 9, 9, 27. I think that can go higher. It's like 12, 39. A little bit higher than that. Yeah, once you got your Starless, it'll be better. Alright, skill tree. Yeah, we only need 1 point in Rushing Claw because we're not using it as the primary damage. It's just an activator. We max out Potent mainly for the... This doesn't do damage in the new season. It gives us 2% cooldown. I mean, they might buff that further to cooldown to Jagger skills. And then we will take Furnace because with 12 stacks we can suddenly get 18% multiplicative damage here. So actually, no, to be fair, if you're running this tech that I'm running here, so you've got duelists here, that's 5. And you got your +1, 4, and the 2 overstack from Hunter. That does now make Furnace better, actually, than Unhindered. Unrestrained, in fact. Because that now becomes 6. 1.5 times 12 is 18. So that means per rank is 6. A Furnace now becomes the best one, actually. It actually becomes better than Apex as long as you're critting all the time. Which, in theory, we're aiming for with Yol Quacks. So, yeah. I think. So, yeah, you could go for this. I didn't put ranks in Vehemence because it increases your cooldown of your potency skill, and it only increases the damage of your potency skill, which is useless for this build. If Rushing Claw was your main damage source, you would take this and try and somehow solve it. Yeah. So we don't need that for this build. 1 point here, 1 point here, 1 point here. You will absolutely max this out. Take these. Probably take this. I imagine we take this as well. We took that because of the doubling up of the core stats. This one here. Yeah, it's too reliant on lucky hit, vulnerable to apply it all the time. That's useless. This one here will solve your cooldowns. You just don't get any damage from it. You don't get the ranks. It's just the matter of solving. If you needed cooldown solving, while leveling, Prodigy's tempo is probably the way forward. The mythic version, you'd change to adaptive stance is probably... I'll probably recommend this for now. Just to help out a little bit here. Because it will easily blast without that in T4. How many points have I got left? Still got 4 points left. I've missed something somewhere. What did I miss? Oh, I maxed out Hunter because you get your ranks that reduces its cooldown. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, you could theoretically put 2 points in Mirage. Actually. 2 points in Mirage. Where do I get 2 points from? What do I take out? Because we're going to be dodging a lot. That'll give us extra crit chance whenever you dodge, which actually is pretty handy. Can't take those out. I could probably do that, actually. Oh, I have so much cooldown reduction on this anyway. And you're going to get 2 ranks from Vehement's Brawler. This will be fine. Yeah, that crit chance is probably going to be handy. That's going to help ease you towards getting a 100% crit chance. You get 15. 27. As long as you might, well, if you, that's best case scenario. So that's 54 there. You'll be pretty close. You wouldn't, oh yeah, you get 6 from your potions. That's 60. I don't think you'd quite be there at this stage, but you'd be pretty close. Pretty close. Yeah. I don't actually take that many skills here, funnily enough. It's, oops. No. No. Oh, I haven't got it in edit mode, that's why. 9-inch nails, Mazbam, yeah, man. I have got the Hunter on one of his builds somewhere, so I go nick that from somewhere. There we go. Scourge, Counterattack, Ravager, Armored Hide. And the only other one will be Rushing Claw. The activator for the primary Jaguar Spirit Hawk. Beast strike damage from the primary, from the Jaguar. Spirit Hall. Just within. Resets self by moving distance via Swift. Tagged as mobility via Wusha. Reduces cooldown. By distance traveled. Via Swift. Oops. Yeah, that looks this changed though. No, I recommend this for now. Yeah, just this solves cooldown for you. I mean, actually, I don't know. Can't guarantee everyone will have the perfect tempers, and without perfect tempers, you are going to struggle with that a little bit. So I think actually Prodigy's tempo is the safer bet. Like you give that to people, that will bridge the gap until they've got the right tempers. Yeah. That's probably a better idea. Because I do remember I needed, like, you needed the right a number of ranks of Swift and cooldown reduction to break that. Bring your Russian Claw cooldown low enough so that you could just instant reset yourself. I do remember this. Right. What are the Paragon boards like here? Starting board, Wildfire. But then it's Spirit and Viscous Shield. Interesting. I use Guzzler. We can... Why did I... Oh, Guzzler because it's generic damage multiplier, I suppose. I sort of made the assumption that because Beast Strike on the Jaguar Primary Hall is... Because it's part of a Jaguar Primary Hall, I made the assumption it's a fire skill. So I made the assumption that Wildfire would help here. And then Wildfire, well... You got that chance for lucky hits to reduce active cooldowns, I suppose. Obviously, with Rake, you had a bit more chance there. But yeah, it's Headhunter, generic damage multipliers. Hone. Oh, we got crit chance from Hone as well. This is how I was solving it, yeah. Yeah, Hone. Jaguar skills at the top, so that will scale your Beast Strike. The middle bit is... It would actually be really nice if this granted you 10% crit chance and crit damage, to be honest. But this does give you your 10% crit chance. It gives you 10% crit chance very quickly. So, yeah, this is... That makes it a lot easier to solve the crit chance problem. And we got Spirit in it. Okay. I'll probably do this from scratch. This kind of makes sense, yeah. I'll have a quick look. I mean, I would have spent time on this, so I'm sure I had... Did I use Colossal here? No. I suppose because the top bit won't work, because the primary Jaguar is not a Gorilla skill. But the other two are multipliers, and we'll have 8 stacks of Resolve, 16x in the middle. That's generic damage. And the bottom bit's a 12. So that's a 16 and a 12. The top bit isn't so great. This is additive fire damage, so as long as that multiplicative fire damage on the bottom, plus the ability to reduce active cooldowns if you're lucky to proc lucky hit, which you've got the Fist of Fate on, so you will have a decent amount of lucky hit. So like Ravager will hit a lot of times, so you'll be able to potentially price it. This will help keep your cooldowns, so you probably do need that. Yeah, the crit damage stuff is really good for here. Once you solve crit. It's like... 1 second. Actually, no, we could replace Guzzler. Even though the top bit gives you a fairly decent amount of additive damage, I think you can only get 4 potion charges now, unless you spec into it. Which means with the 3x in the middle, I don't think they replaced that. So it means you can get a 12x in the middle rather than a 16x. And it's the same multiplier on the bottom as the Colossal. So I suppose maybe the additive on top outweighs Colossal, but Colossal will be a damn sight nicer to play, that's for sure. Headhunter's a 10-10. We're scaling some decks. It's not too bad. By no means the highest scaler. Yeah, I think you need that to help solve your crit chance on this build. I think that's where I landed with that. That's damage reduction while close with a 12. So, I mean, the additive and the multiplier there would work, and then you get damage reduction if you needed damage reduction. That won't work, so it's Eagle skills. You cannot use Mystic Circle this. It just won't work. We don't hit with Thorns damage. That's useless to us. We don't do physical damage. I don't believe it's physical damage. It's a Jaguar hit. I'm sure it is. It doesn't really specify, but... Unleash a Beast Strike. It does not specify what type of damage Beast Strike is, but you've got to assume, as it's part of Jaguar Primary, that it's probably a Jaguar skill, which means it will be almost certainly fire-based. That's Incarnate stuff. That's Storm Feathers. That only gives you the one multi. Because it's not an incarnate skill that we're hitting with. That's lightning. I mean, if you needed to generate more vigor so you could get your quacks rune up quicker, then fitness would work as well. Skills that critically strike generate 3 vigor. If you've got 100% crit chance, Ravager will hit an extra 4 times than Elite. It will generate you a bunch of vigor. So that's a possibility, but I didn't put it on to start with. Colossal, 16, 12. The multis will outweigh the additives. Interesting. Why did I not use Canny? If I make the assumption that Wildfire is benefiting Beast Strike because it's fire, then surely Canny would as well. And that's additive and 2 multis. That's a 15 and a 10. So, okay, it's not a 16 and a 12, but you do get the additive as well, which probably makes up for it. Colossal will definitely work, to be fair. Interesting. Okay, so you got Canny and Colossal. I mean, one of those will definitely be better than Headhunter. But you are making the assumption... I was making the assumption that generic damage is going to be better, because generally that's what happened before. There's no way of knowing what... I could actually ask them, what element does Beast Strike count as? I think I need to ask that question. I could probably get the answer out of them. There's not even going to be anything on Google about this yet. I can ask them. If it comes back as it doesn't associate with elements, then if it scales with fire damage, then Canny will be better than Headhunter there. But I don't think I can make that assumption unless I know the answer to that. Yeah, interesting. All right, well, let's get these boards set up anyway. Sapping. Convergence. Drive. Okay, what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to cheat here a little bit. I'm going to copy the rake one because it's mostly the same. It's going to save me a bit of time. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Where's the... There we go. T4. Copy. Machine Claw. Paste. It's going to save me a bunch of time, this. All right. Wildfire. Just do that there. 35. Oh, I mean, just do that. Fine. Easy peasy solved. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't choose Canny. It's just that assumption, isn't it? Oh, what did I put up here? 110, yeah. And what did I put up here? Headhunter. Yeah. Got a spirit there, I suppose. It's easy enough to activate here. And do... Oh, shoot. Didn't mean to do that. I think I did play around with Canny. It does vaguely ring a bell. Oh, wow. That's an old spirit, that is. This picks up all the old glyphs. There you go. Spirit. Now, I had Guzzler over here, interestingly, but actually, I really do think Colossal will be better. Because generic damage. And although Guzzler is generic damage as well, this will give more multi in the middle. Same multi on the bottom. And it means you don't have to constantly smash your potions to be empty. Gives you damage per potion charge missing. It's gonna be when you're zooming around and you're gonna have to remember to smash your potions all the time. It's gonna be horrendous. This will be much nicer to play with for sure, I would say. And it honestly looks pretty easy to activate as well. In fact, actually, this would want to be Headhunter anyway, or Spirit. Put Spirit in there, put Headhunter in here. That's willpower, we want dexterity. Dexterity, right, yeah. This one here, be Colossal, maybe. It should be relatively easy to activate this. We actually don't need any of that stuff. You might want to reroute this one. Change that because we're up to 10. Probably just reroute all this stuff as well. 15. 25, there you go. I suppose you might as well change one of those to that. Problem solved. Might use a tiny bit more, but it's probably clean to do it that way. You don't actually need attack speed on this build either. You can just straight sack that stuff off. In fact, you could reroute a different way through here as well if you really wanted to, because you don't need the attack speed. Is that going to have... Oh, it's probably going to have total resistance on it, isn't it? Oh, we'll leave it like that for now, it's fine. What? Oh, yeah, I didn't have this board here, so actually you won't have to worry about this. We use... So that's the other thing, you get crit chance in here as well. That's right. So I might have overcooked the crit chance, but you get a little bit in this board. I think it's like 6% or something. Once activated, 2, 3... Oh, it's 4%. 2, yeah, 4%. And hone in here. More crit chance. So you can get 10, 14. Yeah, I'd have to math it all for at the end, but I think it's about right. That's right, and you get damage reduction while moving, which hasn't changed. You definitely want all of that. That actually allows you to be quite tanky on this build. That allows you to activate that, and then you can come up here. Do that, take this here. Two, 3, 5. What do we want on T4? It's 2, 3, 2, wasn't it? Yeah, it was pretty close. Okay. It's pretty close. I mean, this is fine. Spirit, Headhunter, Wildfire. I did change Colossal there. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I definitely would have played around with this when I did it. The Guzzler, I don't know. It's a bit of a weird play style, that one. It's that additive. How much do you get there? You get 16.1 per 5. You get 14 times that. So you get like 200% increased damage. It's quite a lot of additive damage, actually, to be fair. It is quite a lot. But you lose a little bit of the multi. Honestly, 200% additive probably gets lost later on. The extra multi probably pays off more with all the rest playing into us, to be honest. And we actually don't give a... we don't necessarily want to cap our max resource out any more than we have to, actually. Genuinely. You actually don't want to do that. The resource gen's really nice here. Because the Quacks rune... The Quacks rune just gives you 100% damage based on how much primary resource you've got at the time it activates. So you want to be at 100%. So the more max resource you've got, the longer it's going to take to regenerate it back up again. I suppose the Scourge does 60% straight up, but you've got to make up the rest somehow. You probably don't want to take that. You take the resource gen. You get an extra 8 max resource then, but you'll be able to get 8 resource generation. Is it worth it? I don't know. Might be worth taking that just for the resource gen. It's probably not worth taking another +4 max resource for 2, though. It's making me consider what we do on the boots here. You might actually want to put Vigor per second on here. You don't overly need the movement speed, although you will want to be able to... Rushing Claw only allows you to Rushing Claw onto enemies. So you want some amount of movement speed, otherwise you're going to have a bad time. Although you can use your Hunter in between, I suppose. Might want to do that. Yeah, there you go. Just allow you to get back to 100 resource like ASAP. So that you can get your Quacks rune activated at 100% resource, like super giga fast. Hey, 25. 25 more to go. Nice. That's awesome. Okay, this looks good enough. Let's just grab a priority list here. Colossal Spirit. Headhunter. And what was the other one? Hone. Yes, we will want that as a high priority for sure. In fact, that's probably the highest priority. You need to get that crit chance sorted ASAP. This can change around. That one doesn't matter so much at this point. That one's lowest priority. for sure. Spirit is probably the best one. Yeah, that seems reasonable. And I imagine I actually use Subo on this, funnily enough. Probably because interesting. I think I'll do right here. Honestly. Those extra resistances will be very helpful. And it gives you more consistent. It doesn't give you the highest damage, it just gives you more consistent damage. Okay, that has taken a while. It's a bit of a weird build, this one. It's not one I've really tampered around with apart from those couple of hours I spent on it. Okay, so we'll create a T3. C1's T2. T3. Yep. And then we're just going to have to change up the old paragons as per usual. So we're going to probably need to rotate that board because it will certainly be quicker to go through this way. I do say recommend to level that up first, and you can't actually. Okay, I've got an idea. Yeah, that board's there, and if we're putting hone in there, you're not going to be able to get your crit chance there earlier on. So what we would do, possibly stick hone in here at this point. So, because you'd go that over headhunter probably. And just to reevaluate the board in general to allow for it. There you go. How many nodes do I need to gain here? 201. Okay, we'll just save on one of it. It's life. We probably want to keep that. Oh yeah, we can save on this one. Here we go. That's close enough. Yeah, you need wildfire and hone in there as early as possible. Fine. Paste that there. And then this one, we'll just straight up lose the board. Kill that out. 160 is what I want. Probably force to lose that. Need to lose a little bit more. Now, I probably can afford to lose that, actually. It's pretty close now. That there is probably okay. You can probably lose that as well. That'll make life a bit easier here. In fact, you can probably lose those here as well. Yeah. Okay. This is fine. Good. All right, that's the Paragon stump. Got to do the mythic version quickly. Zach, you got a question? Can you transfer thorns you have, let's say a razor plate? Will Protector also get its thorns damage? Or is it not transferable? So, if you look at what Protector says, right? If we go to the skill tree here. Here we are. It says here, rank 5, the Protector's domain pulses 300% of your thorns as physical damage. So yes, the Protector will pick up the base thorns. The problem with this is it's very good early on because it does a lot of damage early on. It scales well, but it doesn't pick up any of the multipliers. Like, so if you're doing a Rock Splitter Thorns build, the Thorns inside Rock Splitter does scale with basic skill damage. Like your basic skill multipliers from like the Sepasontic and stuff. That does scale it. The problem is that stuff doesn't transfer to Protector. Only the base Thorns, which is what the Rock Splitter Thorns will be based upon, does count. Like, so that the actual Thorns value you get from Rock Splitter will count, and technically you'll have a 10% chance on every time the Protector hits to do 200% damage. And then any other generic damage multipliers which affect everything would scale it. There aren't really many. Your Toxic Skin 100% Thorns, if the enemy's poisons, that would scale it. The problem is you can't get enough scalers on it for that to be your primary damage source, I don't think. I could be wrong, I've never tried. But that's why. Hey, Zane, how's it going, man? Oh, I appreciate the alert, dude. Always suck, not sure either way. Yeah, aggravating. Well. So yeah, that's what I've never tried to scale that one. But I mean, look, there is a world where if you use the aspect to scale your ultimate damage, and then you try and scale, and you can somehow activate the Zan rune, so that your Thorns damage coming off Protector also crits and overpowers, and you gain all the ultimate skill damage. And you use Vaymant's Brawler, that would scale it. And Conceited, that would scale it. Starless Skies, that would scale it. There is a world where maybe you could scale the Thorns damage on there enough. You'd have to have your counterattack up. Dodge with the Hubris to get massive Thorns. Yeah. Use the Spiny Skin Legendary node in Paragons. That would work with it in theory. That's all theoretical. I've not tried it. So maybe. Yeah, exactly. So theoretically, you can make a lot of the stuff scale it. What you'd be looking to do is replace the Zepazontek scalers, right? So Zepazontek, obviously Rock Splitter follow through is a basic skill multiplier. That does work with the Thorns on Rock Splitter. The Zepazontek in itself has a 120x, I think it's 100 and I think it's 120x they changed it to maximum. That does work with it. The basic skills double damage, that does work with it. If you could I haven't tried Protector doubles damage, that might work with it. With the ultimate, so that's a replacement for the basic skills double damage, so that would be nice. And then you'd put on a legendary weapon, you'd put the ultimate skill one that goes up to 100%, so that goes up to 200%. That replaces the Zepazontic multiplier and the follow through ranks, probably just about. That's sort of like a straight replacement. So I mean, theoretically, yeah. Theoretically, I mean, they upped that as well. 300% of your Thorns. You know, that's more than what Rock Splitter does. So theoretically, you probably, as long as you can keep the Zan rune active well enough, theoretically, you could do this, right? You just need to be able to keep the Zan rune active like all the time. That's all. Yeah, exactly. What's the highest damage hits you've seen out of interest? I haven't sat down and tried to craft one of those, so this is just off the top of my head, right? I'd imagine you can get that into the billions. I don't know how high in the billions. Not without trying myself, and I doubt I've got time to do that now, to be honest. Right, mythic. 80 billion. All right, nice. Well, that's pretty decent. It's not bad. Pretty certain we used Shroud, yep. So Shroud's just too good. The Shroud is too good right now. It just is. Like, nearly all builds will use it because it's just that good. There's not enough other items that makes you consider, do I want to use that? It's not a bad thing that it's good. It just doesn't have much competition at all. Like, when nearly every single build in the game uses it, that becomes a bit of a, like, okay. It's like, maybe that's a little too good, or maybe we just need more items in the game that are competitive with it. So we can get rid of Laird Wards here. Again, a relative amount of defense just from the extra passive ranks there. Grab this for the mythic items down here. And yeah, I used the Ring of Starless for the generic damage multiplier, honestly. That is the only reason, really. Now, I would lose cooldown reduction here. But I think by this point, you can probably be okay with that. You lose your defensive cooldown reduction. That's kind of sucky. But you just don't get as much damage as using the Starless, even though... no. I remember why I used the Path of Emissary now. Oh, no, I don't. No, I don't. No, it's okay. That's all right. Spending your primary resource reduces the resource cost. No, I do remember why I used the Path of Emissary. No, I do remember. And I remember trying it without duelists. Because I couldn't... The Quack's Rune spending of your primary resource didn't happen fast enough to keep the Ring of Starless up at 5 stacks. Yeah, 5 stacks. While having your autocast of Rake did. That is why I had the Path of Emissary on. Even though I'd have much preferred to have had what I've got on right now. That is why. But you lose Veracity, so then you'd have to change that back again. Like, you don't really want to... You don't really want to use the Starless. The crit chance is nice. It goes up to 18, I suppose, rather than 9. So it does give you a lot more of that. But attack speed's useless to us. Lucky hit's somewhat useful, actually. Core skills is useless to us. The resource cost reduction means nothing to us unless we're using Rake on our autocast, I guess. But then you'd have to change this. And then you lose vigor per second, movement, etc. I might just leave this and not put Starless in here. Unless they change that pair of boots Emissary to be Giga or something. If you could roll Emissary with Duelists, I think, yeah, it would be better than this. I did recommend them to change impairment reduction to Swift. If they changed that, the Emissary would go here, regardless. And then you would try and sanctify Duelists, assuming you could. it'd make a lot more sense for that pair of boots to have Swift baked on it, because it's the one thing it really lacked and you couldn't get. It's what I recommended. I hope they change that. You can't, yeah, the Quacks room won't activate fast enough, I don't think. You'd need to cast 8 Rushing Claws to generate 400 offering every 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I suppose maybe you could. And then you would... Oh, casting a skill other than a basic or defensive spends all your primary... That's fine. So, yeah, your Rushing Claw will activate this. But you would have to. You have to activate that 8 times. You have to do 8 Rushing Claws in 3 seconds, in less than 3 seconds. I suppose you would do that, and you'd also do your other cooldowns. So you realistically probably have to do 6 or 7 of them. And you'll be casting the Hunter, so then you'll stop casting Rushing Claw every now and then. I don't think I've got any other way of spending the resource. No. Yeah. Hey, Gorshy, how's it going, man? Could do like a Tyrell's rework. Yeah. Tyrells is really good for defense. Like, if they actually made stuff so dangerous you really wanted defense, then Tyrells would be way more, and like max resistance and stuff, and increasing that would be more useful. Then it would actually be a viable option that you'd require, right? So I know, I remember why I ended up back on that path of the emissary. Now I actually do. I actually do remember why I landed there. It was purely so you could guarantee, well, near enough guarantee activating this all the time. To be honest. Thing is, Vehement's Brawler's only a 30x. This is 50. But then what do you lose by putting on... Swapping this, you lose 5 stacks of Verocity. So that would be... With Furnace... 15x. On what would normally be... 7, 10 and a half... 21x, I think. Furnace, 3% per rank. Yeah, it's 3% per rank, so... Sorry, 3% per stack, not rank. 3% per furnace stack. So at 12 stacks, you're getting 36x. So yeah, you lose 5, you're losing 50. Yeah, so 21, you're losing 15. So you're losing about 45% of that multiplier. And you're losing the dex. And the vigor per second, which will allow you to get your quacks up a bit quicker. The bonus to Swift, which just helps you solve that resource. I'm just weighing up. If you don't need the extra 9% crit from the Ring of Starless, 29, you can get 27, get 12 there, 39, 15 from your dodge, that's 54, 10 from your glyph, that's 64, 6 from your potion, that's 70, 4 from your Paragon, that's 74. You probably could get 26 from your character. Hey, Heart Particle, how's it going, dude? Amarian, how's it going? That did used to be the piece of armor everyone wanted back in the day. You are well, yeah, you are right, yeah. Yeah, how you doing, Heart Particle? You good? I'm sort of wondering whether actually it basically works out the same, roughly. I'm sure I probably tested this, but the dexterity also scales all your damage. So technically, Beast Strike should scale with dexterity as well. And the life per second also allows you to stack more Ravager stacks, which means you'll be able to, every time you hit an elite, you're going to stack up. You're going to, just between fights, you're going to stack up Ravager stacks and stuff. Because they do run out hella fast on this build. And it also means I can have cooldown reduction here and defense cooldown reduction, which means I'm going to spam all my skills way more often, which means Yo and Quacks will happen more often, which means this will be easier to keep up. I actually might leave it like this. I'm sure I must have tested this, but I can't see any reason why. Yeah. Yeah, screw it. I'm going to leave it like that. If they change those boots to have Swift on it, we'd change this out, and then we could change that to Stylus, and it'd be fine. It's that I do remember I had this battle in my head, because I remember having this battle for about 3 hours, and then I went onto the Discord, and I was like, guys, these bear boots really need Swift. I remember typing this in the Spiritborn feedback channel I've got access to, and trying to justify why. Impairment reduction's useless. We don't need it. You can get unstoppable and unhindered in so many ways. Like, why would you need impairment reduction unless that's scaled damage or something? It's pointless stat on Spiritborn. It does nothing for us. Hence why it's in nowhere else. I don't know why they put it on those boots. I don't know. They must have had a thought process, but I don't understand why. Because you can just you use Gorilla secondary, or you use Protector, or you just get the passive that gives you unstoppable every time you use an ultimate, and you're going to smash your Hunter. You've got the Wushanuk Par. I forgot about this. You've got the Wushanuk Par. Every attack and hit is going to reduce your ultimate cooldown. You're going to be able to smash your ultimate every 6 seconds. It's absolutely no problem. You're going to be unstoppable. You've got 8 seconds of unstoppable when you cast it, so you're going to be able to smash that ultimate and stay unstoppable. You're never ever going to need impairment reduction. It's completely and utterly worthless to us. While Swift is the one thing you would really want on it. If you're trying to make a mobile build that's deliberately about mobility and stuff with auto casting core skills. Yeah, something like that. So I think I remember having this battle, like, in a big way. Yeah, I actually prefer this, I think, now that I think it through more. And we'll leave the Stylus out for now. The Stylus might lead to bigger numbers, but I think this leads to a better playstyle, actually. All round, and it is more true to Jaguar. And hopefully we get buffs to all of these things. I recommend it buffs to all of them, so hopefully we get them all. Hey, Tristad, how's it going? Yeah, Marion, I'm good. I'm actually going to go offline soon. I mean, once I'm done with this build, I suppose it's pretty close to going offline mode time. I was definitely tired before stream today. Been hammering on but made really good progress. I'm pretty happy with where I've landed with all of these. I like this. This is fine. This is looking good. I like this. Mythic version, you would try and go without Prodigy's tempo and go with adaptive stances. And by this point, you're kind of going for the assumption that with the +1 from the passives, that is also going to give you extra Swift cooldown. It's going to give you another 5% crit chance on here. It's going to give you... it's just going to give you all the good stuff, right? It's making the assumption, and you're going to get another intricacy. So by this point, hopefully you don't need to rely on the cooldown reduction here. That's a good point. You get an extra stack in Furnace. That's even more damage you get from the extra stacks of Ferocity as well from the Duelists. Yeah. and you get extra cooldown from here. So all in all, you're just assuming by this point you'll have good enough tempers and good enough gear that you can probably get away without the requirement for Prodigy's Tempo to help reduce all your cooldowns and smash them all the time. And then you're doubling up your core stats, which gives you more crit chance because you get crit chance based on your dexterity. You're going to get a lot more skill damage because you've got a lot more dexterity. And resource generation because of willpower and all that stuff. So yeah, you're just gonna, it's a shame that Jaguar, you're gonna be casting Jaguar all the time, so you're gonna get attack speed, and that really does nothing for this build. But yeah, the only other one you'd possibly go for is Vital Strikes, but I don't think you can guarantee you can't guarantee the vulnerable application with double Jaguar. So yeah, I think Adaptive Stances would be the play here for just to eke out more damage for the Mythic version. I think that's the play. So we can change this here to Adaptive Stances, which I do have on another build. So I can go nick this. There we go. Been working hard on them. I feel like it. Still got a few more to do, funnily enough, but we're getting there. We're getting there. I've only got Evade to do for the end game builds for Spiritborn, which I can do tomorrow probably. Hunter, Skurs, this is all changed. Nothing there's changed. Right, we just need to max this out. I was saying earlier, I've made the assumption that Beast Strike, which is the new Jaguar primary attack it does, that I'm assuming that that's a fire skill, which is why I've put this here. I could use Canny if it is. I've kind of gone on the side of caution here and not done that. I will ask them and maybe they can give me the answers to whether... I forgot to ask this. Is that a fire skill? I know it critical strikes because I asked them this. But I don't know... Oh, yeah. I don't know if... I don't know if fire damage scales Beast Strike. It's hard to tell. It's baked into the Jaguar primary, so you're not actually quite sure, to be honest. Oh yeah, that's what I did there. Fine. Home's up there. This is fine. Oh, okay, cool. So we just want to take all of these, all of this, that. You won't need that. Max life, max life, max life. We don't really. I mean, you don't need the attack speed. We'll leave that out. I'm only taking that for the extra non-physical. Yeah, we want all of this because it's the spirit crit damage. Interestingly, can do that. There we go. That's much cleaner. 110. I don't need to scale that any further. It's just an activator. We deliberately don't come in there. Yes, we lose a bit of dex, but we don't want to make our max resource any higher. Because that means we've got more to regenerate before we can activate the quacks at full. We do take it there for the extra resource gen. I mean, it might not be worth it. Still, it means you've got 8 more resource you need to gen before you can get to 100% for your quacks, but it's also 8% resource gen, so I don't know. I kind of figure maybe that's a trade-off that's worth it. It's not worth doing 4 for 2, but 8 for 8 might be worth it. Yeah, it's not worth taking the extras there. Take the movement speed, take the extra life. Completely max this out for the extra. I mean, I'm assuming because it's a Jaguar primary Spirit Hall that it will scale with Jaguar skills. It's another thing I'd have to ask them, I guess. And hopefully they'd have the answer and be able to tell me. Max life. Damage. What's up here? That there will be changing. No, it won't. It's dodge chance of lucky hit. We don't need it. Well, I suppose lucky hit's kind of useful, but we don't overly need it. You can just leave that one. So we can just look at taking the rest of the damage nodes we might have missed here. Non-physicals. Got one more point. Take the one there. There we go. Missed a couple down here, but that's okay. It's fine. Got most of them. Nailed it. Okay, let's save that. Now we just got to do the last bit and then we're done with this one. Oops. Rewrite this in a second. Just and change log. There we go. Let's start with the simple stuff here. Elixir of Precision. You will need that, I think. Although I can actually, if critical strike is maxed, I mean, I could. Maybe people can figure out how to do that, and then you just go for life instead to make yourself tankier. I imagine I used all of those. Yes. Fine. 80 plus, 90 plus. Rushing Claw. It's Jaguar. Primary Spirit Hall. Using at Rushing Claw as the activator. All endgame content, yep. Whoosh and Upper allows huge damage for our... What the hell? One second, what the... Get out there, come on. What are you doing? Come on. Out. Out. Naughty. Sorry, my cat's being a poon. He's just hit my wireless. Don't go down there. You just knocked my wireless things. Good job that's wired. You would have screwed my stream PC, you naughty boy. Bloody hell. I didn't even realise he squeezed... Honestly, my cat's just squished through the smallest gap and knocked my two antennas, but I'm not on wireless on the stream PC, fortunately. Bloody cat, seriously. Oh, dear, oh dear. It's like having children, except they've actually got brains. No, I didn't mean that. The new Mobalytics layout is nice, I4s. Yeah, man. And hopefully the Season 11 update will come soon after we get the final patch notes and updates accordingly. Which number? That's Jaguar. Beast Strike damage. Yes, there's only so much I can do right now, but I'm just doing anything I can to try and make my life easier. When that last final rush comes, I'm not like, suddenly I've got to do 100 hours of guides. I'm like, oh, I've got to do like 20 hours of guides, which is still a lot, but just not as much. Yeah, so we'll see. And extremely fast ultimate cooldown reduction. Okay. As well as damage, but that's the main stuff. Don't need this. And honestly, there's no specific aspects here. We can just mention we're scaling with generic scalers. Generic damage scalers. Scale the Jaguar primary. Jaguar beast strike damage. using as the high mobility skill. Oops. To quickly rush between. Actually, rush between. Oh. God, what have I done? No! Underscore, 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 underscore. What? Why won't you underscore? What? That was weird. Between groups of enemies. No, cat. The other one's appeared now. Oh, you're very cold. You've been outside, haven't you? Oh, no. Yeah, look at you, little green. You look tired. Permanently unstoppable. Via, what's the name of this node? I actually haven't looked at the name of that node for a long time. I just know what it does. Initiative, that's the one. Via initiative. To casting our ultimate, the hunter. Double Jaguar. Spirit Hall. Potency. The Outlaws is Mantle. Boosted further by the Wushan up par. Casting the Hunter. Scourge. Scourge. We need to grab the Hunter from a build that has the Hunter in it. I think that covers most of the important stuff. Yeah, the rest is all just generic damage stuff. Really. Yeah, 100% block chance using Armored Hide. Okay. Let's go do that last bit, and I think we're good. So rush between enemies using that rushing claw, grouping them together. Via the Cry Rune. So that the combination of hits, I'm actually going to highlight that because it's actually pretty important. The combination of hits from all attacks. From all attacks. Jaguar attacks will activate. Is Beast Strike in there? No. Activate. Strike as quickly and often as possible. Because we have the Jaguar primary. Spirit Hall sets. All skills become Jaguar skills. So this synergizes very nicely here. We don't need this. We look to cap our critical chance through our itemization. Through all means possible so that we can reach 100% critical chance. This unlocks a lot of build potential reliant on critical strikes. We should probably make a special note here that Wushan up par is a very strong option here as it scales our... Hey, Polis, how's it going, man? Scales our Jaguar primary Spirit Hall further after casting the Hunter, as well as allowing us to reduce our cooldown extremely fast due to the passive ability associated with it. Also grants us a nice yeah, that's the main thing. You do get some damage from it. That's the main reason you use that. Cast Ravager, Armored Hide, Counterattack, Scourge. Touch of Death. I need the Hunter. Bom, 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 bom. In there. Cast the Hunter. Cast Rushing Claw liberally. Pretty much. And just repeat each step as necessary. There you go. Main focus is rush between enemies is relevant via the Cry Rune, so the combination hits from all Jaguar attacks will activate Beast Strike as quickly and often as possible. Because we have Jaguar primary Spirit Hall set, all skills set. All skills become Jaguar skills. So this synergizes very nicely. We look to cap our critical chance through all means possible. Which unlocks a lot of potential reliant on critical strikes. I just realised nearly all these builds could have done that. Be a bit of an update doing all of them that. I do want to add... We don't need some max attack speed here. We can max critical chance. That's what we want to change. Assets, equipment, Paragon of Frosts. Paragon. And Paragon. Passives. Aspects, equipment, and Paragon. Sounds good. Okay, that is looking pretty solid. Quick one over. And I think we're done with this. That one took a little while to do. I've got a slight thing I need to update on the other builds, and then we'll probably call it there. This is pretty much a copy of the others, so... Seen one thing's change. Think that is good. All right, let's tick that one off. Yeah, I got my brain racking a little bit. All right, we're nearly there. 5, 10. 10 endgame builds done. I do need to quickly... Let's just do this quick. I'm gonna... 1, 2, 3. I'm pretty sure they all use Ravager, like literally every build, so just have to quickly go through and maybe adjust even that one. That's maybe just a very small adjustment I need to make down here. Let's do that there. I'll make it a lot easier to copy paste. Seems minor, but consistency is important to me. And I'll do it now before I forget. Hopefully I haven't done it in other places. I did manage to forget it a couple of times in that last guide, but... Got raids coming in from Fania. I'm actually going to look to wrap up myself shortly, to be fair. But I very much appreciate it. How'd your stream go, Fania? Guys, I'll get you a shout out here. 1 second. Fania here was doing I think it was a 2-year streamiversary stream, which she started before I went live. So that must have been a fairly decent length stream overall. 10 long hours. And you loved every minute of it, didn't you, Monkey? Yes, you did. Guys, please go show love to my good friend here, Fania. We've been friends for a fair while. She may or may not know, never heard of you, even though we've never heard of him. But, you know, wink, wink. But, yeah, no, go show the love. She's awesome. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Tried to scare you. Oh, of course. Sorry I wasn't there. I think I left you lurking on my laptop. So I was there for like the whole time, technically. Yeah, I pretty much woke up. I was like, oh yeah, Fadia's doing a thing there. I should probably, I'll boot up and check that out. And then I was like, oh crap, I should probably go get ready for stream. They hit me with 27 more hours. 27. GG's. GG's, everybody. You did a good thing. 27 hours. Every second, Monkey. Good job. 27 hours. Ah, good times. Well, I tell you what, Fania, I won't be streaming this weekend, so I look forward to watching you do some of those wonderful hours. It will be a good time. Yeah, this weekend I've got a lot going on. Seeing friends, it's also my my dad's birthday meal and my brother's birthday meal, and we technically had a party at my brother's last week for the family, but this week we got a family meal and I don't know, things going on. Yeah, I'm actually going to raid out myself shortly, but like I say, I really do appreciate the raid. I've actually pretty much just finished doing the guide. I'm just going through making a very slight adjustment to every other guide because I forgot to format something. Although it seems I've done it there. So maybe that one's okay. What about this one? We'll check this one. I have now officially got 11 guides drafted. I've still got a fair number to do, but I've done the longer ones first. These 3 I did today have taken me longer than the ones yesterday because they're a little bit... They're not builds I've played a lot. I played them in the PTR for the first time, some of them, to be honest. Like, properly played them in the PTR for the first time. So you end up second-guessing what you did in the PTR. And I'm sure it will need some updates when I get to the final versions. But, yeah, the Rod of Kepaleka builds we all played in Season 6. We've all got some sort of idea what they do. So, and they're all quite similar. These are quite different, some of these builds. Yeah. But I am really keen to have good coverage this time. It's always bugged me that we've never had good coverage, to be honest. Like, Clip does a really good job of doing very good coverage of Barb. And it bugs me that we don't have it on this class. So we're going to have it this season. Yeah. The Boldak Spicy Noodle Challenge Friday. Hey, what time are you going to do that? I definitely need to be there for that one. Yes. I heard you were playing Phasmo as well, Phasmophobia. How did you find it? I haven't played it, but I've watched a load of people playing it. It does look fun, that game. No worries, Gangster Todd. Dudes, it's great to see you. Have a great time, man. Have a great sleep. 8 p.m. my time on Friday. Okay, I'll see if I can drop in briefly. I normally start stream around then, but I think if I haven't got too many... If I've managed to get on top of the guides tomorrow, I might actually do some gaming on Friday. So I might be able to start a little later. We'll see how I feel. Yeah, I did. Last time I was watching my friend play that, you sort of can learn over time what you're likely to encounter by traits and stuff, because you're kind of looking for certain types of supernatural things, aren't you? And then I guess you'd to deal with them, maybe. And like I said, I don't know. I've not played it, but that's just what I was picking up. And they were kind of going, well, they were saying, like, well, I know it's not this kind of thing and not this kind of thing. So I'm assuming because certain things hadn't happened, they knew that it wasn't going to be certain types of ghosts or wraiths or whatever you get in the game, that kind of stuff. So, yeah. That was just my take on it, really. Right, we're nearly there. So many guides, and I made the same mistake in all of them because they all use Ravager. Every single one. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Every single one of them. Hopefully it's the only place I did it. It's going to OCD bug me if I don't fix that, to be honest. I think that's it. Nice. All of the guides. All of them. Not as scary as I thought it'd be. Oh, well, to be fair, Silent Hill is... they definitely take scary games to another level. Scary Silent Hills, don't they? You don't do scary games, Monkey Luffy. But you and Fania are force. Don't lie, never heard of you. You're loving every second of it. You're sitting in the corner going, oh, she's like going through and screaming. Yeah, I know it. I know. Well, oh, okay, maybe it's the other way around. Maybe she's forced you and she's giggling in the corner while you curl up and go, God, baby, help me. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right, it's that way around. Fair enough. Whoa! What's going on? Monkey Luffy is going crazy. Okay, thank you. I guess I'm doing some beads before I go offline. Good times. Yeah. Actually, funnily enough, I mean, it's probably not going to compare with some of the things you're doing, Fania, but for my Christmas 24-hour bonanza, I'm going to have some fun stuff there. That should be fun. Monkey, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. That is not something I was expecting, like pretty much as I'm about to go offline. The Tennessee, Medaton, Polis, Ramiel, Daddy J65, the one they call Derek, Making Dough, you hit the dough. Dream World, Plague or Plaque, and Kesseron Chick. Please thank Monkey Luff for the very, very generous gift sub. No more ads and all the great emotes we've got here and all that stuff. That is awesome. Thank you. Give me 2 bean numbers. Let's do it. What a great way to end a stream. Hopefully, I've had a lot of good ones the last couple of days. So I'm very much expecting I'm about to get giga nuked by Bean Boozles. 2 and 5. All right, let's see what we got. No, Fania, go eat. Thank you for the raid. I really do appreciate you. I will absolutely do my best to show some support on Friday where I can. And I totally want to see this. Number 5 and number 2. Good. I'll have a refill of all the beans as well for the 23rd when I do that stream. Yeah. All right, let's just dump this in here. Eat them both at once. I probably won't because it kind of ruins the effect, actually, funnily enough. Like, if I get a chili or cherry, I don't mind the taste of, even though chili's a bit hot. If I do that at the same time as the lemon or sour milk, regardless of what I get, it doesn't matter if I get sour milk. It just kills it. So I'll start with the lemon or sour milk for you. I'll even come into big screen because I'm nice like that. You see? If I had 2 of the same, I could. But yeah, 2 different ones. It does actually ruin it. I've done it before. So for your, anyway. Number 2, lemon or sour milk. Monkey Love, thank you. I don't even know I don't even have the words. I'm getting quite tired, to be fair. Hey, the dough is here. Look who it is, everybody. It's the sexy man himself from the other side of the planet. May or may not be on the same team as me. May or may not be cool like me. No, I joke. He is awesome. Please go check out Mackendo here if you have not. I'm sure 99.9% of you are in his streams anyway. Probably, if you can be. But he is certainly worth your time. Wasabi and chili at the same time. I don't have any wasabi beans until the 23rd. But yeah, right, here we go. Lemon or sour milk. Let's see what we got. Who now? Indeed, who? Yeah, that's definitely sour milk. 100%. I knew I was going to get nuked before I leave. It's definitely sour milk. You guys are like, yes! And it's me just sitting here like, no! I was about to go eat as well. Now I'm just going to be eating stuff with milky sourness in my mouth. Shelve it, you won't? Oh, right, okay, well. I mean, it's not the worst bean I could have had, giggity. It's a pretty bad one, though. Oh, right, chili or cherry? I actually don't mind the chili. It can get very hot, though. So, anyway, we'll see what we got. Chili or cherry? Let's see what we got. That is, in fact, cherry. I win this time. So, I'm sure you're glad I did that other one first. Because that would have ruined the sour milk completely. I guarantee it. That's actually quite nice. That was the perfect amount of cherry. It wasn't even that sour. Lovely. That's unusual. Right, okay. Sour milk cherry. Well, yeah. A whole new wonderful world of weird. Hey, Aussie's here. Okay, before I go off, everyone, go to your channel points. Find a community challenge. Slap your 2,000 points in if you have not. When we get to 50% on that, you guys will get to choose what I'm dressing up as on the 23rd of December, my time, going all the way through to 24th for the Christmas Bonanza crazy stream. If we get to 75%, I'll throw in an extra bonus something. I haven't figured out what that'll be yet, but it'll be good. And if we get to 100% by the actual day, so these other two, 75 and 100s, you can keep doing that all the way up until the day. And if you hit 100%, there is going to be a free game and maybe some other stuff. We'll figure all that out. So put your 2,000 points in. It'll be worth it. It'll be a good time. It'll be a good laugh. There'll be some fun challenges. There'll be some giveaways, some silly jokes, maybe some high-level gameplay. Probably not. Well, I don't know. We'll be in Season 11. Maybe. We'll see. Mango Crane, how's it going, man? Bimmerbot. I mean, last I looked, we're at somewhere around 30%, 34. So you're going to get to 50% no problem before season 11, which is fine. That gives plenty of time to source a wonderful costume for myself. Oog's in there, nice. That gives me a moment to have a look, see who's online as well, see who we can raid out to. Have a little scroll down. Oh. Okay, I know who we're going to raid today. How long have they been online for? Not long, I don't think. 3 hours. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Definitely some beans. I may or may not have something better than beans for the Christmas bonanza. You'll have to be there to find out. Okay, guys, since we're already in big screen, I guess we can go ahead and wrap up for tonight. So, guys, thank you. A dildo. Monkey Luffy. Goodness me. That sounds expensive. Right. Macedo's like, oh my gosh. I've come to the right stream. Let me go get my tissues. It's not the 23rd yet. You've got a month to go, Macedo. You can prepare. Prepare yourself. Yeah. Right. Okay. On that note. Oh, dear. On that note. Thank you so much, guys, on all of the channels. Don't tease me with a good time. Well, get the lube. Get the lube. Yeah. Mildly inappropriate. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's 12. It's 12 rated. We haven't quite gone to 15 yet. It's fine. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll allow it. Yeah, thanks, Myron. All right, guys, across all our channels, thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate you all being here. Everyone that's here all time. Anyone that's new. Anyone's been lurking. The support from raids and everything else. Really do appreciate you all. If anyone hasn't hit the like or subscribe buttons in any of my channels and would like to see some future streams or content, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. I'd love to see you again. I am a degenerate. I am on quite a lot. I do a lot of D4, so hopefully we'll see some of you in future. I do have a Discord if anyone would like to come and join. I will link this in all of the above channels. If you do decide to join, please go through the verification. This tells us you're not a robot. This is a good thing. Please go to the role selection channel. Choose which games you're interested in so that you don't get spammed by the ones you don't care about. And if you don't want to come join it, that is fine as well. So, yeah, I won't be offended. But hopefully we'll see some of you there. There are others, Ozzy. Yes, well. On all platforms except Twitch, thank you so much for tuning in. Really do appreciate you. I'll just be shutting them down afterwards. But yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your day, whichever time zone you're in. I'll be back on again tomorrow, doing more of the same probably. So hope you see you then. But if not, have a great rest of your week, especially those of you that are going into Thanksgiving. I know that's a big thing for you guys out in the US. Twitch, I'm going to send you over to someone who's got 66 followers. And they are a Giga Blaster. They're in the last I saw, they're in the top 5 speedrunners in season 10 on Sorceress, Profit Gaming. They've been in my channel quite a bit and a bunch of others. So they're relatively new to streaming and they have very little chat going on. So we could go over there and do that thing and blast their channel with all of the chats and emotes and say hello and go see what they're like. I hope some of you will come and show some support. I would love to be able to go show some support to someone that's new to the community, especially someone who's actually blasting the game. Like literally blasting. Like he's in the top 5 speedrunners for Sork for season 10. So yeah. So yeah, come and show some love. Even if it's just 5 minutes, I'm sure it'll make their day. This is, you know, for a lot of people, this is a lot of people, a lot of numbers. So that will really make his day, I'm sure. Next stream, I'll be on again tomorrow. I have still got some more guides to do. Sorry, everyone that wants gameplay. Hopefully, if I can get a decent number done tomorrow, then on Friday, we will get some gameplay of sorts in. That's the hope. But that leaves me infinitely in a better position than what I was at the beginning of the week. Let's surprise them. Absolutely. So anyway, hopefully see you guys then. As always, I mean, I'm always contactable off stream via Discord, so hit me up there if you need me beforehand. And obviously, when I'm live, you can still come in and ask me questions, and I'm happy to boot up the game and show you stuff and talk through things if needed. As long as I can get the guide stuff done by the end of the stream, you know, I can deter a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that's about it, guys. So have a great rest of your day, guys. All of you going to Thanksgiving. If I don't see you before you start your celebrations, have a great time. I'll be on again tomorrow. Keep safe, keep blasting. Much love, guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Cheers.